Chapter 1257. After all, this was the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian had killed a Great Void Stage expert and had accumulated so much experience previously. It was reasonable for him to advance to a 5-star Heavenly Venerable. Whoosh, Lin Xian rushed down. Destruction Law. Boom boom boom, all the creatures within sight were instantly killed. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. You advanced again. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I killed a Great Void Stage expert. Murongyu, she was stunned. It's very trashy. Murongyu did not know what to say. A 4-star Heavenly Venerable killed a Great Void Stage expert and then said it was very trashy. Sorry to disturb. Wang Xintong also advanced there. They had been stuck at the 10-star domain realm for a long time. It was normal for them to advance. Domain? Murongyu asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, domain. She knew that Lin Xian's laws were creation and destruction. The creation law could increase one's power, but it was not to the extent that Lin Xian could kill a Great Void Stage expert in such a short time. The only possibility was Lin Xian still had a very powerful domain. Ling Ying stood up. I'm a Heavenly Venerable now. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. The difference between a Heavenly Venerable and a domain shocked her. Congratulations, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wang Xintong also stood up with a look of disbelief. I'm also a Heavenly Venerable now. Then shouldn't we go and have a good meal? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, Wang Xintong was probably the one who felt like it was a lifetime ago. Her talent was not very high. Although she was in the intermediate class in Tianhua Academy, she never thought that she would advance to the Heavenly Venerable realm in such a short time. The Heavenly Venerable realm was almost equivalent to standing at the peak of the continent. Moreover, their age was right there. Other than the people from the Martial Arts Academy, how many people could become Celestial Masters in their 20s? Take a rest. This area should have been cleared out. Lin Xian said. All right. Lin Xian also needed to rest, because he had just used up a lot of his spiritual energy. In this kind of place, it was best to maintain a relatively perfect state to fight, otherwise it would be too dangerous. And at this moment, one power after another silently poured into Changfeng City. That's right, the reinforcements sent by the 9th Fei God Temple had finally arrived. Their most direct target was Lin Xian. This was because even though Lin Xian wasn't a very important enemy to the demon race, he was still more important to the demon race compared to the nameless people here. The 4 of them found a relatively quiet and clean place to sit down. Lin Xian took out some delicious food and then ate. Although they didn't need to eat much after reaching the Heavenly Venerable realm, it had to be said that although they wouldn't be hungry, they would be tired after fighting non-stop. Food could still replenish their physical strength. I heard that there are 3 forces in Changfeng City. One of them seems to be the one we destroyed. After all, there's a great virtual realm cultivator, so it should be true. There are 2 more, should we go? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian, I don't even know where they are, and what race are they? Ling Ying said, one of the branches of the Netherworld Flaming Lion clan is also here. Netherworld Flaming Lion. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This Netherworld Flaming Lion was much more powerful. Let's go take a look later. Okay. At this moment, boom! A terrifying force bombarded over. In the next moment, the place they were at was directly destroyed and burned with flames. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and brought them away with the space attribute. Fuck. Lin Xian looked at the person in front of him. A monster beast that transformed into a human was basically a Heavenly Venerable. This was because only those with very high bloodline could transform into a human form, and basically, they would retain some characteristics of a monster beast even after transforming into a human form. This was a woman. Finally found it. The woman licked her scarlet lips and looked at Lin Xian. Her eyes were filled with greed as if she wanted to swallow Lin Xian whole. Lin Xian glanced at her. Fuck. 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm. No, 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm, why the fuck are you pretending to be a tyrant? Lin Xian said. N. Boom. In the next moment, one of her arms exploded. Ah. A scream spread far and wide. Boom. Another arm exploded. Lin Xian scratched his head. Fuck, when he came over, he felt that she was a king and thought that she was very awesome. Then, he took a look and found her to be a 3-star Heavenly Venerable. What kind of trash are you? Then, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot and appeared behind her, killing her instantly with a sword. That's it. N. That's it. Lin Xian looked at the woman who had turned into a corpse with a heartless expression. That's it. However, Lin Xian was really amazed by how terrifying the laws were. This law was the same as the creation law. One might not feel much when one's realm was low, but once one's realm was high, one would realize, fuck. So invincible. That's right. Lin Xian killed a 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm monster venerable without much effort. Fuck. What ability is this? Ling Ying walked over and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian smiled and said, call me daddy and I'll tell you. Scram. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. But did you hear what she said just now? Murongyu walked over with a frown. N. Wang Xintong said, she finally found. Who is she looking for? Lin Xian frowned and tried to recall. This woman was looking for them, which meant that she was looking for one of the 4 of them. Who was the most likely? Fuck. It must be him. It can't be, right? She can't be someone from the Monster God Temple, right? Lin Xian said in shock. The Monster God Temple definitely hated him. The Monster God Temple. What should we do? Murongyu frowned. I don't know who they are, but we can't run away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Whoosh! At this moment, figures appeared around them one by one. The 4 of them quickly became vigilant. They gripped their spirit artifacts tightly and stared at them. Heavenly Venerables, Heavenly Venerables, Heavenly Venerables, there were a total of 25 people, and all of them were Heavenly Venerables. The lowest was a 1-star Heavenly Venerable, but the highest was a 10-star Heavenly Venerable. The 4 of them were surrounded by more than 20 Heavenly Venerables. Ha! Lin Xian snorted. Looks like they came prepared. Lin Xian glanced coldly in front of him. Sister. A man saw the woman's corpse on the ground and stared at Lin Xian viciously. I want you dead. Arg! In the next instant, he roared and turned into a fiery red lion. Lin Xian, this was troublesome. Chapter 1258. The 4 of them clenched their weapons tightly. To be honest, whether it was Murongyu, Ling Ying, Lin Xian, or Wang Xintong, none of them had encountered such a situation before. They were surrounded by 25 Heavenly Venerables. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Roar! The fiery red lion roared and pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian checked and found that this bee was a 5-star Heavenly Venerable, the same as him. Looks like I have to take a gamble. Lin Xian's aura surged. Realm Reduction Domain. In the next instant, Lin Xian released his own domain. Everyone, except for his allies, had their realms reduced by 3 stars. Some even fell from the heavenly venerable realm to the domain realm. Destruction Law. In the next instant, Lin Xian released the destruction law at his limit. Puff! Boom! A total of 10 figures, including the fiery red lion, were all killed instantly. Ling Ying and Wang Xintong were shocked. Lin Xian staggered backward. What? What kind of power is this? The others were shocked. Ling Ying hurriedly supported Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly swallowed a pill. Quick! Go! Go! Lin Xian's move had displayed an extremely terrifying and unimaginable power, instantly killing 10 of the 25 heavenly venerables. The fiery red lion that had charged over was also killed, but they still didn't have any chance of victory in this situation. However, it had to be said that the destruction law was unimaginably terrifying. This was not a kind of power that was released. In front of the destruction law, you were like data that had no time to react. Then, this data was wiped out. This was the most terrifying part of the destruction law. Lin Xian also realized that the destruction law had a miraculous effect when combined with his realm reduction domain. Murongyu released her space attribute, and the 4 of them disappeared. Why didn't Lin Xian release his space attribute but instinctively use the destruction law? Lin Xian felt that they were coming for him. They must know that he had the space attribute, so there must be a space attribute demon beast among them that could stop them. Yes, there was. Then, the demon beast released its space attribute to pull them back, but found that, WDNMD. His realm did not suppress them. He could not do it. It was mainly because he was still in the domain of realm reduction just now. Otherwise, he could have given it a try. However, he released it too quickly. If he had been a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to lock onto their position. Therefore, it was Lin Xian who saved everyone's lives. Actually, there was another great heavenly venerable realm space attribute. Fuck. They don't have any space attribute experts? Lin Xian asked in confusion. The few of them appeared in an abandoned apartment. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. Don't forget, they don't have any great heavenly venerables. Lin Xian, I forgot. I'm used to it. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead helplessly. He was really used to being targeted by such experts, and then being imprisoned by a space attribute expert. But now that he thought about it, they were heavenly venerables. They were not the domain realm from before. They're here for you. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded. Maybe, damn. Dozens of heavenly venerables. They probably didn't expect me to advance to the 5-star heavenly venerable realm in such a short time. What kind of power did you use just now? How did you instantly kill 10 heavenly venerables? Ling Ying asked in shock. Call me daddy and I'll tell you. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Law, Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, wasn't this too fucking scary? But now that we've been targeted, they definitely won't just send out heavenly venerables. There must be great heavenly venerables. Moreover, if such experts hide and look for us, we can't do anything. Murongyu said with a frown. Actually, as long as we don't encounter great heavenly venerables, everything is fine. Lin Xian said. After all, he had killed great heavenly venerables before. Murongyu was also very smart. She knew that Lin Xian's power just now had definitely emptied his spiritual power. If they didn't choose to escape, Lin Xian would have no combat power, and they would be in danger. Lin Xian sat there and recovered his spiritual power. Ling Ying said, actually, I can find them. Ha! Ling Ying then took out his phone. When I slipped away just now, I left a detector on one of them. Then he looked at the phone. The red dot on the phone was that person. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Since they're looking for us, we'll take the initiative to kill them. They looked at Lin Xian. So crazy. My domain can restrict their cultivation level to 3 stars. There are still 15 of them left. Under my domain, it's not impossible to fight. And everyone has the ability to fight beyond their cultivation level. Are you serious? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Damn it, the demon god temple came looking for me as soon as I came out. This time, I'll make sure they don't leave. Little Ying, contact the others and see if they're heavenly venerables. Ling Ying nodded. Lin Xian continued to recover his spiritual power. Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian. To be honest, this Lin Xian was the craziest person she had ever seen. There were 4 of them. 3 of them were 1-star heavenly venerables, and 1 was 5-star heavenly venerables. Even if some of them had advanced to heavenly venerables, they would only be 1-star heavenly venerables. A few 1-star heavenly venerables against a dozen demon venerables who were at least 4-star heavenly venerables, anyone who heard this news would go crazy. But she was very excited. Because she wanted to do the same. It was just that she didn't dare to say it out loud. Yes, they all had the ability to fight beyond their cultivation level. This was the most important thing. Moreover, they didn't need to kill them. They could just wait for Lin Xian to kill them. They just needed to delay him. When the time comes, all of you will be around me. I have a domain around me that can reduce the opponent's cultivation level by 3 stars. Actually, Wang Xintong whispered. Ha! Then, Wang Xintong said, my domain can raise everyone's cultivation level by 2 stars. Lin Xian, wow. Sis, you should have said so earlier. Lin Xian revealed a look of pleasant surprise. That means it can only be raised at the Heavenly Venerable's realm. I reckon that when we reach the Great Void realm or the Heavenly Tao realm, it can only be raised by 1 star. That's still a very powerful domain. If I lower it by 3 stars and you raise it by 2 stars, that's a 5-star gap. What's there to be afraid of? Once my spiritual power recovers, I'll make them die. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Fuck Grass Tower. Then, Ling Ying said, Xinyue is rushing over. Yuhan is also rushing over. Chapter 1259. Ling Ying's meaning was clear. Xiao Xinyue and Wu Yuhan had both become heavenly venerables. Then, our storm team will make the demon god temple feel despair. Lin Xian sneered. After that, Xiao Xinyue and Wu Yuhan came over one after another. Han Chuxue also came over. After chatting for a while, they more or less knew what to do. Just like the others, they were stunned for a moment. A few low-level heavenly venerables went to look for more than a dozen higher-level heavenly venerables. However, when they heard about Lin Xian and Wang Xintong's domains, they said they had to go. Damn it! How could they let the demon god temple continue to be so arrogant? Lin Xian's spiritual force had also recovered. I'll be in charge of the main attack. Little Xinyue, Little Chuxue, and Murong Yu will be in charge of protection and control. Xintong will be in charge of interference. Ling Ying and Xiao Yu will fight if they can. If they can't, just stall for time. Why can't we fight when they're 3 stars lower and we're 2 stars higher? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. All right. Then let's go find them. Then, the 7 of them walked out. Over there. Ling Ying pointed at the rooftop of a tall building. At the same time, someone on the rooftop looked at them. They're here. There are 7 of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Xian, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Wu Yuhan disappeared. In the next moment, the four of them appeared in four different directions. Lin Xian glanced at them. His luck was pretty good. He had caught a powerful one. 8 stars Heavenly Venerables. Domain. In the next moment, Lin Xian released his domain. Fixed Shadow. Double Fixed Shadow. Dark Cage. Double Dark Cage. Ice Prison. Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan's dual control forcefully landed on him. Whoosh, Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan began their fierce attacks. Lin Xian summoned his Saint Sword. Just one. Eat shit. Lin Xian's lightning flickered. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Boom. Cheat, then, Lin Xian slashed out again. Ah. That person didn't even have a chance to resist. He was killed by the four people's sharp slashes without any fancy moves. So powerful. Wang Xintong looked up at the scene with her mouth slightly agape. It is indeed very powerful. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Han Chuxue was also helpless. She had no choice. She wanted to rush up as well, but there were 2 people in the space and 2 in the dark. They were naturally the fastest. Then, the 4 of them landed beside them again. He's here. Lin Xian's expression changed. So, figures appeared one after another beside them. How did they become so strong? A red-haired man looked at the person beside him. They're all in the Heavenly Venerable realm. This martial arts academy is indeed something. Everyone, release your power. Don't underestimate the enemy. Yes. In the next instant, the entire night was lit up by all kinds of power. The power of more than 10 Heavenly Venerables erupted at the same time. How terrifying was that? Xintong. They're here. Amplification Realm. In the next instant, everyone's realm increased by 2 stars. Realm Reduction Realm. Lin Xian released his power at the same time. The gap between them instantly shortened by 5 stars. Some of them even had a higher realm than the other. Let's start the battle. Then, the 7 of them began to fight the 14 of them. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Thunder Surging Heavens. Lin Xian rushed over and grabbed a person. That person was covered in fire and was struck to death by Lin Xian. You're courting death. Space Lock. He sealed Wang Xintong there alone. Then, he held his sword and rushed toward Wang Xintong. Holy Light Illumination. Suddenly, a burst of golden light shone in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Xian appeared behind him. Space, right? Chi! Lin Xian held the holy sword with both hands and stabbed down, piercing through his body. Destruction Law. Before that person could even get up, his injured hands were destroyed by the law of destruction. Following that, Lin Xian chopped off his head with a single slash. Piercing Cold. Han Chuxue faced 2 opponents. Although she kept retreating, there was definitely not much of a problem. In an instant, the 2 of them were eroded by the cold power. Although they broke free in an instant, but, little Chuxue, use another martial technique. Okay. 1,000 Miles Ice Seal. Then, the cold power rushed toward the 2 people in front. Creation Law. The 2 of them were not so easily frozen. But, Lin Xian's creation law could not only create more power for his martial technique, why couldn't it help others? Under the amplification of Lin Xian's creation law, Han Chuxue's cold power instantly froze the 2 people in front of her. Whoosh whoosh, at the same time, Wu Yuhan and Ling Ying broke free from their opponents and rushed over. Chi! With a flash of cold light, the 2 Heavenly Venerables were dealt with. The coordination between them was quite impressive. It was really impressive. They were all heavenly venerables. The power they could unleash was too strong, but they did not have time to do so. The initiative was completely in the hands of these 7 people. Courting death. Touch of death. In an instant, countless dark tentacles rushed toward them. It was extremely terrifying. Destruction law. The next moment, those tentacles seemed to have gone soft. That's right. It was not that the other party could not release a big move, but Lin Xian's destruction law could forcefully destroy the other party's demonic technique. How could one fight against that? Lin Xian alone was the main attacker, the teammates' amplification, and the teammates' protection. There was no other way. With 2 laws and his own highest realm, he should be the one. 1,000 icicles. Xiao Xinyue condensed a powerful icicle and rushed toward that person. Creation law. That person tried to block it, then suddenly realized, what the fuck? How did she suddenly become so much stronger? Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. His chest was penetrated and nailed to the ground. Explode. Boom, following that, the icicle turned into countless small ice crystals and pierced his body full of holes. Running. Lin Xian looked at the 2 people who were trying to escape. Fixed image. Wu Yuhan and Ling Ying released their powers at the same time. Frost cage. At the same time, Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue released their frost power. Whoosh, Lin Xian rushed over. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian grabbed 2 frost cages with both hands. Lightning flashed. Lin Xian then retracted his hands. Awesome. Exciting. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although his spiritual power consumption was huge, there was not much left now. But he had to admit that it was really fucking exciting. Isn't your law too powerful? Ling Ying came over and said in surprise. It's all right. Lin Xian smiled. I want to continue fighting like this even now. It's so awesome. My spiritual power consumption is quite high. If I come again at this time, it won't be so easy. Lin Xian said. At this moment, a bolt of lightning lit up the darkness in the void and fell toward them. Murongyu reacted quickly. She immediately released her space attribute and distanced herself from it. When the dust settled, a huge pit dozens of meters wide appeared. You're quite capable. A woman appeared behind them. Space lock. Then, 2 old men appeared in front of them. 3. Virtuous Realm. Chapter 1260. Lin Xian was stunned. What the fuck? Did he jinx it? Great Void Stage. These 3 were at the Great Void Stage. Moreover, they were at the Great Void Stage. They were different from the previous Great Void Stage. He didn't even know how many stars they were at the Great Void Stage. The 7 of them instantly leaned back to back. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and took 2 spirit recovery pills without any delay. Stall for time. He had to stall for time. He didn't have enough spiritual energy to fight with them. If he could recover his spiritual energy, he could still fight. He had to stall for time. Demon God Temple. Lin Xian took the initiative to stand up and look at the 3 of them. This martial arts academy is indeed something. In such a short time, a group of domain realm cultivators actually advanced to the heavenly venerable realm. This person even advanced to the 5-star heavenly venerable realm. His speed is terrifying. The woman licked her scarlet lips and looked at Lin Xian. It was as if she wanted to eat Lin Xian bite by bite. Stall for time. Lin Xian should be able to recover more than half of his spiritual energy in 5 minutes. Because of this spirit recovery pill. But could he stall for 5 minutes? Old ghost, leave this person to me. I want to eat him bite by bite. He must be very delicious. The woman looked at an old man and pointed at Lin Xian. Humph. Up to you. These 6. What beautiful beauties. The other old man's eyes flickered. Lin Xian then said, "Are you from the 9th Demon God Temple?" "Oh. Looks like you know something." Old ghost stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as they answered him, Lin Xian was confident that he could stall for time. And the most important thing was that they answered him. It meant that in their eyes, they were definitely going to die. That's right. These 3 people were very conceited. Even though they had accomplished a heaven-defying feat, in the eyes of the 3 great Void Realm experts, 6 1-star Heavenly Venerables and 1 5-star Heavenly Venerables could be easily killed by any one of them, let alone the 3 of them. This was indeed a normal mentality. Moreover, they had the spatial seal released by the Great Void stage. How could they escape? The only thing they had to worry about was the masters from the Martial Arts Academy discovering this place. Isn't the 9th Demon God Temple's demon god already dead? The 9th Demon God Palace was still there. Another demon god has taken over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other girls didn't say anything. They knew that Lin Xian didn't have much spiritual energy left because Lin Xian just said that they were all very smart. They knew what Lin Xian was doing, he was recovering his spiritual energy. Lin Xian was the strongest among them. If Lin Xian's spiritual energy wasn't enough, they wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Heh, you know quite a lot. Old Ghost snorted coldly. So, you guys are targeting me specifically. Lin Xian shrugged. You think too highly of yourself. Oh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Then, since you guys aren't targeting me on purpose, can you guys look for someone else first and then me? Leave me a way out. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Let's do it. Old Ghost couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Lin Xian frowned. How about this, the 3 of you are all masters of the Great Void stage, right? If it really doesn't work, you can send one of you to fight with us. This will give us some confidence and at least give us a slight chance of winning. Don't you want to see ants struggling before death? Lin Xian said. There was no other way. He had to think of all the words he could say to stall for time. Ha ha ha, the woman laughed out loud. Don't make a move. Let this sovereign face them alone. To be honest, it was very difficult to fight. Why? Because there was a space. And it was a space that could crush them. What was the only point of prayer now? That was that this space attribute woman's realm was below 3 stars of the Great Void stage. Because as long as she was below 3 stars of the Great Void stage, then her realm would be suppressed to the Sky Venerable Realm by Lin Xian. Even if she was at 10 stars of the Sky Venerable Realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of her. Space was really too strong. But Lin Xian's purity and proficiency was definitely not something she could compare to. As long as her realm was suppressed to the Sky Venerable Realm by Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would have a way. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and asked, Pretty big sister, I wonder if you'll spare my life if I offer myself to you. Ha ha ha. That's possible, but thinking about it carefully, I might be at a disadvantage. So, it's still not possible. The woman laughed coquettishly. Then, I wonder what realm beautiful sister is at. 2 stars of the Great Void stage, lowly ant. No matter how you try to trick me, it's useless. Do you think you can win if you know my realm? The woman sneered. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It should be true. She didn't need to hide her realm in this kind of sure-kill situation. Then, as long as he suppressed her and let Wang Xintong raise her realm, a 7-star Sky Venerable realm against a 10-star Sky Venerable realm, this woman would definitely lose. But there was one thing that was very important. Lin Xian must kill her before the 2 Great Void stage experts beside her could react. In this way, they could instantly relax by half. That's right, once the woman in this space died, they would definitely relax by half. Because the space was too strong. Don't waste time, it's time to make a move. That old ghost said. It's very simple. A space explosion will kill them all. What are you afraid of? The woman said confidently. Yes, she was indeed confident. Those in the Great Void stage, including those in the Heavenly Venerable realm, would not even know how they died. But she definitely underestimated Lin Xian. Or rather, they were so conceited that they didn't even think about how more than 20 Heavenly Venerables died in the hands of the 7 of them. One move. Lin Xian must directly kill this woman in one move. She couldn't react in time. As long as this woman was gone, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't even need to fight with the 2 Great Void stage experts. Murong Yu's space power could directly send them away and wait for their spiritual power to recover. So, they must seize the opportunity. Xintong. Understood. Wang Xintong activated her domain and increased everyone's realm. Is it useful to increase your realm? The woman sneered. I'll do it myself. Lin Xian said. Shua, in the next instant, Lin Xian took out his sacred sword. Saint-level weapon. No wonder you could kill those heavenly venerables. But this saint-level weapon is mine. The woman's eyes were filled with greed. A saint-level weapon. This was a saint-level weapon. Shua, in the next instant, she appeared directly in front of Lin Xian. Realm Reduction Domain. What? Creation Law, Power Exchange, Space Seal. Myriad Thunder Heavenly Prison. Chapter 1261. This should be Lin Xian going all out, right? In any case, he had already killed the previous Great Void stage. This time, this woman wouldn't die. Normally, she would die. After being strengthened by Wang Xintong, Lin Xian had the strength of a 7 stars Heavenly Venerable. After being weakened by Lin Xian, this woman was only a 9 stars Heavenly Venerable. Although the difference of 2 stars was huge, it definitely wasn't that big. At the same time, Lin Xian created a law to directly strengthen himself. Space Seal sealed this woman. A 7 stars sealing a 9 stars. In addition, Lin Xian's space attribute was definitely powerful, so this woman definitely couldn't break through in an instant. Then, he used a divine lightning martial technique, purple heavenly lightning. She wouldn't die. Boom, the 2 forces collided. Lin Xian's last spiritual power used the destruction law to destroy some of the power released by this woman. Plop, after that, the charred corpse of a woman fell to the ground. Everyone. That's right. They were completely dumbfounded. Lin Xian's girls were also dumbfounded. She died just like that. No, Lin Xian had no problem fighting across realms as a heavenly venerable, but his opponent was a Great Void stage. How could a Great Void stage be able to fight across realms as a heavenly venerable? Oh right, Lin Xian's domain was very abnormal. That's right. Lin Xian's domain was much more perverse than he had imagined. What was the most important thing? A domain that ignored realms. Even if you're the heavenly Tao, you have to lower your realm for me. Lin Xian's aura was rising. 6 stars Heavenly Venerable. It was normal for him to be able to advance because before this, he had already killed many Heavenly Venerables. Now that he killed a Great Void Stage expert, it couldn't be more normal for him to advance. The other 2 Great Void Stage experts were dumbfounded. What the hell? A Great Void Stage expert was their companion, and a space attribute one at that. She was insta-killed just like that. Let's go. Whoosh! In the next instant, Murong-Yu released her space attribute power, and everyone disappeared on the spot. What do we do? Old Black looked at his teammates in confusion. To be honest, he was a little scared. Their companions in the Great Virtual Stage were all dead. What could they do? Should we continue to kill them? The other man clenched his fists. Right at this moment, Murong-Yu and Lin Xian suddenly appeared behind them. As for the feeling, he felt the sudden appearance of the aura, but he couldn't react in time. Damn it, those people just ran away, why did they suddenly come back? How could you think of that? Even if he died, he wouldn't have thought of this. Hello, I'll give you guys a big treasure. Bang! Lin Xian then gave a flying kick, and the blue energy from the void-killing eyes, which was the size of several people, shot towards them. What? The 2 of them turned around at the same time and subconsciously released their powers to block the attack. In the next instant, the power of the void-killing eyes pierced through the power they had released. It pierced through their arms, their bodies, and penetrated deep into the ground. Instant kill. Murong-Yu was confused. That was right. Murong-Yu was stunned again. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the ground and staggered, then fell into Murong-Yu's arms. Are you okay? Murong-Yu supported Lin Xian worriedly. Lin Xian rubbed his face against her chest. I'm dizzy. Murong-Yu's face was red. Then she let go of Lin Xian, and Lin Xian fell to the ground with a plop. What kind of move is this? The visual impact isn't that big, but the penetrative power is something I've never seen before. Murong-Yu looked at the ground that had been penetrated, then looked at Lin Xian in shock. The defensive power of the Great Virtual Stage was actually useless. That was the Great Virtual Stage. This time, Murong-Yu saw that Lin Xian didn't release his domain at all. That was pure power of the Heavenly Venerable Stage. Without any fancy tricks, he killed 2 Great Virtual Stage powerhouses in an instant. This was too fake. Call me daddy and I'll tell you. Lin Xian grinned. Fuck. How could he forget about this void-killing eye? If he had remembered earlier, he would have used it long ago. However, it was true that he had to kill that Great Virtual Stage woman before he could use it. The spatial attribute of the Great Virtual Stage was really too strong. Murong-Yu rolled her eyes. Go back and rest. There shouldn't be any more Great Virtual Stage powerhouses. She was also very helpless. However, he was truly shocked. This Lin Xian had killed Virtuous Realm experts just like that, and 3 of them at that. Murong-Yu was a proud daughter of heaven, but she increasingly felt that she couldn't compare to Lin Xian at all. Not to mention this, even her cultivation level had already been crushed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian might even become the youngest Great Virtual Stage powerhouse. In any case, Lin Xian's realm must be the highest in the martial arts academy. In such a short time, his Heavenly Venerable Stage had risen by several stars. Duan Lingxiao was probably only 2 or 3 stars in his Heavenly Venerable Stage, right? Let's go. Then, the 2 disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, the girls then surrounded Lin Xian. How is it? They're all dead. Lin Xian said with a smile. The girls, this was too exaggerated. This Lin Xian was getting more and more exaggerated. Fuck. What kind of ability is that? Ling Ying came over and pinched Lin Xian's face. Go away, don't touch me. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. TCH, do I care? I'm starving. I just got some food, but before I could eat, I was attacked. Lin Xian rubbed his stomach. Then, Han Chuxue took out a pile of delicious food and everyone gathered together. There shouldn't be any enemies this time, right? Xiao Xinyue asked. Who knows? Who knows how many people came? Speaking of which, Lin Xian, why are you being targeted by the monster god temple? Wang Xintong asked, puzzled. The other girls all looked at Lin Xian. This was indeed unexpected. Most importantly, Lin Xian was not so strong before this. How could he make the monster god temple send out dozens of heavenly venerables and great void experts? If not for the fact that Lin Xian was truly powerful, they would definitely be dead by now. It's a long story. Forget it, there's nothing to say. Let's not talk about it. Let's eat. After eating, the few of them were still together. Why the hell? Because no one knew if the monster god temple still existed. Was that the group just now the only one or the first? Just like that, another 3 days passed. They had already stayed here for more than 5 days. In these 3 days, Lin Xian did not make any progress in his cultivation. After all, he was already a 6 stars heavenly venerable. Even if he killed many domain realm monsters, Lin Xian would not be able to make any progress in a short time. He would probably be stuck in this realm for a long time. Lin Xian would not be able to make any progress in a short time unless he went to the other side and fought many heavenly venerables and great void experts. The other girls were more or less starting to break through to the 2 stars heavenly venerable realm. Then, another 3 days passed by. Chapter 1262. Lin Xian and Murongyu did not participate in the first operation in Tianhua City, so they did not know how long it would take. Last time, they were outside Tianhua City for half a month. This time, it would take at least half a month. How big was a city? It was unimaginably big. Inside and outside the city, there were demonic beasts everywhere. As members of the Martial Arts Academy, they just wandered around aimlessly and killed any demonic beasts they encountered. Half a month later, plop, Lin Xian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The girls beside him were also sitting there, barbecuing meat. I say, you brought barbecued wings when you went out. You're amazing. Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue said, I can freeze it, and I can barbecue it whenever I want with a lighter. The smell can even attract demonic beasts. Plus, isn't it better than vegetarian food? Amazing, amazing. I admire you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. They had been together for half a month. Lin Xian's 6-star cultivation level did not increase, but the girls had all reached the 2-star heavenly venerable realm. This was also very normal. After half a month of leveling up, they didn't even know how many demon beast hordes they had encountered. Long Wind City was basically empty, but there were still the areas outside the city or between the various counties. There were too many of these places, and there were also a lot of demon beasts in these places. It should be about time, right? Lin Xian took a bite of the barbecued wing Xiao Xinyue passed to him. He had witnessed Wu Yuhan's transformation in this half a month. Perhaps after flirting with her, she would turn into the cold Wu Yuhan in the blink of an eye, scaring Lin Xian half to death. And, it should be about time. This time, it was a big harvest. Not only did I advance to the heavenly venerable realm, I'm almost at the 3-star heavenly venerable realm. Murongyu let out a long breath. Look at you, your beard has grown a circle. Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian touched the corner of his mouth. After more than 10 days of fighting, he had not shaved. How could it not be long? This seemed to be one of the few times these girls could remember seeing Lin Xian with a stubble. It seemed not bad. Can you blame me? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Along the way, they met Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. However, they were not together. Lin Xian could guess the reason. They were worried that they would attract enemies. After all, they were subordinates of Yi Renbing. I wonder how many people from the Martial God Institute will die this time. Wang Xintong said. There should be some this time. Xue. They Xian's no, Xian's, it Xue's not. Let's go. Go. Murong Yu glanced at her phone and stood up. A few hours later, they arrived outside Changfeng City. Nebula cars were waiting for them. Are you all in the Celestial Venerable stage? Luo Xiao glanced at Lin Xian and the others. Yes. They nodded. Good. Let's go back to the academy. Take a shower and rest. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. Okay. Then, they returned to the martial arts academy. Lin Xian did not take advantage of any of the girls. He was tired. He went to his place, took a shower, and went to sleep. He slept all the way until dawn. Lin Xian yawned and stood up. Then, he went to the martial arts academy. At this moment, all the students were already here. How many stars are you in the Celestial Venerable stage? Zhuge Feng saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Guess. 3 stars. Lin Xian smiled. Too low. Zhuge Feng, wait, how many people did Lin Xian kill in half a month? That's too exaggerated, right? Lin Xian glanced around. Some familiar faces were there. About an hour later, everyone was gathered. Cough, cough, Luo Xiao coughed and glanced at everyone. First of all, I want to announce a piece of good news. After half a month of hard work, Changfeng City has been taken back by us humans. The 3 major forces have already stationed their troops in Changfeng City. At the same time, Tianhua City has already gathered hundreds of thousands of citizens to clean up. Tianhua City may reopen in the next 6 months. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. It seemed easy, but that was because the demon race did not really defend it. Even if Tianhua City reopened, how many people would dare to live there in such a short time? If the demon race wanted to, they could spend less effort to take back Changfeng City and Tianhua City. It all depended on the demon race's actions. However, the war between the human race and the demon race was coming soon. However, the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was indeed very impressive. There were tens of thousands of domain realm cultivators, and the rest were all heavenly venerables, and they were all geniuses. With such a force entering Tianhua City and Changfeng City, their combat power was unimaginable. Luo Xiao continued, the operation in Changfeng City this time was a very successful operation. According to some reliable news, the Demon God Temple was also mobilized this time. What? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone was shocked. The Demon God Temple was mobilized. Why didn't they encounter it? Dozens of heavenly venerables and 3 great void stage cultivators were dispatched, but they were all killed. And they, including the great void stage cultivators, all died in the hands of our martial arts academy students. Luo Xiao said. Everyone, Luo Xiao's words caused an uproar. It was fine for you to fight heavenly venerables, but why did you kill 3 great void stage cultivators? Who did it? They all guessed. Then there's the bad news. Luo Xiao glanced at everyone and said, in the operation in Changfeng City this time, our 20,000 people have lost 14 outstanding students in the end. They are also from the Martial Arts Academy, heroes of the human race. They won't sacrifice their lives in vain. Well, that's all I want to say. I hope everyone can remember it. In addition, many people in the Martial Arts Academy have advanced to Heavenly Venerables in this operation. This is very good news. There should be no less than 100 Heavenly Venerables in the Martial Arts Academy. Everyone, continue to work hard. Then let's adjourn now. The Martial Arts Academy is on vacation for half a month. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. His words instantly drew cheers from the crowd. One had to know that since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, it had only been on vacation twice. The first time was for 1 day, and the second time was for 5 days after clearing Tianhua City. This time, it was for half a month. They were simply overjoyed. Back to Linpan City. Ling Ying and the others came to Lin Xian's side and said, "Let's go. We've been relaxing for a while. I've also reached Heavenly Venerables. It's time to relax." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he suddenly thought of Linya. When he thought of Linya, Lin Xian sighed. Now, Lin Xian wanted Zhao Mengyue to make a move as soon as possible. As long as she made a move, Lin Xian would have a way to kill her. Find her trace. Chapter 1263. It was another night of ecstasy. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The two beautiful girls beside him were still sleeping soundly. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stretched. This woke the two girls up. Bastard! Ling Ying kicked Lin Xian. Lin Xian flew off the bed. Damn! What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Lin Xian scratched his head. Wow! He didn't provoke them. What was Ling Ying angry about? Last night, that bastard smelled so bad. It was obvious that he used it not long ago. They played together last night, so he definitely didn't use it. When did he use it? He must have used it with Bing Lingyue before coming to their room. Ah! Bing Lingyue had fallen for him. This was nothing. They knew it. What was most infuriating was that he should have taken a shower. Even if he didn't want to, he should have washed it first. Damn it! Damn it! Ah! Lin Xian then crawled onto the bed. You haven't woken up yet. Continue sleeping. Get lost. It was almost noon when they walked out. Bing Lingyue had also just woken up and was making lunch. I'm cooking. It's almost done. Bing Lingyue then said. Thank you, Sister Lingyue. Ling Ying said and then looked at Bing Lingyue. Such a beautiful and noble woman. How could she be taken by Lin Xian? Chushue, this Lin Xian said that he would let Sister Lingyue stay here. He is obviously lying. Ling Ying whispered to Han Chushue. Han Chushue nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were both daughters of the 8 great families in Tiandu. They were so outstanding and beautiful with so many suitors. However, the two of them served Lin Xian together. This Lin Xian had other women outside, how to say it? If it was in the past, how could they tolerate it? But now, instead, he was angry. She wanted to bite Lin Xian to death, not leave him. Perhaps they all knew what was going on. In fact, perhaps every girl around Lin Xian knew what was going on. How many beautiful girls do you think Lin Xian has around him? There should be at least a dozen of them, right? Let's not talk about other things. Even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, as his girlfriends, when they saw that Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls around him and that he was on such good terms with them, what would they subconsciously think? She was also Lin Xian's girlfriend. Over time, I'm used to it. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be very handsome or charming, but he was able to do something that many people couldn't do. He was able to make the girls around him willingly accept and tolerate everything. In fact, it was mainly because of his shamelessness and the girls' tolerance. It was the girls who really liked him. Who asked them to like a scumbag? Where are we going today? Ling Ying asked. Anything is fine. Sister Bing, do you want to come along? Bing Lingyue said, I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Half a month later, that's right, another half a month had passed. In this half a month, Lin Xian spent time with the girls. Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and Xan, Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Yinqi, and Ling Ying. When he was free, he would go and see Xiao Linglong, Little Shi, and the others. Then, Yirenbing's baby was about to be born. Lin Xian was with Xiao Linglong and the others. A month had passed. Little Shi had grown up by another month. It was a visible change. How many more days? Lin Xian looked at Yirenbing and asked. I went to see the doctor. He said there's still a dozen more days before the due date. Lin Xian rubbed her big belly. During this period of time, Yirenbing had obtained an unprecedented amount of peace. She felt that it was quite good. Don't give birth to another one as naughty as you. Lin Xian glanced at Little Shi and reached out his hand. As expected, she bit him with one bite. Little Shi's naughtiness is just like yours. Yirenbing said. Linglong Shui nodded. Is there still no news from your sister? Linglong Shui then asked. I received a message from her a few days ago, Lin Xian said. What? Lin Xian, she might have found an opportunity to log into her QQ account using someone else's phone. Then she sent a message to my QQ account saying I'm fine. That was indeed the case. At noon 7 days ago, Lin Xian received such a message. When he received this message, how should he put it? Lin Xian had been worried the entire time. After receiving it, he was still worried, but he felt much better. She might be opening one demon god seal after another during this period of time. According to what you said, she probably obtained something that recorded the exact locations of the 12 sealed demon gods. Linglong Shui said. Yeah. That's the biggest headache. I know what they're doing, but I can't find them. I have no clue at all. Lin Xian sighed. Don't worry. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, I know. I just feel like she's been wronged. Of course she's been wronged. Linglong Shui nodded. I think it won't be long before that stupid woman appears. Lin Xian clenched his fists. That idiotic woman was incredibly arrogant, especially when she said that she would be invincible after obtaining some power. Of course, she was indeed sinister. However, Lin Xian swore that the next time he met her, he would definitely kill her. This was because Lin Xian had already prepared a spatial sealing crystal that Linglong Shui had given him. When the time came, he might not have enough spatial powers, but with this crystal, even if Xiao Mengyue had a way to escape, Lin Xian would not let her escape. After that, Lin Xian went to the Art Pavilion Corporation. The Art Pavilion Corporation had already begun purchasing various places in Lin and City and was beginning to turn it into their territory. As for Bai Xianxian, many experts had come. That's right, they were all attracted by the attribute-increasing potions. The temptation was even greater than they imagined. How terrifying was it? Lin Xian roughly understood. There were 2 Heavenly Dao Realm experts, 63 Great Void Realm experts, and 579 Heavenly Dao Realm experts. These were the experts attracted by the potions. Furthermore, it was not over yet. Every day, there would be many experts coming from all over the continent. As for who could stay and how loyal they were, Lin Xian believed that Bai Xianxian could handle it well. Lin Xian was just about to visit Bai Xianxian when he received a message on his phone. It was from Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian's brows twitched slightly. This was interesting. Wu Yuhan sent him a message. This was the first time in his life. The content of the message was very simple. The evil fiend Hall wants to take action against you. Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not even know which Wu Yuhan's personality was. The evil fiend Hall wanted to take action against him for a long time. Lin Xian was not surprised. However, why would Wu Yuhan tell him this? Then, Lin Xian went to the coffee shop that he had made an appointment with Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan, who was wearing a beige coat, was sitting there. Lin Xian took a glance. It was the cold Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian sat down. How did you know? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 1264. Wu Yuhan's words were ridiculous. Therefore, Lin Xian believed that there must be a secret behind this. Wu Yuhan raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. This was the cold Wu Yuhan. If it was the charming Wu Yuhan, Lin Xian might not believe her words. However, this cold Wu Yuhan disdained to lie. She was too lazy to even say a word. How could she joke about this? Wu Yuhan then said, actually, after saying that, she frowned slightly. Then, she lowered her head and shook it. When she raised her head again, Lin Xian noticed that her eyes had changed. She had clearly become another Wu Yuhan. The corner of Wu Yuhan's mouth rose slightly. Okay. Since this little sister wants to tell you, I'll tell you. Lin Xian scratched his head. Big sister, tell me. Lin Xian was confused. What can you tell me? Wu Yuhan then laughed and took a sip of coffee. She then said indifferently, actually. I'm a member of the Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian, okay. Lin Xian was confused. But how should he put it? Maybe it was reasonable. It couldn't be said that it was reasonable. Because in an organization like the Evil Fiend Temple, you really couldn't be sure if someone around you was a member. Maybe an old man selling egg pancakes was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, and then... Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and asked doubtfully. How should he put it? Although it was a little surprising, since this Wu Yuhan was the target of the mission, it proved that she had a good character. The girls who triggered this mission were all good. Even if she was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, Lin Xian didn't think that there would be a big problem. Moreover, she might have looked for him to explain something. And then, Wu Yuhan played with a strand of her hair and smiled at Lin Xian. And then... I was sent by the Evil Fiend Temple to plot against you. Lin Xian, fine. Lin Xian hadn't expected this. It can't be, big sister. You plotted against me. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Since he said something like that, it should be true. Well, I can't say that it was a plot. The mission I received was to bring you to the Evil Fiend Temple, no matter what method I used. Lin Xian scratched his head. And then, there was no chance. Wu Yuhan shrugged helplessly. Lin Xian, you disappeared for half a year not long after you entered the martial arts academy. When you came back, I was no match for you. What could I do? Lin Xian, thinking about it, it made sense. It's mainly because my younger sister has been trying to stop it. Sigh, Wu Yuhan took another sip of coffee. Little sister, stop him. Lin Xian frowned. Then, it could be understood that Wu Yuhan's split personalities were extremely serious. It could really be understood as two souls. Each soul dominated the body and could do different things. However, the other soul inherited the memories. Sometimes, these two souls would even fight for control of the body. What she meant was that joining the evil fiend hall was merely the intention of the older sister, Wu Yuhan, and the younger sister, the cold personality, Wu Yuhan, did not want to join. Then, the evil fiend hall might have given her a final ultimatum, and the two personalities had a conflict. Wow! He didn't expect that the cold Wu Yuhan would protect him in the end. Sob, 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 he was so touched. Yes, then what do you think I can do? Wu Yuhan shrugged helplessly. Then what do you mean now? Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and asked. What do I mean now? Isn't it very clear? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Alright, then bring me to the evil fiend temple. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian again. What do you mean? I want to know if the evil fiend temple you're in is just a small branch of the evil fiend temple or, Wu Yuhan thought for a moment and said, it can't be said to be the biggest main temple in the evil fiend temple, but it's not just a small branch. The evil fiend temple has a main temple. I've never seen this main temple before. Under the main temple, there are 5 branches of the evil fiend temple called the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth temples. These 5 branches are in charge of the 5 continents. Under these 5 branches, there might be a small branch in every city. Lin Xian, to be honest, he and everyone on the continent knew that the evil fiend temple was spread out widely. However, they didn't expect it to be so big. In every city in every empire, however, the evil fiend temple would always be the evil fiend temple. It would never be able to become an existence on the level of the 3 major forces. This was because the number of people couldn't compare. A force that could only be in the dark, how big could one expect such a force to grow? Of course, there was a reason why the evil fiend temple could grow so big. The evil fiend temple had captured the dark side of human nature. Then I'm one of the 5 members of the evil fiend temple. I'm one of the members of the evil fiend temple in China. Lin Xian, big sister, who are you? Where did you get to? Lin Xian opened his mouth. Wu Yuhan smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm beautiful and a qualified elder of the evil fiend temple took a fancy to me. Then you were fucked. Wu Yuhan, no, my sister killed him a long time ago. Lin Xian, very valiant. You won't be discovered. Yes, but no one knows who did it. I'll still be a member of the evil fiend temple. Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were just the names of the 5 branches of the evil fiend temple in the 5 empires. Regardless of whether you were from the evil fiend temple or the evil fiend temple, they were all evil fiend temples. However, my sister didn't agree to do anything to you and insisted on telling you. Since I've already told you, I have no choice but to tell you the truth, right? Lin Xian looked at her. I always thought that the most difficult person to deal with was your cold personality. I didn't expect it to be you. No, I'm not difficult to deal with. Didn't I tell you obediently? Wu Yuhan winked at Lin Xian flirtatiously. TSK, if I wasn't smart, I would have been tricked by you. Oh. You're smart. Then did you realize it before? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. To be honest, Lin Xian was not wary of Wu Yuhan at all because the system had triggered the mission for her. Fortunately, the cold Wu Yuhan stood out. No, I'm puzzled. Why did you join the evil fiend temple? Wu Yuhan stirred her coffee and said, for fun. Lin Xian. Chapter 1265. All right. This was indeed more in line with Wu Yuhan's style. The evil fiend hall does whatever they want. I quite like it. That means you've killed a lot of innocent people? Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian. I don't think so. Let me think. Actually, I'm not really innocent. Then, as she swayed her hair, she said, think about it, if I went out with some people to farm monsters, or if I met some people who were farming monsters, with my devastatingly beautiful face, they would easily be lustful, and then I would kill them. That's nothing, right? Lin Xian. This woman was quite smart. Alright, then do me a favor. Lin Xian then said, I have a huge grudge with the evil fiend hall. Take me to the evil fiend hall in China. Wu Yuhan shook her head. Are you going to die? Of course not. I have someone behind me. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan shook her head again. Actually, I've never been there either. Lin Xian. Wow. Woman, can you be more reliable? Wu Yuhan giggled. I've really never been there. I've only been in contact with some people there. However, I don't know the exact location of the headquarters. Lin Xian scratched his head. However, although I don't know the location of the Evil Fiend Hall, I do know the location of the Evil Fiend Hall in Linen City. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This Xiao Mengyue was from the Evil Fiend Hall. Then, do you know anyone from the Evil Fiend Hall in Linen City? Wu Yuhan nodded. I know quite a lot. Do you know a woman called Xiao Mengyue? Wu Yuhan thought for a moment and then shook her head. What do I need you for? Little brother, I'm not your subordinate. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. However, even if you have a grudge with the Evil Fiend Hall, the Evil Fiend Hall is not something that can be defeated easily. Let's not talk about the main hall of the Evil Fiend Hall first. Among the 5 Evil Fiend Halls of the Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth Fiend Halls, who knows how many great Void stage experts there are. Not to mention the Celestial Venerables, the number of law domains is simply unimaginable. This was also within Lin Xian's expectations. The 7 elders of the Evil God Fire Hall are all at the Absolute Void Realm. Do you dare to fight them? Lin Xian expressed, why wouldn't I? Let this young master's wife do it, and I'll wipe them all out with a wave of my hand. I've even heard that the Evil Fiend Hall's main hall's hall master, and not just the hall master, is at the Heavenly Dao realm. To be honest, it's quite terrifying. Lin Xian nodded. If this evil divine palace was not powerful, how could they have existed in the 3 great forces for so many years in the human territory? Where is the evil shrine in Lin City? Lin Xian asked. Liao family. Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Liao family. Lin Xian still had some impression of the Liao family. The Liao family's younger brother, Liao Zhibang, was killed by him. The Art Xian Group's Art Xian building was also bought from the Liao family. The Liao family was actually the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Hall in Lin City. The so-called headquarters is actually a place that only some of the more important people know about and can enter. Most of the members of the Evil Fiend Hall don't have any offline organizations. They only contact each other online and usually don't contact each other. Wu Yuhan said. The Liao family is also part of the Evil Fiend Hall. Of course. However, the Liao family can't make the decision. The Liao family is also a dog. Then, who makes the decision? Lin Xian asked curiously. You've seen her before. I've seen her before. Lin Xian frowned. It couldn't be another old acquaintance, right? You've seen a woman in Tianhua City's Tianhua Academy. Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian, it's her. Lin Xian still remembered that she was scared away by Linglong Shui. So it was her. Heavenly Venerable Realm, Wu Yuhan nodded. It's the Heavenly Venerable Realm, but it's definitely much stronger. I heard that the Evil Fiend Hall in Lin and City has changed recently. How did it change? I'm not sure about the details, but it seems like it has changed hands. Change hands? Yes, this is a small matter. The Evil Fiend Hall won't care about the situation of a certain Evil Fiend Hall in a city, because even the boss of the Evil Fiend Hall doesn't know the bigger secret of the Evil Fiend Hall. Even the Hall Master of the Evil Fiend Hall in Lin and City doesn't know the location of the Evil Fiend Hall. They can only contact an elder of the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian nodded. This was reasonable. The terrifying thing about the Evil Fiend Hall was that their information was hidden. This was also why the three major forces were helpless against the Evil Fiend Hall for so many years. They couldn't find them at all. They must have done a good job of keeping this a secret. Then they're in the Liao family, Wu Yuhan said, the Liao family's people, a security guard of the Liao family, the Liao family's nanny, and so on. They could all be from the Evil Fiend Hall. The people in the Liao family's company are also from the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian, Grass Tower. You're not lying to me, right? Wu Yuhan smiled and said, you can choose. When the time comes, just follow anyone and you should know. Lin Xian, are you going? You want to go? Lin Xian nodded. Up to you. I'm not going. Wu Yuhan then stood up. Why? I'm still a member of the Evil Fiend Hall. If I go over and help you beat up those people from the Evil Fiend Hall, who will pass you some information about the Evil Fiend Hall in the future. Don't you think so? Wu Yuhan smiled at Lin Xian like a vixen. You've made me very touched. Just take it as compensation for your original thoughts. If you want to thank someone, thank my sister. Then, Wu Yuhan moved closer to Lin Xian's ear and whispered, watch a movie with me at 10 tonight. I'll let you fuck my sister at night. Deal? Lin Xian, your sister is also you. It's different. I'll wait for you. Wu Yuhan finished speaking and walked out. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Something was wrong. No matter what this woman said, Lin Xian suspected that she had other intentions. It was very scary. He couldn't see through this vixen. That's not right. I keep feeling that she doesn't have a split personality. Instead, she really has two souls. Lin Xian frowned. Anyway, this feeling was very strange. Wasn't the split personality too exaggerated? After Wu Yuhan walked out, her gaze instantly changed. It turned into the cold gaze of Wu Yuhan. How dare you? Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. You don't dare. I'm you and you're me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You care so much about this Lin Xian. Doesn't that mean you like him? Since you're too embarrassed to say it, let me help you. After a few seconds, she said, get out of my body. Hey, how can you talk to me like that? I'm going to be unhappy. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. That's right. She didn't have a split personality. She really had two souls. As for the reason, only Wu Yuhan knew. Chapter 1266. Lin Xian walked out while smoking. He was thinking about how to get to the Liao family. The people in the Liao family's company were all members of the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City. No wonder you couldn't find the Evil Fiend Temple's hideout. They didn't set up any secret base at all. They just openly worked and lived in front of everyone, and then when they were free, they would kill humans at night. Tell me, How could the three major forces find them? But if Lin Xian wanted to make a move, he would need evidence, right? How could the evil fiend temple have any evidence? So, if Lin Xian wanted to make a move, he might need to open a back door. Then, Lin Xian went to the Yixian group. What? Murong Qing was working in the office. She was really busy now. She had to deal with business matters and various acquisitions. It was so annoying. Bastard Lin Xian. She inexplicably felt that she had become Lin Xian's manager. Make money. She didn't lack money. Then, why was she so willing to help him manage the company and make money? Drunk. Lin Xian grinned and went to Murong Qing's side. Beautiful sister, let me tell you something. I also want to tell you something. Lin Xian nodded. You go first. The Yixian Group is acquiring a large number of properties in Lin and city, companies, and so on. It's going smoothly at the moment, but the Liao family is a bit difficult to deal with. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. Liao family. Lin Xian was just about to talk about the Liao family when they popped up. Murong Qing then said, the Liao family is now the richest family in Lin and city other than our Yixian group. Their family assets exceed hundreds of billions. Adding their fixed assets, it should add up to more than 800 billion. Lin Xian also roughly understood why the Liao family was developing so well. Damn, that was because the evil fiend temple was supporting them from behind. Their development was definitely good. And then Murong Qing said, then the Liao family doesn't support the acquisition because most of their industries are not in Lin and city. So our Arch Xian group is not very good and can threaten them. Now that Tianhua City and Changfeng City have been occupied by the human race, the housing prices in Lin and city have plummeted, so we have to acquire it quickly. Let's just buy it then, Lin Xian said. That might cost tens of billions, and we won't be able to recoup our capital. Murong Qing said. Then let's just kill them all, Lin Xian said. Murong Qing was speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged Murong Qing. Murong Qing quickly pushed him away. I say, you're getting bolder and bolder. You're already taking advantage of me so unscrupulously. Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian. Isn't that because you're beautiful? Lin Xian grinned. Murong Qing's mission had been in the past for too long, but Lin Xian really couldn't find a way to pursue her. My niece is even more beautiful. Her eyes and hair are sky blue. She's very beautiful. You can have ideas about her. Murong Qing said. Lin Xian coughed dryly. How could he just have ideas about her? He already had her in his hands. She didn't agree to be his girlfriend, but Lin Xian felt that there shouldn't be any problem. Even God was helping him pursue Murong Yu. She's not as beautiful as you. She's really far from you. Her temperament is not something she can compare to. Lin Xian said. Murong Qing was speechless. How good did a person have to be at telling lies to be able to say this sentence without blushing? Their temperaments were very good, but their temperaments were different. Anyway, Lin Xian's words were nonsense. Okay, I'll tell Murong Yu when the time comes. Lin Xian was speechless. I guess with your level of lecherousness, you must have taken a fancy to my niece. Once you tell her, will you still pursue her? Murong Qing laughed. I'll tell her then. Lin Xian shrugged. Murong Qing took out her phone and opened Murong Yu's friends list. I'll really tell her. Tell her then. Lin Xian didn't believe that this girl couldn't win him over when they were already at this level. Murong Qing then edited a sentence of Lin Xian said you're ugly and showed it to Lin Xian. I'll send it. Lin Xian was speechless. Send it. Oh wow, I'll really send it. Send it. Murong Qing then sent a message. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Soon, Murong Yu replied. I got it. Murong Qing smiled and waved her phone at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was speechless. Ahem, let's talk about something else. It's about the Liao family. Lin Xian changed the topic. Ha! Lin Xian then said, some people say that the Liao family's company is the headquarters of the evil fiend temple in Lin and City. Murong Qing frowned and looked at Lin Xian. You can't talk about this kind of thing. I believe it. Lin Xian shrugged. Do you have evidence? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. These people from the Evil Divine Palace will have the Evil Divine Palace's command medallion on them. Of course, only those with a little bit of status will have it. If we can find this Evil Divine Palace's command medallion, then we can convict them. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. How do we find it? I don't know either. This kind of thing that will die once it's discovered must be hidden in an extremely hidden place. It probably won't even be placed in the space ring. Murong Qing said. Lin Xian thought for a moment. It could be in some secret mechanism. Anyway, he didn't know. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. You mean, we can use the name of acquiring their company to go to their company and take a good look? Lin Xian laughed. Okay. Wait a minute, I'll look for something. Murong Qing then ran out and walked in after a while. What are you looking for? Murong Qing then took out a few miniature listening devices. I've installed more than a dozen listening devices in his company. I don't believe that I won't be able to eavesdrop on anything. And this listening device is anti-interference. Murong Qing said. They believe that they might have done something, but could they think of anyone suspecting that they were from the evil fiend temple? Difficult. Fuck. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If this is true, then you've done a great deed. Murong Qing said. Lin Xian smiled. You'll know more about it in the future. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian curiously. Let's go. She sorted out some information and then went to the Liao group with Lin Xian. Murong Qing would definitely choose to believe Lin Xian's words. No matter where she heard the news from, she believed in Lin Xian. Director Liao, Murong Qing and Lin Xian from the Yixian group have come to our company. A beautiful woman beside Liao Xian bowed and said. Lin Xian. Liao Xian trembled with anger when he heard the name. What are they doing here? Acquiring the Liao group. Humph. Let them come. Chapter 1267. Lin Xian and Murong Qing arrived at the Liao group. As for Murong Qing, she had left a very small listening device in the elevator and even casually and unintentionally left behind some employees' desks. Lin Xian had his eye of spiritual insight open the entire time. He was checking if there were any hidden mechanisms in the company that ordinary people couldn't see. So far, he hadn't found any. However, because martial artists didn't release their spiritual energy, you wouldn't know what realm they were at. It was very easy for them to pretend to be an ordinary person or someone whose realm wasn't high. You wouldn't be able to tell. However, Lin Xian had his eye of spiritual insight, so he could directly see their realms. As expected, the realms of everyone here weren't low. The lowest was close to the mysterious heaven realm. Even some of the young ladies were at this realm. Was this normal for a company like this? Of course not. Therefore, Lin Xian was basically certain that this was the evil fiend temple. Soon, they arrived upstairs. Director Liao has been waiting for you two inside for a long time. A beautiful woman bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." Then, the two pushed open the door and walked in. Liao Xian was pouring tea. "Ha ha ha, Miss Murong, young Master Lin, welcome, welcome." Liao Xian smiled and stood up to greet them. Murong Qing smiled and said, "Director Liao is really living a comfortable life." "Ha ha ha, of course I'll be more comfortable after earning money. However, no matter how much money I earn, it can't be compared to young Master Lin and Miss Murong. Your days are much more comfortable than mine. Sit." Then, the two sat opposite him. Liao Xian personally poured tea for them. Lin Xian checked. Law realm. Not domain realm. This Liao Xian wasn't very strong, but he was definitely someone who knew a little more about the evil fiend temple in Lin and City. "Why have the two of you come to my company this time?" Liao Xian asked with a smile. Murong Qing put the listening device under the chair she was sitting on, and then said with a smile, "It's like this. I have discussed with Mr. Liao before. It's about the acquisition of your company." Liao Xian laughed. "Ha ha ha, Miss Murong, young Master Lin, this matter is really not easy to handle. You know that the Liao Group is my root. If the Liao Group is acquired, I will indeed get a large sum of money. But if I lose my root, sigh, this is really not easy to handle. In fact, under normal circumstances, they would be overjoyed to acquire Liao Xian. To be honest, he was panicking in Lin and City because he didn't know when Lin and City would fall. Even if Tianhua City and Changfeng City got it back, so what? As long as the demon race wanted to make a move, the two cities that had not yet stabilized could be taken away in an instant. Then, Lin and City would once again become the target of public criticism. Lin and City could easily fall into enemy hands. He also wanted to take the money and run. However, there was nothing he could do. His company was a stronghold that the evil fiend Hall had planted in Lin and City. If he agreed, how could the evil fiend Hall agree? Our Yixuan Group is willing to offer a higher price. Director Liao, take a look. Murong Qing then pushed the contract over. She didn't come here this time to acquire the Liao Group. It was very simple. As long as there was evidence that the Liao Group was a nest of the evil fiend Hall in Lin and City, they could get the Liao Group without spending any money. Liao Xian glanced at the contract. Fuck. Wasn't this Yixuan Group too rich? They could even offer this amount of money. Awesome. However, although he was very tempted, he couldn't agree. He. Miss Murong, young Master Lin, this matter really can't be done. Liao Xian pushed the contract back. Murong Qing also believed that the Liao Group was a nest of the evil fiend Hall. Why? You don't even agree to this price. Then you must be up to something. The price she offered was simply too high. Either you buy it, or I'll test you. The results of this test were revealed. Now, she was basically suspecting this place. What she lacked was only evidence. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Young Master Liao, why don't you agree? This price is already very high. Moreover, Lin and City isn't a good place. Once the human race and the demon race fight, Lin and City will be too dangerous. By then, many people will have to move away. This price is absolutely tempting." Liao Xian pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "Young Master Lin, everyone knows about this. You know about it, I know about it, and even ordinary people know about it. But young Master Lin, the Art Xian Group is also in Lin and City. Now, the Art Xian Group is buying a large number of companies in Lin and City." Liao Xian then took a sip of tea and said with a smile, young Master Lin, isn't the Yixian group paying a lot more than me? Since it's so dangerous, the Yixian group still spent so much effort and money to acquire Lin and City. Aren't they afraid that Lin and City will be attacked? He, Director Liao, you're really something. Yes, if the Yixian group dares to do this, then I'll definitely have no problem under the protection of the Yixian group, right? Yixian group, young Master Lin, you're not worried that the entire Lin and City will be attacked and the Yixian group will go bankrupt instantly? Then, I have even less to worry about, right? Liao Xian smiled. Lin Xian then asked, is it impossible to increase the price? Liao Xian shook his head. It's not impossible. I really don't want to sell. Then the Yixian group can only buy the Liao group by force. Lin Xian said ruthlessly. Sure enough, Liao Xian's expression changed when he said this. The Yixian group had the capital. If they bought it by force, the Liao group would still be gone. But he had to discuss this matter with the evil fiend temple. If the Yixian group bought it by force, this place would be gone. The evil fiend temple wouldn't blame him, right? Blame him for not telling them in advance. No. He, young Master Lin, you can't do this, right? Lin Xian said, the Liao family owns 35% of the shares in the Liao group. I believe that the Yixian group can definitely buy back 65% of the market with sincerity and a higher price. At that time, we'll be the real shareholders of the Liao group and have the absolute right to speak. Does Director Liao think this is difficult for our Yixian group? He, young Master Lin, you don't have to be so ruthless, right? We've discussed it with Director Liao. There's no other way. This is the business world. Director Liao should know better since you're in the business world, right? Lin Xian smiled. He wanted to see what Liao Xian would do. Ahem. Liao Xian then coughed dryly and said, how about this, can the two of you give me 2 days to consider? It's such a big matter, I have to think about it again, right? I'll give the two of you an answer within 2 days. The two of you can't be so anxious that you can't wait for 2 days, right? Chapter 1268. Liao Xian needed to discuss this matter with the evil fiend shrine. He had no other choice. As long as he discussed it, even if the Liao group was forcefully acquired, it would have nothing to do with him. However, if he did not even have the chance to speak and let the evil fiend shrine make a decision, then with the way the evil fiend shrine did things, he would no longer have any value. Then, it would be very dangerous. Lin Xian smiled. Alright, for 2 days. We also hope to be friends with Chairman Liao, but we don't want to fall out with Chairman Liao, right? Then, Lin Xian stood up. Then, we'll visit again next time. Goodbye. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Qing walked out. Lin Xian also saw something. That's right. It was a hidden compartment. There was a very small hidden compartment behind the wall. Such a small hidden compartment was probably the size of a book, or a few cards. It could also be the evil fiend shrine's token. In any case, Lin Xian remembered it in his heart. Liao Xian stood in front of the glass and watched the two of them walk out of the Liao group building before taking out his phone. Beautiful sister, is your listening device installed? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing said, it was installed as soon as I sat down. I don't know if it will be discovered. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Murong Qing shook her head. It shouldn't be. No matter how suspicious he is, he won't think that we're going to plant a listening device this time. Because our goal is very clear, which is to acquire the Liao group. Moreover, the Yixian group has been acquiring other companies and enterprises. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing. He won't be suspicious. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Murong Qing handed Lin Xian a headset. Listen to it. I'll now switch the channel to the listening device in his office. Murong Yu said. Indeed, Liao Xian really didn't suspect anything. Everyone in the Liao family's building seemed to be employees, but in reality, they were all people from the Evil Fiend Shrine. Moreover, they were either the Liao family's trusted aides or people from the Evil Fiend Shrine in Lin and City. As for the other members of the Evil Fiend Shrine who were relatively ordinary, they had no idea that the Liao clan group was the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Shrine in Lin and City. They had no right to know. Only when a person gained the trust of the Evil Fiend Temple would they know. Liao Xian was indeed the person in charge of the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City. Of course, he was only an ordinary person in charge. There was an even more powerful group of Evil Fiend Temple members above him who were only in charge of Lin and City. However, they were not in the Liao family building. In other words, the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City actually had two headquarters. One was the Liao group, and the other was a place where people who were even more powerful than the Liao group stayed. Simply put, the members of the Evil Fiend Temple in a city could be divided into three groups. The first group was the ordinary members. They knew that they were members of the Evil Fiend Temple, but they didn't know where the headquarters was. They could only contact someone. The second group was Liao Xian and the others. They knew where the headquarters was, but they still had superiors in Lin and City. They were considered core members, and each of them had taken a poison pill. What was the effect? Once they said anything about the Evil Fiend Temple, they would die suddenly. The third group was the people above Liao Xian in Lin and City. They might all be in the Domain Realm or the Empyrean Realm. Liao Xian and the others only contacted them. They were the members of the Evil Fiend Temple who truly controlled the city. The people below them were all tools. Zhao Mengyue was a member of this third group. In Lin Xian's memory, the Empyrean Realm woman from the Evil Fiend Temple in the Tianhua Academy was also a member of this group. No one knew that the members of the third group of Evil Fiend Temple were already under Zhao Mengyue's control. Of course, it was only a partial control. There were definitely many people who had not been controlled, such as women. Lin Xian and Murong Qing sat in a cafe. They could hear the sound of footsteps. It was obvious that Liao Xian was very impatient. Why didn't you pick up the phone? Liao Xian scratched his head and kept pacing. He made the third call before the other side picked up. What's the matter? A woman's voice came from inside. Be boss. Liao Xian hurriedly said. Lin Xian and Murong Qing raised their eyebrows. There was indeed something. Liao Xian was the boss of the Liao family. Even if he called the Liao family, he would not call them boss. So, this was him calling the higher-ups. I say, your equipment is not good. Why can't I hear the voice on the phone? Lin Xian said. Murong Qing, are you poisonous? I didn't put a bug on his phone. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Shoo, listen. Liao Xian then said, Boss, the Art Pavilion Group is coming to buy the Liao Group. Isn't it fine if you don't give it to them? I just said that if the Liao Group does not give it to them, they will forcefully buy the shares of the Liao Group on the market. The other side was silent for a while. Lin and City is more important to the Evil Fiend Temple. The Liao Group cannot be bought. That voice said. Unfortunately, Lin Xian and the others could not hear this voice. What were they waiting for? They were waiting for Liao Xian to say the words Evil Fiend Temple. Because they were also recording. Then what should we do? The Liao Group will buy the shares on the market. We can't let them buy it. Liao Xian frowned. But I'm afraid the Liao Group doesn't have enough funds. Even if they buy it back and hold all the shares in their hands, the Liao Group may go bankrupt in a short period of time. Don't worry about this. The Evil Fiend Temple will pay for it. The woman said. As long as you are loyal to the Evil Fiend Temple, the Evil Fiend Temple will not treat you badly. The Liao Group has also made a lot of money for the Evil Fiend Temple. This can still be helped. However, when the time comes, the shares will be in the hands of the Evil Fiend Temple. Understood, understood. The Evil Fiend Temple spent money to buy the shares of the Liao Group. Naturally, it will belong to the Evil Fiend Temple. Be careful. The Art Pavilion Group is not simple. Then, that voice hung up. Humph. Lin Xian wants to buy the Liao Group. I want to see if you have the ability to kill my brother. I will make you pay a heavy price. Liao Xian snorted coldly. Lin Xian and Murong Qing looked at each other. You killed his brother. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. That's because he wanted to kill me. That's why I killed him. Murong Qing then said, it doesn't matter. We've got the evidence now. Lin Xian then said, but there are still people above him. We can't do anything now. We have to think of a way to wipe out the people above him. Chapter 1269. If they made a move against them now, they could make a move because Liao Xian's words had already been exposed. Moreover, they had also recorded the recording. They could directly rush over to block it and convict it. There was no way to defend themselves. However, if he did that, he would be alerting the enemy. Moreover, everyone knew that the members of the Evil Fiend Temple who knew a little about things had all taken poison pills. Once they wanted to say something, they would instantly die. Therefore, the real headquarters of the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City might not be so easy to find. All the clues had been cut off. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to wipe them all out? If the Evil Fiend Temple was wiped out, Lin and City would be Lin Xian's territory. There would be no need to worry about anything else. But even so, why were there still so many people joining the Evil Fiend Temple? That was the temptation of strength. As a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, I could be unscrupulous in the dark. Moreover, I could climb up. In the future, I would have such a large force as my backer. Why not? As long as I wasn't caught, wouldn't I never say anything about the Evil Fiend Temple? Murong Qing thought for a moment and then said, I reckon that with the cautiousness of the Evil Fiend Temple, even if they did something, they wouldn't come into contact with Liao Xian. At most, they would contact him by phone. Lin Xian frowned slightly. I'm wondering if there's any way to make Liao Xian reveal information about the Evil Fiend Temple. At the same time, he won't die because of the poison pill. Murong Qing, it's difficult. This poison pill can be considered a research product of the Evil Fiend Temple. It's not that we haven't done any research on it. It's a little difficult to crack it. Moreover, believe me, this Liao Xian definitely only has one phone number. He definitely doesn't know anything about the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City. Liao Xian's company was the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Temple, but there was another crucial headquarters. This was the real scourge. So what should we do? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He felt that he might be able to find that idiot Zhao Mengyue. Murong Qing was also muttering to herself as she thought of a way. Naturally, she also hoped that she could wipe out the Evil Fiend Temple in Lin and City. Do you think that Liao Xian's headquarters would be useful? Of course, there was, but it only treated the symptoms and not the root of the problem. If the Evil Fiend Hall spent a little more time, they would be able to nurture another family or force to become the headquarters of Lin and City. At that time, it would be even harder to find them. Lin Xian slapped his forehead and hurriedly made a phone call. Wu Yuhan's lazy voice came from the other side. Is something the matter? Lin Xian then said, the Liao Group is the Evil Fiend Hall's headquarters, but the Evil Fiend Hall has an even more powerful and important headquarters in Lin and City. Tell me the location of this headquarters. Damn it. How could he have forgotten about Wu Yuhan? But why should I tell you? I've already told you about the Liao Corporation. We're even now. Lin Xian, big sister, stop messing around. Wu Yuhan lay on the bed and swung her legs. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. How about, you give me something, and I'll tell you. Say, I've been very lonely and empty recently. Didn't we agree before that you'll bring me to a movie tonight and get a room? If you agree, I'll tell you. Wu Yuhan said in an extremely enticing manner. Lin Xian, big sister, are you serious? Okay, where are you? I'll go and find you. Lin Xian said. I'll wait for you at Leo Cafe. Then Wu Yuhan hung up the phone. Lin Xian did not think that this woman was really planning to do anything. She was either scheming something or harboring evil intentions. Wu Yuhan sat on the edge of the bed with a smile on her face. Little sister. I'll let you enjoy tonight. Wu Yuhan muttered to herself. Don't court death. Another cold voice of Wu Yuhan sounded in her mind. I'm letting you enjoy tonight. Why aren't you willing? However, I'll leave the dating process to big sister. I'll leave the enjoyment process to little sister. Then, Wu Yuhan stood in front of the mirror and hummed a song as she chose her clothes. What's going on? Murong Qing asked Lin Xian in confusion. I might be able to find the location of this headquarters. Wait for my news. Murong Qing, you know a core member of the Evil Fiend Hall? I guess so. Murong Qing, then how did she manage to leak information about the Evil Fiend Hall to you and not die? Lin Xian did not understand either. I don't know, but she was the one who told me that this is the Evil Fiend Hall's headquarters. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan said that an elder from the Evil Fiend Hall's fire hall liked her. Then, this elder probably opened a back door for her and did not give her the poison pill or the antidote. Or perhaps, that elder had already been killed and Wu Yuhan had found the antidote. No matter what, this girl shouldn't be dangerous. After all, she was the girl who triggered the system's mission. Then, let's not care about the Liao Group's shares for now. If they want to spend a lot of money to buy the shares in the market, let them do it. After all, when the time comes and we destroy the Liao Group, we'll get it for free. Murong Qing said. Of course. Then, I'll get to work first. You can wait for my news. Murong Qing nodded. After that, Lin Xian went to Haoliu Cafe. Wu Yuhan was already there. Today, Lin Xian found that Wu Yuhan was wearing a dress, which was a rare sight. Fuck. Is this for real? This girl really did not wear a dress. Anyway, Lin Xian had known her for a long time and had never seen her in a dress. But to be honest, she was really beautiful. Moreover, she could arouse a person's desire with just a raise of her hand. If you think about it, fuck, it would feel like you've done it twice. That was simply too exciting. You even specially dressed up. Looking at Wu Yuhan in front of him. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You're going to wear this on a date with me. You're not sincere. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Fuck. Did she want him to go back and change his clothes? It's the same, it's the same. Don't I usually dress like this? Lin Xian coughed dryly. Sigh. You're not sincere. Wu Yuhan sighed and stirred her coffee. Big sister, then I'll pay for tonight's expenses, okay? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Fuck. Anyway, he did not lack money. Lin Xian hated the evil fiend temple to the core. Moreover, he might be able to find information about Zhao Mengyue and Lin Ye. Moreover, if this matter succeeds, I don't care how much money you spend tonight. I'll let the 3 major forces reimburse me. Nice. If Wu Yuhan knew Lin Xian's thoughts, she would definitely be stunned. Big brother, how much does your Art Xian group earn every day? You're still thinking about this. Wow. Do you have to be so stingy? Chapter 1270. Lin Xian was going to deduct. He was not going to deduct. Fuck. He had so many girlfriends to support in the future, and all of them were daughters of rich families. They could casually buy jewelry that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Would he be able to support them in the future? He would have to save more money for his wives. Okay, you can reimburse me for tonight. Let's go. Wu Yuhan stood up, and so did Lin Xian. Where are we going? Shopping for clothes. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan took the opportunity to grab Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian, what was this girl trying to do? She was even holding his arm. Big sister, are you really on a date? No. Wu Yuhan was up to something. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Then, the two of them went to the shopping mall. Wu Yuhan's figure was really top-notch. When the two of them walked into the mall, too many people's eyes fell on her. Aren't you cold? You're wearing a dress. Lin Xian looked at her straight and fair legs. TSK. Top-notch. I'm cold, so I'm here to buy clothes. What do you think of this store? Wu Yuhan stopped in front of the Chanel store. Lin Xian, fuck. If they were to buy something expensive in this store, it would easily cost hundreds of thousands, right? Also, what the fuck are you cold for? A heavenly venerable. Sob. A small amount of money. Big sister, the clothes here don't look good, right? They're all right. Let's go. Then, Wu Yuhan pulled Lin Xian in. Welcome to the Chanel store. The female salesperson smiled and said. Putting Lin Xian aside for now, Wu Yuhan's looks and temperament were things that they could definitely afford with just one look. Wu Yuhan glanced around. This, and these. Get me all of them to try. Lin Xian, nothing. She only said to try. She did not have to buy, right? Good. The saleswoman was shocked. This guy didn't even ask anything. He just went up and said that he wanted to try the clothes. Soon, Wu Yuhan went to try on the clothes. Handsome, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Several female sales assistants gathered around Lin Xian. This man was not good looking, and the clothes he was wearing were worth hundreds or thousands of yuan. She did not know if he was trying to keep a low profile or if he was being taken care of by that woman. It was probably the former. Because she was such a beautiful girl with such a good temperament. If she wanted to bag someone, she could bag someone even more handsome. Yeah, it's all right. Lin Xian said awkwardly. Then he asked, how much did those items cost? It's not expensive at all. 200,000 to 300,000. Lin Xian, ruthless. His dowry. Wu Yuhan quickly changed into a new set of clothes and walked out. How is it? Wu Yuhan smiled as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it. Beautiful, really beautiful. Perfunctory. I'm not perfunctory. You're beautiful no matter what you wear. The one you just wore was already very beautiful. I don't think there's a need to buy new clothes. Anyway, it's beautiful enough. Lin Xian's last bit of stubbornness persisted. Yeah. Then it's not beautiful enough. Let me try that one. Wu Yuhan pointed at a white coat that even those who did not know the goods would think was definitely not cheap. It was already late autumn, and the weather was indeed a little cold. Lin Xian glanced at the price. 200,000 for one. Are you sure it's not made of gold bars? Okay. Okay. The sales assistants were stunned. Quickly let Wu Yuhan try it on. Soon, Wu Yuhan walked out wearing it. Is it beautiful? Lin Xian quickly shook his head. It's really not beautiful. It doesn't suit your temperament. The sales assistants looked at Lin Xian. Wow. Is this man so stingy? Oh. Okay. Let me try this one. Lin Xian glanced at it. 20,000. Not bad. Then, she finished changing and walked out. How about this one? Wu Yuhan asked expectantly. It's beautiful, it's beautiful. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Then, she tried one after another. Lin Xian said that the cheap ones were beautiful and the expensive ones were not. Then, more than half an hour passed. She had tried at least 20 items. Big sister, do you still want to try? Lin Xian was about to break down. Ah. Going out to buy things with a woman was simply a kind of great torture. Yeah. Almost. Please wrap up all the items that he said were not beautiful. Thank you. Wu Yuhan smiled and said. Lin Xian, WDNMD. Bastard. Ah. Bastard. Then, Wu Yuhan gave Lin Xian a sly smile. Hello, the total is 598,300. Wu Yuhan saw a small bag and took it over. Count this in. Lin Xian sighed. Not bad. Well, it should be enough to reimburse the 3 major forces, right? Hello, the total is 198,800. Lin Xian. What is this? 500,000 for a bag. Yes, this is our latest limited edition. Lin Xian handed over his card helplessly. Then, Wu Yuhan happily kept the bag in her spatial ring. What's wrong? Isn't it just 1 million? Do you need 10 seconds to get 1 million? Lin Xian, big sister, you're exaggerating. Let's go. Where are we going? Watch a movie. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. Thank goodness. Let's go. Then, the two of them went to the cinema. Wu Yuhan chose a horror movie. The two of them sat in the middle and waited for the movie to start. Once the movie started, some scary sound effects were heard. Wu Yuhan buried herself in Lin Xian's arms. I'm a little scared. Lin Xian. Wah. Big sister. What are you doing? Are you scared? Big sister, are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan lifted her head and glanced at Lin Xian with a slight smile. I should be the one asking you to take advantage of me. The corner of Wu Yuhan's mouth curled up as she spoke. Lin Xian thought to himself, I don't dare to. The main thing is, which sentence of this woman is true and which sentence of hers is false. You can't tell. Their relationship isn't that close, right? Isn't it normal for Lin Xian to panic? Then, Lin Xian tentatively reached out and hugged her. Wu Yuhan leaned into Lin Xian's arms. You're just going to hug me like this? Aren't you going to do anything else? Wu Yuhan asked with a smile. Lin Xian. Big sister, you're going to make me panic if you keep doing this. What are you trying to do? Lin Xian wanted to cry. Nothing. I've already given myself to you. Aren't you going to take the initiative to blame me? Lin Xian coughed dryly. Forget it. Forget it. Let's watch the movie. Trash. Wu Yuhan mumbled. Lin Xian. No. Don't force me. Then at least act like a man. Ugh, then, Lin Xian's big mouth pressed down. Wu Yuhan was completely stunned at first. Then, she hugged Lin Xian's neck and the two of them kissed to their heart's content. Chapter 1271. Lin Xian was shocked. He was already prepared to be kicked away by this woman, and then, she didn't. Instead, she took the initiative to cater to him. Fuck. It can't be, right? This woman is for real. No, no, no. Lin Xian, you can't be aroused by lust. You have to stay calm. 10 minutes later, Wu Yuhan pushed Lin Xian away. Her face was flushed, but it wasn't obvious in this environment. And there she was, gasping for air. She was suffocating. Is this a kiss? It's nothing. Wu Yuhan then added. Lin Xian looked at the woman with a smile. Do you want something more exciting? Come on. Lin Xian whispered in her ear. Wu Yuhan, then, she shook her head. No, it's too disgusting. When your sister comes out, I'll help you. When will your sister come out? Wu Yuhan curled her lips and looked at Lin Xian. She'll come out after the shower. Let's go. Let's go. Then, the two of them left the scene. This sister, Wu Yuhan, was a pure demon. Did she like Lin Xian? Of course, she might have a little. Mainly, she felt that this sister had a little. Since she had a little, she would help this sister. She would say what this sister didn't dare to say, and do what this sister didn't dare to do. Hey, are you for real? The two of them came to the hotel room. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan, who had taken off her jacket, dumbfounded. Of course, what's wrong with this? Wu Yuhan curled her lips. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He was just going along with Wu Yuhan and wanted to see what she was up to. She had already kissed him and opened the door. Could it be that she really, hey, I don't think you have a split personality. Your personality has changed too much, and it's not right. Lin Xian put his hand on her leg and said. Wu Yuhan felt goosebumps all over her body. This feeling was really not good. Alright, it's true. Wu Yuhan chuckled. Then what's going on? Wu Yuhan then said, since my sister is going to be yours soon, I'll tell you. We're actually two independent souls in the same body. You can do that. To be precise, this is my younger sister's body. As for me, I am already dead. Lin Xian. Dumbfounded. He was still in a daze. Isn't it incredible? Lin Xian nodded. Many years ago, my family was destroyed by someone else, and I died as well. However, my physique happened to be special. Although my realm wasn't very high, my soul was still there. Later, my twin sister came back and found my soul. Using a special method, she accepted my soul into her body. That is what you see now. Our two souls share one body. Lin Xian, so, even if I'm dead now, I'm still alive. As long as I can find a way to reconstruct my body, I can still come back to life. What do you think? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This is a little too unbelievable, isn't it? It's because my sister and I are twins. Plus, I have a special physique. Anyway, this is the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lin Xian, so, when I kissed you just now, I was actually kissing another Wu Yuhan. It's just that you're controlling Wu Yuhan's body. Lin Xian, yes, the body you're playing with later is also Wu Yuhan's. And I'm Wu Yuhan's sister. Lin Xian, oh my god. What the hell? Then forget it. I'm afraid she'll kill me. She won't. It's because this younger sister seems to have some feelings for you. It's just that as her sister, I found out and helped her say it. Lin Xian, then forget it. I wouldn't dare. Lin Xian shook his head. I can feel that my younger sister is a little unhappy. Lin Xian. I don't believe your words. Lin Xian hurriedly shook his head. Well, if you don't do it, I won't tell you about the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian scratched his head. Big sister, don't be like this. I'm going to take a shower. Think about it. Then Wu Yuhan smiled and walked into the bathroom. Ah. He lay there and scratched his head. What the hell is going on? How scary is this? Soon, Wu Yuhan walked out in a bathrobe. Have you thought about it? You don't want the benefits I gave you. Seriously. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. Then, he looked at her. With a tug of his hand, the bathrobe slipped off. Wu Yuhan's delicate body trembled subconsciously. Fuck. I can't take it anymore. Then, Lin Xian pushed Wu Yuhan down. Just as the two of them were naked, Wu Yuhan's expression changed. Sister, I'll let you enjoy it. Wu Yuhan didn't have time to react. Suddenly, a pained expression appeared on her face. Damn it. Ah. The night passed by just like that. The next morning, Lin Xian scratched his head and opened his eyes. Fuck. He was dumbfounded. He thought that Wu Yuhan was up to something. Then, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Lin Xian glanced at Wu Yuhan beside him. But to be frank, thinking back to last night, because from the beginning, she had already become his sister, Wu Yuhan. However, it was too late. Lin Xian had already done that. What else could Wu Yuhan do? It was all gone. It was all gone. Lin Xian got out of bed quietly. Then, Wu Yuhan opened her eyes. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian's figure. Then, she started to doubt her life. Bastard. Despicable sister. Despicable. That's right. She didn't lose to Lin Xian. Instead, she was tricked by her sister's soul in her body. Her biological sister. Her biological elder sister had caused her to lose her biological younger sister. Sigh, but what else could she do? Lin Xian heard the commotion and turned around to take a look. Ah. You're awake. Wu Yuhan's face was slightly flushed. Then, she burrowed under the blanket. Lin Xian shamelessly burrowed under the blanket again. Get out. Wu Yuhan uttered coldly. Hey, hey, hey. You can't turn your back on me. Wu Yuhan then said coldly, it was that bastard sister who did it. It wasn't me. Speaking of which, this chick was quite pitiful. After all, you're the one I did that to, right? I'll take responsibility. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian. No need. I'm leaving. Leave me alone for a while. Wu Yuhan said. Rip, Lin Xian flipped his hand and tore her clothes that had fallen to the ground. I'll see how you're going to leave. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Bastard. Bastard. However, she still had new clothes in her spatial ring. I'm tired. I'm not going to get up. Lin Xian then hugged her. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Chapter 1272. Wu Yuhan had long known that Lin Xian was a jerk because she had always heard about him. Who did she hear it from? Ling Ying and the rest, and even Murong Yu. Actually, she did not interact much with Lin Xian. She only interacted with him occasionally during meals. Hence, there was one thing that Wu Yuhan did not understand. She knew very well that these girls were all very outstanding, but why were they scolding Lin Xian and being so close to him at the same time? Anyway, it was only at this moment that she completely understood how much of a jerk this person was. Of course, she knew it last night. Lin Xian laughed evilly and hugged her delicate body tightly. No matter how hard Wu Yuhan struggled, she could not escape. The main thing was that Wu Yuhan could not escape now. She could crawl out and run out. Then, she would be seen naked. What? She was also seen naked last night. Oh, that was not the same, okay. Night was night, day was day. She might have slowly gotten used to it last night. But what do you want to do in the morning? Oh my God, how could that be possible? Let go of me. Wu Yuhan did not dare to struggle too much. No, I won't let go. Lin Xian laughed evilly and leaned his face against her body. Smells good. Wu Yuhan, damn it. Damn sister. That's right. She was not angry at Lin Xian, but at her sister. Damn it. It was fine if you wanted to trick your sister, but how could you ruin her sister's body? Lin Xian thought that the cold Wu Yuhan was really cute when she was shy. Han Chuxue was like that too. As for Xiao Xinyue, it had not reached that stage yet. Let's talk about it later. Murong Yu. That was true. Little girl, just give in to me. Lin Xian rubbed against her shoulder again. Slip, let go of me, don't move. Wu Yuhan wanted to cry. She really wanted to cry. She had never encountered such a ridiculous thing in her life. She had lost her virginity and was shamelessly taken advantage of by a bastard. Lin Xian smirked and grabbed a certain part of her body. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Don't move, or I'll bruise it. Lin Xian threatened. Wu Yuhan was speechless. She bit her red lips. You, let go of me. Her face was red all the way to her ears, and even her neck was red. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. This Wu Yuhan was really something else. Lin Xian threatened her and told her not to move. Otherwise, he would crush it. Then, she really didn't dare to move. She just put her hand on Lin Xian's hand and slightly controlled Lin Xian's hand. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Xian smirked. No. Wu Yuhan bit her red lips and turned her face to the other side. Lin Xian increased his strength. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Will you be my girlfriend? No. She gritted her teeth and said angrily. Lin Xian increased his strength. It hurts. Wu Yuhan grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Will you be my girlfriend? Wu Yuhan finally managed to pull Lin Xian's hand off. Then, Lin Xian's other hand was on another one. Wu Yuhan was speechless. She was going crazy. She was really going crazy. To be honest, she couldn't stand it. However, everything that happened last night made her understand one thing. Just this alone didn't seem like much. But no matter what. She still couldn't stand it. You already have so many girlfriends. Why do you still want me to be your girlfriend? Wu Yuhan quickly pulled Lin Xian's other hand off. With her back facing Lin Xian, her voice was slightly trembling. Lin Xian was speechless. To be honest, whenever a girl asked this question, Lin Xian would feel awkward and helpless. Ahem, because I have to be responsible for you. No need. Wu Yuhan said. No need. Don't tell me you want to find another man. No, I can't accept that. I have to be responsible for you. Lin Xian hugged her from behind. Wu Yuhan was speechless. I didn't say I wanted to find another boyfriend. Can't I not find one? That won't do. Don't you want to carry on the family line? No. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. I heard from your sister that something happened in your family. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then what do you want your parents who have already left to think? Don't find a partner and carry on the family line. You have to carry on the family line obediently. Do you hear me? Wu Yuhan was speechless. He said it so righteously. Didn't he just want to see through her? I'll give you 3 seconds to agree. Otherwise, I'll take action. Why are you moving? Before Wu Yuhan could finish her sentence, Lin Xian rubbed against her. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Ah! Don't be like this. I don't care. It's so early in the morning. Can you understand how intense a man can be? Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. She wanted to run. But how could she run? Phew, she took a deep breath in fear. I agree. Then, she gritted her teeth and said this sentence helplessly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, Wu Yuhan nodded with her back facing Lin Xian. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mission reward, Dark Force will be released. Lin Xian roughly knew what Wu Yuhan's mission reward meant. This Dark Force was a kind of dark attribute energy. It was similar to the skill of the spiritual weapon Wan Xia. The general meaning was that it could break through defenses. For example, if Lin Xian released this dark force, even if he was a 6 stars heavenly venerable, this dark force could break through the defenses of an advanced great virtual stage without any enhancement. In short, if used well, it could catch people off guard. They might even regret it for the rest of their lives and die a wrong death. Lin Xian liked this dark force very much. Now that he had received this reward, it meant that he could use any energy, such as thunder attribute martial arts, on this dark force. It might not increase the strength of the energy. Simply put, this was the effect of armor penetration. This thing was not the same as the dark attribute. It could not only be used with the dark attribute. They were 2 completely different concepts. As for the dark attribute, alright, Lin Xian was also very helpless. Yi Rinbing was pregnant with his baby. The baby was about to come out, but she still did not agree to be Lin Xian's woman. Just how arrogant was this demon god, hee hee. Lin Xian then laughed evilly and hugged Wu Yuhan. Why, are you still touching me? Wu Yuhan's delicate body trembled. Why can't I touch you? You're my girlfriend now. Can't I touch you? Does that make sense? Wu Yuhan was speechless. Damn it. I've been tricked. Damn it. Chapter 1273. After that, Wu Yuhan found a chance to sneak in and take a shower. She felt wronged. She lost her virginity for no reason and then became Lin Xian's girlfriend. She was a very traditional woman. She was so traditional that she felt that if she had a boyfriend in the future, she might get to know him and date him for more than half a year before she could get close to him. But now, she didn't feel good at all. Moreover, it was so painful. Didn't this man know how to be gentle with women? Hey, hey, hey. Sister, are you unhappy? Her sister's voice sounded in her mind. Shut up. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Forget it then. Sister will do it. Let sister enjoy it, okay? Get lost. Wu Yuhan scolded coldly. Sister hasn't enjoyed it before. Let sister have a taste. Get lost. Wu Yuhan took a deep breath, then put on the clothes and the spatial ring and walked out. Lin Xian was lying on the bed and having a video call with Zhao Yinqi and the rest. Ha ha ha, I'm under the blanket. Lin Xian laughed. Is this your blanket? Lu Yufan leaned in front of the phone and asked curiously. Oh, I just bought it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Wu Yuhan stood there motionless, afraid that she would cause any commotion. Despicable scumbag. Why was she so pitiful? Is it a pure white blanket? No, this looks like a hotel blanket. Lu Yufan hit the nail on the head. Lin Xian, an Xan, Yi, Zhao Yinqi, and Miao Xiaomiao all came over. An Xan pouted her lips. This was a hotel blanket. The material of this hotel's quilt was different at first glance. Infuriating. So infuriating. Previously, he said that he would confess to her if he helped her win 10 Golden Melody Awards. But he hadn't done so until now. And now, this jerk was still in the hotel. That was right. She had also accepted the fact that Lin Xian was a playboy. After all, Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls by his side. Since she admired and liked him, she was prepared for this. In this world, apart from some specific rules, as long as a man had the ability, he could indeed have 3 wives and 4 concubines. After all, this was a world of martial arts. An Xian believed that Lin Xian was indeed outstanding enough, and would definitely be able to reach a very high level in the future. But, didn't you confess? Lin Xian also felt helpless. The last time he had asked her out for a meal, he had planned to confess to her. Then this silly girl brought Lu Yufan and Yi. How was Lin Xian going to confess to her? Towards the end, he didn't have the time, so he didn't have the chance to confess. But on the phone, to be honest, Lin Xian was worried that he would fail if he confessed to Lin Xian over the phone. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Ahem, that's right. It's a hotel blanket. Wow, you still said in the hotel that you're at home. There must be a young lady. Lu Yufan said angrily. However, they were all used to it. I'm not afraid that you'll misunderstand. There's no young lady. There's really no young lady, Lin Xian said. If you don't believe me, let us see the bed and the surroundings. Lin Xian winked at Wu Yuhan, and then Wu Yuhan flashed to a corner. Let's see, Lin Xian then slowly showed them. Bathroom. Okay. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he showed them the bathroom. Someone just took a shower. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Me. Who said so? Your hair isn't even wet. Hey, can't I blow dry it? Nonsense. Your hair is messy. You haven't washed it. Lu Yufan pouted. Lin Xian, wow. Women, this is women. They're all demons. Humph. Miao Xiaomiao's cute little nose wrinkled slightly. You don't need to wash your hair when you take a shower, right? Lin Xian then said. Humph. You're a young lady having sex. Goodbye. Then they turned off the video chat. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The situation didn't look good, but it should be fine. I'm so angry, so angry. Lu Yufan pouted. That's not necessarily true. Yi Yi said. Let's ignore him. He's so annoying. Let's go out and play. Okay. Then the group of girls left. Lin Xian then looked at Wu Yuhan helplessly. Scumbag. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. It seemed that Lin Xian had more girls around him than she thought. Not only Ling Ying and the rest, but there were also girls she didn't know. Scumbag. Damn scumbag. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with such resentment? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Wu Yuhan. No. Wu Yuhan shook her head and then said, I'm leaving. Where are you going? Wu Yuhan hesitated. Right, where are you going? To kill some monsters. Then tell me where the evil fiend temple's base is. Wu Yuhan then said, at the Gold Mysterious Palace. With that, Wu Yuhan disappeared. She couldn't be bothered with this scumbag. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The Gold Mysterious Palace. He knew a little about the Gold Mysterious Palace. It was a club under the Liao Group. To outsiders, it was a place to sing, have fun, drink, and massage. To outsiders, it was a place to trade drugs. So, that place was where the evil fiend temple's celestial venerables and even great virtual realm experts were. That was normal. For example, the Gold Mysterious Palace had 5 floors. To outsiders, the 5th floor was for VIP, but the so-called VIP was actually a place that only those from the evil fiend temple could go to. Only Liao Xian knew about this. Lin Xian might have guessed that Liao Xian only had one contact, but he knew that the Gold Mysterious Palace was their base. Even if he died, he couldn't say it because he would die if he said it. The people from the evil fiend temple are really something. Lin Xian then took out his phone and called Murong Qing. Hello, they're at the Gold Mysterious Palace. Murong Qing pondered for a moment. Did Lin Xian really get the information? Come over first. We'll discuss the specific plan and make sure nothing goes wrong before we take action. Lin Xian nodded and then went to the art pavilion group. Luo Chenxi happened to meet Lin Xian when she was having breakfast. Morning. Lin Xian smiled and greeted her. Luo Chenxi, damn it, you want to peek at me so early in the morning? Lin Xian, usually, Lin Xian would peek at her every time he came, so she subconsciously thought that this bastard was here for something. Cough cough, Lin Xian was embarrassed to death. No, it's really not. Luo Chenxi sighed in relief. I'm going to work, goodbye. She quickly walked away and locked the office door. Of course, she knew that it was useless to lock the door. Lin Xian shrugged and went to Murong Qing's place. Next was the important operation. Lin Xian was bound to eradicate the evil fiend temple, so now it was time to see how to proceed. Chapter 1274. Murong Qing was in the office, looking up some things in the company while paying attention to the evil fiend temple. When Lin Xian came in, her eyes fell on Lin Xian. How is it? Murong Qing asked. Lin Xian nodded. I have a rough idea. It should be on the 5th floor of the Jinxian Palace. Murong Qing pondered slightly. Jinxian Palace. What's your plan? I don't know. The main thing is that I don't know the situation in the Jinxian Palace. Murong Qing stood up, put on her coat and said, let's go and see the situation there first. Okay. Lin Xian then stretched out his arm to her. Murong Qing roughly understood what he meant. Let's wait until we reach the door. I don't want to be judged by the company. Murong Qing rolled her eyes and said. TSK, those people in the company are probably talking about our relationship. If they say one, I will fire one if I catch them. Murong Qing said. Just admit it. Admit my ass. Get lost. Murong Qing then pinched the soft flesh on Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian found that he was not afraid of those strong people's attacks, but he was afraid of this girl's move. Pinching the soft flesh on his waist, then twisting, then turning, it was simply, let's go. The two then walked out of the office and happened to meet Luo Chenxi, who came out. Miss Luo, I'm going out with Lin Xian to do some business. Murong Qing said to Luo Chenxi. Okay, go ahead. Then Luo Chenxi looked at the two's back. Are you tired of this office and ready to go to the hotel? Bastard. Luo Chenxi cursed secretly. Lin Xian and Murong Qing came to the Jinxian Palace. Of course, Lin Xian and Murong Qing disguised themselves a little. After all, it was normal for people to recognize them. There weren't many guests in the Jinxian Palace during the day. After all, many people knew what this place was for. Generally speaking, there were only normal customers during the day. After getting out of the car, Murong Qing held onto Lin Xian's arm. It was comfortable. Welcome to the mysterious Gold Palace. A few pretty girls at the door bowed respectfully. Well, it's my first time here. What's so fun about it? Lin Xian asked. Sir, are you here with your girlfriend? If you come with your girlfriend, you can go to the bar on the second floor. It's still quite lively there. Thanks. Lin Xian and Murong Qing then walked up to the second floor of the bar. This bar was light during the day, but there were quite a lot of people. Good and bad mixed together. There are many drug addicts here. Murong Qing glanced at it. This place is basically filled with drug addicts. Lin Xian then saw a few people shaking crazily. To be honest, the scene was a little chaotic. The two then ordered a glass of wine and sat there. What do you plan to do? Murong Qing asked. I heard that the fifth floor is the VIP area. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for us to go to the fifth floor. The fifth floor is probably filled with some experts from the Evil Fiend Hall. The waiters on this floor are probably also from the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight scanned the place. These people's realms weren't weak. The lowest was the domain realm. After all, this was the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Hall. What should we do? Murong Qing pondered slightly. Cause some trouble. Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Murong Qing glanced at Lin Xian. Understood. Then, she took off her jacket and pulled her clothes up, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Gulp. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, he had been lusting after Murong Qing for a long time. Sure enough, Murong Qing was beautiful to begin with. With a little exposure, a few people came over. Lin Xian glanced at them. The leader was a half-naked man covered in tattoos. His realm wasn't low. He actually had the strength of the lower realm. He shouldn't be a member of the Evil Fiend Hall. A lower realm expert might not be able to come to the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Hall. Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Evil Fiend Hall. How could someone from the Evil Fiend Hall cause trouble? Sister, why don't you have a drink with me? The burly man looked at Murong Qing with a smile. The people beside him couldn't help but laugh. Murong Qing then glanced at him flirtatiously. Drink and go to bed. Murong Qing asked with a smile. The burly man's eyes lit up. Fuck. Great. Go on. Let me accompany you. Also, the other brothers beside me are fine too. The burly man was excited. Such a beautiful girl. His harvest today was not small. Oh. But I can't. My boyfriend definitely won't agree. Murong Qing then glanced at Lin Xian. Boy, scram, understand. Then, the burly man looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Fuck you. Lin Xian cursed. The burly man was stunned for a moment. You're fucking courting death. Boom. Then, he slammed the table angrily, and the entire table shattered. He erupted with the power of the lower realm. He didn't really want to fight Lin Xian. He just wanted to intimidate him. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to this side. The bartenders and waiters frowned subconsciously. Fuck you. Lin Xian cursed again. Fuck. The burly man gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he condensed his power and directly blasted it at Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian's lightning flashed. He only erupted with the power of the domain realm and directly sent the burly man flying, smashing countless tables and glass. Fuck you. Lin Xian then rushed over and sent the few underlings beside him flying. The others scattered and fled. Fuck. Lin Xian then kicked the burly man's body here and there. Sir. A waiter walked up behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him. Sir, please don't fight in the Gold Mystic Palace. If you have a grudge, you can fight outside. Lin Xian glanced at him and then pretended to be angry. Fuck you. Didn't you see that he provoked me first? Sir, no matter who provoked who, I hope you won't fight again. Slap. Lin Xian slapped him backhandedly and sent him flying. Anyway, this person was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian didn't have any psychological burden at all. Fuck you. If others provoke me, I'll beat them up. You fucking meddling in other people's business. In an instant, the bartenders subconsciously clenched their fists, but because of hesitation, they didn't show their strength. Fuck you. Lin Xian then walked to the bartender's side and stomped on his body. Puff. The bartender spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack, crack. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He was a domain realm expert, but he was beaten up like this. If it weren't for the Evil Fiend Temple's rules, he would have attacked long ago. But now that the person was still kicking him, he really couldn't take it anymore. Fuck. You're courting death. Boom. A burst of flames erupted from the bartender's body and rushed toward Lin Xian. Chapter 1275. Murong Qing watched Lin Xian's performance with interest. Sure enough, he used to be a hedonistic young master. This hedonistic young master is really good at acting. Murong Qing's mouth slightly hooked up. Fuck. You still dare to attack? Lin Xian directly sent him flying. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Gold Xian Palace, a person was watching this scene. What's going on? Someone actually dares to attack in the Gold Xian Palace. What's going on? At this moment, a woman wearing a waiter's uniform ran up. Brother Jean, someone is looking for this person. After they started fighting, Jia tried to stop them, but he was beaten up by that person. Are you sure someone else is looking for this person first? The man pointed at Lin Xian who was beating up Jia. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He was flirting with this person's girlfriend. Xiao Zhan frowned. Which family's young master is this? Let's go. At this moment, a few old men came out of the room. What's going on? 6th elder, someone is looking for trouble. I'll go settle it now. Xiao Zhan hurriedly saluted. and settle it. Then they walked down. Jia was already beaten up badly by Lin Xian. The few people beside him all clenched their fists, but no one made a move. Fuck your mother. Dare to provoke this young master? In this land and city, no one dares to provoke this young master. What a blind guy. Lin Xian cursed angrily. He. At this moment, Xiao Zhan walked over with a smile. Brother, why are you so angry? It's my fault that my employee provoked you. Xiao Zhan handed a cigarette to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at that person. 1-star Sky Sovereign. You're the boss here. Lin Xian took the cigarette and Xiao Zhan lit it for him. I'm Xiao Zhan. Brother, you are. Lin Jibang. Lin Xian said. So it's young Master Lin. Nice to meet you. Then, Xiao Zhan winked at several people beside him. They hurriedly took a Jiao Wei and secretly disposed of him. Young Master Lin, my subordinate failed to recognize Mount Tai and caused young Master Lin to be unhappy. I will apologize for this matter. You don't have to compensate for the broken things here. Also, here is a bottle of good red wine. Consider it my apology to young Master Lin. Lin Xian took the red wine. Is this gold Xian palace full of trash? Is there a VIP place? I don't lack money. I want to go to a place with my girlfriend with high standards. Is the 3rd floor or the 4th floor VIP? Lin Xian asked. He, young Master Lin, the VIP seats here were reserved many years ago. I don't add any more VIP seats to the public now. Xiao Zhan smiled and said. Do you think I lack money? Just tell me how much it is. Lin Xian glared at Xiao Zhan. Young Master Lin, it's not that I don't want to give you a VIP seat. It's just that the rules don't sell VIP seats to the public. I really can't help you. If young Master Lin wants to go to a quieter place, you can go to the 3rd or 4th floor. Lin Xian then said, I just saw a 5th floor outside. It's quite big. Only VIP can go there. Yes, only VIP can go there. Then I want to go to the 5th floor now. Will you give it to me? Lin Xian pretended to be a spoiled brat and looked down on everyone as he spoke. Young Master Lin, it's really the rules. Fuck. Then it seems like you can't say anything. Call someone who can say something. Hurry up. Don't force me to do it. There are still places in Lin and City that I can't go to. Lin Xian then cursed. Young Master Lin, I am the boss here. Fuck off, boss. Then I can't go to the 5th floor with just a word from you. Don't dawdle here. Call your real boss here. Don't force me to do it. Lin Xian then cursed. He, young Master Lin, I am the boss. Lin Xian then threw a backhand slap at him, but Xiao Zhan dodged it. Young Master Lin, it's not good to be so aggressive, right? Xiao Zhan asked coldly. Lin Xian was deliberately looking for trouble. He didn't care if Xiao Zhan was good or not. You don't want to call me that. Then you're forcing me. At this time, an old man came down with a smile. Little brother, why do you have to be like this? There's nothing fun on the 5th floor. Since you want to go to the 5th floor, why can't you? The old man came over with a smile. Now I can do it again. Lin Xian smoked a cigarette fiercely. After all, if you continue to cause trouble, it won't be good for our Gold Xian Palace, right? Your Gold Xian Palace is really unkind. First you said you can't go to the 5th floor, and now you say you can. How interesting. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. This old man was a 9-star heavenly venerable. there was no big problem. Lin Xian was a 6-star heavenly venerable and could kill him easily. However, I have to say this first. There's nothing fun on the 5th floor. The old man said. I don't care if it's fun or not. I just can't take this lying down. Let's go. Lin Xian then hugged Murongqing and walked to the 5th floor together. 6th Elder, do you want to? Xiao Zhan made a throat-slitting gesture. This 6th Elder was only the 6th Elder of the Evil God Hall in Lin and City. He was not the 6th Elder of the Evil God Fire Hole. No need. Don't cause trouble. Yes. Lin Xian hugged Murongqing and went to the 5th floor. The old man followed behind Lin Xian. Old man, why are the rooms on the 5th floor closed? Where's the fun? He, young Master Lin, didn't this old man say that there's nothing fun on the 5th floor? What's in the rooms? The rooms are for VIP guests. Basically, you can stay in the hotel for a long time. However, you can call for all kinds of services at any time and place. The facilities in the rooms are also relatively complete. The old man said. Then give this young master a room for a long time. He, young Master Lin, I don't have any spare rooms here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told young Master Lin that I won't be adding VIP rooms now, right? The old man said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He and Murongqing were observing the layout of the 5th floor. How many rooms were there? Most of the people here were experts. Each room was occupied by one person. The number of rooms meant the number of heavenly venerables or absolute virtual experts. This was their purpose for coming here and looking for trouble. And, it's also this young master's fault. Now that I've come up and taken a look, I'll probably understand. Then, this young master will apologize to you. Lin Xian said. Ha, it's fine, it's fine. Young Master Lin can continue to play downstairs. No need. It's boring. I'll come back at night. Lin Xian then left with Murongqing in his arms. 6th Elder, are we really not going to deal with him? The 6th Elder said, he's just a hedonistic young master with some power. There's no need to cause trouble. Understood. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Murongqing came to a coffee shop to discuss. Chapter 1276. Murongqing stirred her coffee and asked Lin Xian, what do you think? There are about 30 rooms on the 5th floor. In other words, the Evil Fiend Hall has at least 30 heavenly venerables or absolute virtual realm experts. Murongqing nodded. Yes, the entire Evil Fiend Hall, including those below, probably has no less than 100 people. There are about 30 heavenly venerables or above, and there are nearly 100 domain realm cultivators. Those staff members should be members of the Evil Fiend Hall. But it might not be easy to take action. There are too many people. If we want to launch a sudden attack, we need at least a dozen heavenly venerables and absolute virtual realm experts. This is not difficult to take out, but it would be too abnormal if such a large number of people were to enter the Gold Mysterious Palace. As for the Heavenly Tao, I can't take it out. Murongqing said. This matter was best left to the 3 major forces. This matter needed to be known by the 3 major forces. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have Ling Longshui come over and deal with it easily. Lin Xian also wanted to know about Lin Ye or Zhao Mengyue. But how could he get information about them? Ask. How could he get information from them? Hey, when the time comes, ask your friend to help. Seal the space. I'll look for the experts from the 3 major forces. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, no problem, but there will be a lot of people here to play. Leave it to me. Find an opportunity to take action. Do you have anything else you want to tell me? Lin Xian shook his head, no. When he was on the 5th floor, Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to roughly scan the room. There was an aura in every room. Furthermore, they were all older auras. They should all be old men. There were no girls. That's right. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit could even see the figures of the people inside through the walls. None of them had the slender figures of a girl, so Zhao Mengyue, Lin Ye, and the others weren't here. Murong Qing went there purely to find out about the number of experts in the Gold Mysterious Palace. Then let's move. Before they got off work in the afternoon, the elites from the 3 forces led their men and charged into the Liao Corporation's building. Seal it. Don't let any of them escape. Yes. The entire Liao family's building was tightly sealed off, and there were also space and time martial artists guarding it. No matter how they ran, there was absolutely no way they could escape. What happened? Liao Jian hurriedly walked down from upstairs and saw that his group of people were all under control. In the next instant, he was also controlled by a powerhouse. What is the meaning of this? Did we do something wrong? You should have a reason to arrest him. Liao Jian gritted his teeth and said. Then, Qin Feng walked over and put down the recording pen. It was Liao Jian's voice on the phone. Liao Jian's brows were tightly knitted together, and his face was gradually crumbling. Mr. Liao, is there anything else you want to explain? What's wrong with me mentioning the evil god's temple on the phone? Is this enough to convict me? Then we can't say the words Evil Fiend Hall, right? Liao Jian gritted his teeth. Captain, I found it. A powerhouse walked out with a token in his hand. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Liao Jian. When Liao Jian saw the token, he was dumbfounded. This token was hidden in a small compartment in the wall of his office. How could it be found? Of course, Lin Xian had only asked them to come over and try. Lin Xian had told them that there was a small compartment in the wall, but they did not know what was inside. Qin Feng had also instructed them to look for it, and sure enough, it was a token. Mr. Liao, what is there to explain? Liao Jian clenched his fists. Motherfucker. Lin Xian. Motherfucker. He understood now. This was definitely Lin Xian's doing. Motherfucker. This was the recording of his phone call, and at that time, Lin Xian and Murong Qing had just left. It was them. Take them away. I will bring your family to accompany you in a while. Qin Feng said coldly, and then looked at the token in his hand. This Lin Xian had done another earth-shattering thing. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui were sitting in a coffee shop next to the Gold Palace. Xiao Linglong, it's about time to make a move. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded and directly sealed the space. On the other hand, the experts on the 5th floor of the Gold Xian Palace suddenly felt a terrifying evil energy sealing the space. They were all shocked. Then, dozens of heavenly venerables and great virtual stage powerhouses who had been hiding in the surroundings rushed over. Some of them rushed into the Gold Palace, while others stepped on the void and waited for the 5th floor to break through the window. Then, a great battle broke out inside. Boom! Boom! Linglong Shui's thoughts moved slightly, and one by one, the figures inside the Gold Palace disappeared and appeared outside. That's right. Previously, Lin Xian had disguised himself and went in. Borrowing the powerful strength of his eye of cave spirit, he had secretly released a wisp of spatial aura on the bodies of those who were of low cultivation realms or ordinary people. Linglong Shui's perception of space was extremely terrifying, and she had sent all of them out in an instant. The battle was about to start. Is your sister not here? Ling Longshui asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, basically all of them are men. Even the woman from the Evil Fiend Temple is not here. However, the Evil Fiend Temple's allocation in a city is probably the same as the Gold Palace's allocation. Even if some of them are not here, it's not too far off. At least, the Evil Fiend Temple will not be able to expand in Lin and City. Well, it's a good deed. Ling Longshui nodded. In the distance, a woman stood and watched the terrifying battle in the Gold Palace with her brows tightly knitted. The Evil Fiend Temple was discovered. How was this possible? Who was the one who exposed it? At the same time, Ling Longshui looked over. That woman felt a sense of danger subconsciously, and then her figure disappeared. Lin and City's delicate figure suddenly crashed into an invisible wall. Space lock. The woman's pupils shrank. Run. You want to run again? Lin Xian's voice sounded. Then, Lin Xian and Ling Longshui appeared. What is the meaning of this? The woman's brows furrowed as she looked at the two of them. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui and asked, Is it her? Ling Longshui nodded. I've seen her before. I remember the smell. It's her. Lin Xian then smiled at the woman. Long time no see. The last time you tried to kill me at Tianhua Academy, my wife spared your life. This time, you won't be so lucky. I don't know what you're talking about. The woman said. Stop pretending. Where is Xiao Mengyue? I don't believe you don't know. Lin Xian asked coldly. Chapter 1277. This woman was the boss of the Evil Fiend Shrine in Lin and City. This was what Wu Yuhan said. Previously, she seemed to be the boss of the Evil Fiend Shrine in Tianhua City. As for this woman's strength, previously, she was in the Empyrean realm, but now, Lin Xian could no longer see through her. In other words, she was at least 5 stars higher than him. She was already in the great virtual realm. She was quite a powerful person. To be able to reach the great virtual realm in such a short time, she was definitely not bad. The woman frowned as she looked at the two people in front of her. They could be considered to have some interactions. How should she put it? She was definitely not afraid of Lin Xian, but the woman beside Lin Xian was the most terrifying. Moreover, her spatial power was unparalleled. As long as she was here, as long as she could not beat her, she would not be able to escape. Therefore, there were 2 paths in front of her. She could either submit or die. She would not try to struggle because she knew that she did not have the ability to do so. Xiao Mengyue, is it? She was indeed a member of the Evil Fiend Shrine before, but there was no news of her some time ago. I don't know if she's dead or what. That's all I know. The woman looked at Lin Xian and said. She chose to submit. Isn't that bullshit? What's the difference between saying that and not saying anything? Lin Xian said unhappily. But I really don't know. The woman was helpless. She really didn't know. The Evil Fiend Shrine doesn't restrict the freedom of the members. How would we know where they go? With the existence of the poisonous pill, we can give the members of the Evil Fiend Shrine their freedom. This is also the reason why the Evil Fiend Shrine is growing stronger and stronger. The woman continued. Fuck your mother. Young Master Lin, although I'm from the Evil Shrine and you're from the Righteous Sect, there's no need for us to work together. You and I did have a relationship before, but the Evil Shrine has never attacked you again. I hope you can let me go this time. The woman looked at Lin Xian and said. Let you go? Why would I let you go? Let you continue to kill, right? Lin Xian stared at her and said. We just made different choices. The evil fiend shrine in Lin and city has been destroyed by you. I promise you that I will never enter Lin and city again. The woman looked at Lin Xian and said. Linglong Shui glanced at Lin Xian and asked, Did you kill him? Lin Xian looked at the woman and said, Let you escape. Since you are the boss of the evil fiend hall in Lin and city, you must know a lot of information about the evil fiend hall. It's useless. I've also taken the poison pill. Young Master Lin won't be able to get any information from me. The woman said coldly. That's not up to you. Xiao Linglong, seal her cultivation. In the next moment, Linglong Shui disappeared on the spot without any warning. Bang, 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 in front of Linglong Shui, the Great Void Stage cultivator did not even have the chance to circulate her own spiritual energy. Then, she realized that she could not summon any spiritual energy at all. What were they trying to do? To be honest, she was extremely flustered at this moment. When a cultivator with a high cultivation suddenly had no cultivation, how could she not panic? Lin Xian walked in front of the woman and reached out to take off her veil. The woman frowned. She did not dodge because she knew that it was useless to do anything in this situation. Whoa! Lin Xian could not help but let out a whoa when he saw her appearance. This woman was very beautiful. Originally, Lin Xian was wondering if this woman's face was very ugly or something like that. She wore a veil every day to disguise herself, but he did not expect her to be so beautiful. She gave off the feeling of an older sister. Lin Xian then smiled and pinched her chin. So beautiful. Then tell me, now that you have no cultivation, can I do whatever I want to you? Linglong Shui did not care. What this Lin Xian did had nothing to do with her. As long as she did her job well, Linglong Shui felt that there was no problem. Even if this Lin Xian saw that this woman was very beautiful and wanted to have sex with her, Linglong Shui would not stop him. After all, he was indeed lustful. And this woman was indeed in a state where Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted to her. Ha! The woman laughed disdainfully. The hell? Lin Xian laughed. Rip! In the next instant, her clothes were torn apart by Lin Xian. At this moment, the woman revealed a panicked expression. Heh! Continue heh! Rip, rip! For someone whose cultivation had been sealed, she only had combat ability but no strength. Under Lin Xian's power, how could she resist? In a short period of time, Lin Xian had completely torn her body to shreds. The woman sat on the ground and hurriedly used the torn cloth to cover the most important parts of her body. She looked at Lin Xian with anger and fear in her eyes. Linglong Shui frowned slightly and walked to Lin Xian's side. Isn't this a little too much? After all, she was a woman. Even if he killed her, she felt that this was not necessary. Lin Xian then said, Xiao Linglong, don't remove the spatial barrier. Leave her here for 2 days. I don't believe that she won't be surrounded by tens of thousands of people in 2 days. Oh. Linglong Shui nodded. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around. Wait. The woman gritted her teeth. To be honest, she did not care if she died, but she could not imagine the consequences. Even if she committed suicide, she knew that her corpse would be desecrated by a group of people. Lin Xian's lips curved slightly. Oh. Did you remember something? The woman gritted her teeth. Give me the clothes, and I'll tell you what I know about Zhao Mengyue. Are you qualified to negotiate with me? Then I won't say anything. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything. Who forced you to say anything? Let's go. Then Lin Xian and Linglong Shui wanted to leave. The woman gritted her teeth. I'll say it. Hurry up and say it. Zhao Mengyue went to find the power of the 12 demon gods. Most of the members of the evil fiend shrine in Lin and City are already under her control. She and I want to take control of the evil fiend shrine step by step. Lin Xian, this woman was very ambitious, and the beautiful woman beside her was also very ambitious. Lin Xian turned around and looked at her. I know this. Where is she? I don't know. You don't know. Lin Xian laughed. You are the boss of the evil fiend shrine in Lin and City. She is your subordinate, and you work for her. The woman clenched her fists. She obtained the seal of the 12 demon gods. I am in a cooperative relationship with her, and she has inherited the power of the demon gods. She is not weaker than me. What about my sister? Your sister is fine. She followed Zhao Mengyue the whole time, and she has inherited the power of the ice demon. The woman said. Then can you contact Zhao Mengyue? The woman shook her head. No. You are so fucking useless. Why would I keep you? The woman looked up at Lin Xian. Then can you let me go? Let you go? That's impossible. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. She was from the evil fiend shrine, and she was in a cooperative relationship with Zhao Mengyue. How could Lin Xian let her go? Chapter 1278. The woman's words didn't reveal anything about the evil fiend temple, so the poison pill didn't have any effect on her. Of course, Lin Xian wanted to keep her around. She was useful. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Xian's lips curled. You. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. Then, the cloth fell off and she quickly covered herself again. Xiao Linglong, if I do anything to her, you won't blame me, right? Linglong Shui said indifferently, up to you. Then, will you blame me? No. Linglong Shui shook her head. That's enough. Lin Xian then looked at the woman and smiled coldly. Seeing Lin Xian smile, the woman's heart skipped a beat. You're still useful. Either you kill yourself now, or you come with me. These are the only two choices. The woman gritted her teeth. Who would be willing to die like this? And she was in the great virtual realm. Seems like you've made your choice. Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui. This girl understood Lin Xian very well. Then, he threw a set of clothes to her. She hurriedly put them on and stood up. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Then, the three of them walked into Lin and City. I'm going back. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Linglong Shui disappeared. Lin Xian then turned to look at the woman, walked up to her, and pinched her chin. Let's go. Let this young master play with you. The woman, you dare. Do I dare? Ha ha ha, what's your situation now? What's my situation? Do you think I dare? I love to play with pretty girls. I have no resistance to pretty girls. If you were ugly, I probably wouldn't have kept you. You're a good way to vent my anger. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he released the law of space and the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, the two of them appeared in Lin Xian's house. Bing Lingyue had taken care of little Shishir at Linglong Shui's place, so there were only the two of them at home. Go take a shower. Lin Xian kicked the woman into the bathroom. The woman, Lin Xian, don't be too presumptuous. The woman pointed at Lin Xian angrily. Oh. I say, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Come, you don't want to submit, right? Then commit suicide. If you commit suicide, I won't bury you. It's suicide. Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian had no pity for this woman. As for seeing through her, then why not? She was so beautiful, and Lin Xian still wanted to keep her. Wouldn't she be of some use if he kept her? Wouldn't it be a pity if such a beauty wasn't exposed? What was the most important thing? Lin Xian wanted to conquer her. Yes, he wanted to turn this woman into his slave. That's right. This wasn't some bad taste. He wouldn't make her wear a maid's uniform and do whatever he wanted. Of course, it didn't matter. Instead, it meant that Lin Xian couldn't be friends with her, so he could only control her by force. But before that, what was he going to do? He was going to toy with her, trample on her, and trample on her dignity. This woman was obviously arrogant, so he was going to trample on her dignity and make her a slave in front of him. First, she had to be afraid of him. As a man, wasn't it easy to make a woman afraid? Crack, 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 she clenched her fists tightly. In the next instant, Lin Xian released the law of destruction and her body shattered instantly. There was no possibility of escape in this bathroom. Furthermore, she had no cultivation at all. She was just an ordinary person who was slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Her cultivation had been sealed by Linglong Shui. Lin Xian had already taken her interspatial ring. Her clothes had been destroyed and she had no ability to run out. Bang! Her clothes were torn and she slammed the door shut. Then, she stood there doubting her life. Lin Xian sneered and sat on the sofa. He took out everything from her interspatial ring. The evil fiend temple's token, then a pile of spiritual weapons, martial skills, and spiritual items. There wasn't anything special. There was a cell phone. Lin Xian took it out and took a look. This was a very old cell phone. It wasn't even a smartphone, but it actually had a password. Lin Xian used the law of creation to create a new password. After opening it, there were a few numbers inside. Lin Xian saw Zhao Mingyue's number. God damn it. Lin Xian then pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. The woman quickly got into the bathtub. What are you doing? She stared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian held the cell phone. This is called not having Zhao Mingyue's contact information. The woman frowned. How did he manage to decipher her password? Looks like you're still dishonest. Slap. Lin Xian walked over and slapped her face. In an instant, a red mark appeared on her face. Slap. Lin Xian slapped her again. The woman gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. Lin Xian gave him another backhand slap. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still angrily staring at Lin Xian. Yo, you're still not convinced. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he pressed her head down and flipped her over, leaving her pouting on the bed. Lin Xian, yo, was this woman's first time. Bing Lingyue didn't come back because Linglong Shui could guess what Lin Xian was going to do. She simply didn't let her come back and disturb him. The sun rose. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the woman beside him. Last night, he had tormented this woman. He could tell from the tears on her face. One had to know that this was a master in the virtualization stage. If he could make her cry, then how cruel was Lin Xian last night? There were even bruises on her body. Click, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and took a puff. The sound of the cigarette lighting woke the woman up. Yes, she woke up with a start. She suddenly opened her eyes. You're awake. Go and cook. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, she closed her eyes again. Yo, you're still not convinced, are you? Lin Xian sneered again and walked towards her. She wore a frightened expression. I'll do it, I'll do it. She clenched her teeth and said unwillingly. If you can't get up in 3 seconds, I'll make sure you can't get up in 3 days. Lin Xian smoked a cigarette and said. Then, the woman stood up and walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, she was holding a bowl. Crack, then, she crushed the bowl. Her eyes were slowly filled with hatred and anger. At that moment, Lin Xian walked into the kitchen and saw the scene. Looks like you're still not convinced. Lin Xian said coldly. The woman's delicate body suddenly trembled. The bowl is not of good quality. She quickly explained. Yes, she was a little afraid of this person last night. Perhaps this was the weakness of women. After all, they were women. Chapter 1279. Lin Xian glanced at it and took out the phone. Do you have a way to trick Xiao Mengyue into coming here? Lin Xian asked. He didn't say anything else to this woman. No. Lin Xian didn't frown. This number is right here. Did you tell me? The woman said coldly, that was a number from a long time ago. Ha! I have a way to contact every member who enters the Evil Fiend Hall. Of course, it's the members who entered the Gold Palace. Xiao Mengyue used to be a member of the Gold Palace. Lin Xian, and then. I told you that I don't have a way to contact her. This is the number she left when she entered the Evil Fiend Hall. I didn't delete it. Now that she changed it, she used a different way to contact me. Lin Xian, so, he made a mistake last night. I don't believe it. Lin Xian dialed a number. The number you have dialed does not exist, Lin Xian. It seemed like he really made a mistake. However, he felt a little guilty, but he didn't feel guilty. It was good enough that he didn't kill her, right? You'd better stay here obediently. Lin Xian said as he released a spatial energy to seal the room. Even if she jumped off the building, she wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, with the spatial seal, the signal in the room couldn't be transmitted out. After that, Lin Xian walked out. Leng Wuxin looked at the food she cooked. Bastard! After Lin Xian left, she was so furious that she wanted to die. He played her like that and even asked her to make breakfast? She made breakfast and then he left without eating. To be honest, she was angry and wronged. She never thought that she would have a day like this. She even thought that she would be killed one day, but who would want to commit suicide? Who would want to end their life for nothing? Being afraid of death and being willing to die were two different concepts. It depended on whether you felt that this world and your life was worth living. Obviously, Leng Wuxin liked this world. She was unwilling to leave. Her strength at the great virtual realm was already enough to make her unwilling to die. Yes, she still had ambition. She had joined the Evil Fiend Shrine, and from a small and ordinary member of the Evil Fiend Shrine, she had climbed to her current position in 10 years. She was not only the boss of the Evil Fiend Shrine in Lin and City. Thinking about it, in the past, she was in charge of Tianhua City, and now that Tianhua City was destroyed, how could she still become the boss of Lin and City? Lin and City's Evil Fiend Temple should only have one boss. Because she was also one of the elders of the evil god Firehole. That's right, she was the 21st elder. He might not be the strongest among these elders, but he was definitely not the weakest. Her mission was to develop the evil divine hall's power in the border cities because the border cities were very important. Why? Generally speaking, the three major forces wouldn't invest too much in border cities. They would only send a large number of troops here. As for development, how should he put it? The common people did not dare to develop such a border city, so it gave the Evil Fiend Hall a chance. The Evil Fiend Shrine could invest in development, and at the same time, control a city to a certain extent. It could not be said that they controlled it completely, because they did not have that kind of capital, but they could still become the local tyrant. Of course, in the eyes of others, they were just a certain company that had become the local tyrant. To be honest, if the Yixian group had not entered Lin and City, with the Liao family's capital and the support of the Evil Fiend Shrine, they would have been the local tyrant now. However, the Yixian group's entry had forced them to stop their plans. And why did Ling Wuxin join the Evil Fiend Shrine? There was no other reason, but for strength. Ever since she was young, she had lived in an environment where the strong preyed on the weak. Ever since she could remember, she had been in a mysterious organization, an assassin organization. She had even started to assassinate people when she was only 10 years old. After that, the organization fell apart, and she had nowhere to go. Coincidentally, she met people from the Evil Fiend Shrine and was roped in. To her, although the Evil Fiend Shrine was an evil organization because they would kill people, she was used to it because she had received missions to assassinate people since she was young. However, as she grew up, she would not kill innocent people. She was only responsible for developing the Evil Fiend Shrine. Of course, she would kill anyone who stopped her. She just did not expect to fall to such a state. And where did Lin Xian go? Lin Xian went to Bai Xuanxuan's place. He was going to refine some pills. At this moment, the Azura Palace had also expanded. Bai Xianxian had been so busy that she wanted to vomit. Just now, when she saw Lin Xian, her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Nothing, the Azura Palace is on the right track. Do you want to take a look at the list of experts?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No need, I'm relieved with you here. We'll talk about it when we need them. If we don't need them, let them do whatever they want. I'm here to refine some pills. Where's the cauldron? What herbs do you need?" The Azura Palace has a lot of them. Many experts have brought all kinds of spiritual items to exchange. I'll go take a look. Lin Xian then went to the Azura Palace's herb garden. If he didn't go there, he wouldn't have noticed it. When he looked around, he saw all kinds of spiritual herbs. Even without the 9-colored sacred lotus, the spiritual energy here was probably very high. Good place, this place can be developed well. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I know. When the time comes, put the 9-colored sacred lotus here. With its spiritual energy, it can make these spiritual items grow faster. When the time comes, I'll let the art pavilion group buy all kinds of living spiritual herbs at a high price. Lin Xian nodded. Then, an old man walked over and placed the cauldron here. Palace Master, the item is here. Sorry to trouble you, old Huang. Bai Xianxian nodded slightly. For the time being, Bai Xianxian was still the palace master of the Azura Palace because Lin Xian couldn't control the situation. Bai Xianxian still had some status in the Jianghu, but this old Huang had followed her for a long time. Young Master Lin, if you have any instructions in the future, just look for me. Lin Xian nodded. Sorry to trouble you. Go and cultivate. Lin Xian then went to collect some herbs. Although the herb garden wasn't big, it seemed to be quite complete. Is there a serene fluorescent flower? Lin Xian asked. Poison flower. You're refining poison. Bai Xianxian asked. You can say so. There should be. Give me a moment. After a while, Bai Xianxian condensed her spiritual energy and walked over with a black serene fluorescent flower. After that, Lin Xian refined a total of 2 kinds of pills. During this time, he also used the law of creation to do some things. Then I'll go first. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian smacked his lips against Bai Xuanxuan's red lips, causing her to roll her eyes. Chapter 1280. Lin Xian opened the door to his house. Ling Wuxin was sitting on a chair, eating the food she cooked. When she saw Lin Xian, she just glanced at him without saying anything. Gradually, her heart returned to normal. Here. Lin Xian handed her a pill. What's this? She took it and frowned. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. The antidote. It can cure the poison of the Azura Palace's members. Lin Xian said. Ling Wuxin. Of course, she had also taken this poison. That's right, even an elder of the Fire Hall of the Evil Divine Hall had to take this poison pill. Not to mention this, even the Hall Master of the Fire Hall of the Evil Divine Hall had to take this poison pill. In fact, this was one of the reasons why she had worked so hard for the Azura Palace all these years. On this continent, there were too many talented people. In the entire continent, all the doctors of the three major powers were unable to create an antidote for a poison pill. How could this person do it? What? You don't believe me? What do you think? Ling Wuxin asked. Just because others can't make the antidote doesn't mean I can't. Am I right? Ling Wuxin was indifferent. I'll give you 3 seconds to take it. Lin Xian's tone turned cold. You. Ling Wuxin gritted her teeth. If I want to kill you or do something to you, with your current condition, can you resist? If this pill is some kind of poison pill, why would I bother? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Wuxin took a deep breath and took the pill helplessly. However, she didn't feel anything special when it entered her stomach. Then you can try to tell me some of the Azura Palace's secrets. See if this pill can save your life. Lin Xian said. After saying that, Lin Xian took out a spirit weapon and placed it on her neck. You can think about it. If you tell me, you'll only bear the risk of being poisoned to death. If you don't, you'll definitely be killed by me. Crack, 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 she clenched her fists tightly. Then let me ask you, do you know the location of the Azura Palace? Who? She took a deep breath. Forget it. If I die, so be it. Dying from a poison pill was better than being killed by a sword, right? Tiandu. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already prepared for death. She even closed her eyes. However, as the seconds ticked by, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her body didn't feel anything. How? How is this possible? Tiandu's exact location. Since you know about this matter, I'm afraid your status isn't low. Ling Wuxin looked at Lin Xian. House. Because she was the information, she knew the information was the information palace's was. Because she was still. She looked at Lin Xian in shock. Don't be shocked. I've said it before. Just because others can't make the antidote doesn't mean I can't. Ling Wuxin was really shocked. This Lin Xian, to be honest, if the poison pill could be cured, it would definitely be a huge blow to the evil fiend temple. Many of them regretted their decision after joining the Azura Palace for a period of time. They joined the Azura Palace because of the temptation. They were attracted by strength. Other than killing demonic beasts, they also hoped to kill cultivators to improve their cultivation. However, although the evil fiend temple didn't restrict their freedom, the poison pill made them destined to be part of the evil fiend temple for the rest of their lives. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Moreover, the entire continent couldn't develop anything that could cure the poison. If someone stood out and said he could cure the poison, how big of a blow would it be to the evil fiend temple? It was unimaginable. Why do you want to cure me? Lang Wuxin asked. Because I don't want someone close to me to be restricted by the evil fiend temple and then kill me. What do you think? You don't plan to let me go? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. That's right. Either you die, or you stay by my side and work obediently for me. You can choose between the two. Humph. Lang Wuxin didn't say anything. However, she was shocked and pleasantly surprised. The poison pill was cured. In other words, she was actually free. No. There was still this Lin Xian. Here. Lin Xian handed her another pill. Lang Wuxin took it. This is a poison pill. It has the same effect as the poison pill you ate in the evil fiend temple. After eating it, you'll die if you betray me. Lang Wuxin, I'll give you 3 seconds to eat it. Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin glanced at the poison pill and swallowed it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly before he put his sword away. That's a good girl. All right, let's have a good chat. Your name? Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin. She was at her wit's end. She escaped from the tiger's den and fell into the wolf's den. Your name is okay. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pointed at the kitchen. Get me a bowl of rice. Lang Wuxin clenched her fists and deflated. She walked into the kitchen and got Lin Xian a bowl of rice. Then, she threw the chopsticks in front of Lin Xian. What's with that attitude? Start over. You. Lang Wuxin gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. It seems you haven't realized it yet, have you? Lin Xian said and was about to unbuckle his belt. Lang Wuxin, she hurriedly picked up the bowl and chopsticks and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and took a bite of the food she made. It tasted good. What's your position in the evil fiend temple? Lin Xian asked. The 21st elder of the evil fiend temple's fire temple. Lin Xian, this person was actually an elder. Fuck. Then she must know more than Wu Yuhan. How powerful is the evil fiend temple's fire temple? Lin Xian asked. Hundreds of saints, thousands of heavenly venerables, and countless domain realm cultivators. Lin Xian, what about the heavenly Tao? There should be, but I'm not sure. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This was a little tricky. You said the evil fiend temple's fire temple is in the Shao family, one of the 8 great families, right? Lang Wuxin took a bite and nodded. The Shao family members are all members of the evil fiend temple's fire temple, or are they cooperating with the evil fiend temple's fire temple? The Shao family is the evil fiend temple's fire temple, anyone. Lin Xian, to be honest, the evil fiend temple was a little scary. The Shao family, one of the 8 great families, was actually the evil fiend temple's fire temple. Do you have any evidence? Lang Wuxin shook her head. This was indeed a problem. The entire Shao family was the evil fiend temple's fire temple, which meant that the Shao family was actually the most powerful. It was just that they exposed themselves like the other 7 great families on the surface because they were afraid that they would be suspected if they exposed too much. Therefore, they didn't use their full strength when fighting for resources. Chapter 1281. Lin Xian frowned. That meant that Xiao Yun was also a member of the evil fiend temple's fire hole. Is the evil fiend temple working with the demon god temple? Lin Xian asked. Yes. But I don't know the details. I'm just a small elder. Lang Wuxin said. Since she had the intention to leave the evil fiend temple and was now under Lin Xian's control, she could only tell him everything she knew. Although she hated Lin Xian very much, she had to be obedient. But people had to bow their heads under the eaves. What could she do? Then do you know where the evil fiend temple's main hall is? I don't know. Only the evil fiend temple's fire hall master knows where the main hall is. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then what else do you know? Nothing. Lin Xian, so fucking useless. Lang Wuxin, I'm warning you, if you push me too far, I'll die with you. Lin Xian laughed. I did that to you last night, but you didn't die with me. Then I'd like to see where you got the capital to say such harsh words. Lin Xian sat there calmly and looked at her. She clenched her fist. Do you know the evil fiend temple's fire hall's next plans? No, and you have to let me go. If they can't contact me, they'll be suspicious. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you don't have much value anymore. Your value in the evil fiend temple's fire hall is not very high. It's better for you to stay with me. I'm very satisfied with a great void stage fighter. And, the most important thing Lin Xian wanted her to stay was about Zhao Mengyue. Once Zhao Mengyue contacts you, you have to tell me immediately. If you can arrange to meet her at a certain place, it can't be better. If you can do this well, I'll give you back your freedom. Lin Xian said. You said it. She stared at Lin Xian. Of course, I will. But before that. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I will send you to the Azura Palace to work for me. Ling Wuxin. Bai Xian was very tired, and Lin Xian planned to send her over to help Bai Xian. Of course, he would not let her take over some important matters, she would be Bai Xian's assistant. All right. Of course she was happy to. Why? She definitely didn't want to be by Lin Xian's side. Then get my cultivation back. That's impossible. Let's talk about it later. You. What? Is this how you treat your superior? Then it's even more impossible for your cultivation to return. Lin Xian chuckled. Ling Wuxin took a deep breath. I'm done eating. Go wash the dishes. After you're done, come to my room. A day passed just like that. Lin Xian treated Ling Wuxin again, and then sent her to Bai Xian. Of course, Lin Xian told Bai Xian some things about her. What did Bai Xian say? He lusted after this woman's body. She was from the evil fiend hall, but he didn't kill her because she was beautiful. Sooner or later, he would die in her belly. Lin Xian felt that what she said was very reasonable. Sigh, scumbag. He was a scumbag. However, there were some reasons why he kept her alive. Not to mention that she was a woman. If she was a man, Lin Xian would also want to keep that man alive. At least, he would kill him after he had lost his value to him. However, if he could use the virtuality stage, he would be very valuable. After sending her over, Lin Xian went to look for Ling Longshui and the others. We should have met before. Bai Xian looked at Ling Wuxin and said. Yes. Ling Wuxin said indifferently. Have you fought before? She nodded. Interesting. However, this Lin Xian is just like that. Try to understand him. I hope that we can become friends and comrades in the future. Bai Xian said. Although she knew her identity, she knew that Lin Xian hoped that she could become a part of his combat strength. Therefore, she was helping Lin Xian win her over. Maybe, but I'll say this. I won't let him go. You can tell him that too. Ling Wuxin said coldly. Good luck. Bai Xian said and then said, help me organize the information over there. Darlings, I'm coming. Lin Xian opened the door and looked at the beauties in the room. Oh, does your waist hurt, young Master Lin? Yi Renbing sat there with her big belly. She looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Don't be like that. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Bastard. You'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Ling Longhua said with extreme dissatisfaction. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm happy to do so. She knows where your sister is, right? Ling Longhua asked. Lin Xian sat down and said, I don't know. However, Xiao Mengyue, the person who took my sister away, was working with her. She has a chance to help me get information about Xiao Mengyue. She might even be able to meet her somewhere. Xiao Linglong, you just have to make a move and I'll kill her. Lin Xian's eyes were vicious. Humph. Even if you have a reason not to kill her, you're still lusting after her body. Tue, scumbag. You think with your lower body. Ling Longhua couldn't help but spit. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That's true. He had to admit. I don't want to teach you a lesson right now. Behave yourself. Lin Xian glared at the girl. Then, she glared back at him without any fear. Lin Xian then sat down beside Yi Renbing. Soon. Yi Renbing nodded. In a few days. Lin Xian then picked up little Shishir and said, Little girl, soon you'll have a little brother to bully. Then, the little girl waved her little hands happily. Don't tell me you're really going to bully me when the time comes. Lin Xian pinched her little face. Then, the little girl took another bite. Your cultivation level has been rising so quickly recently. Ling Longhua was also a little surprised. Damn. I've been working very hard these days, okay? I've even killed a few virtuous stage cultivators. You've forcefully raised your strength by creating laws. Chapter 1282. The women obviously saw Lin Xian deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Ling Longhua asked. Lin Xian said, Now that I know where the Evil Fiend Hall's headquarters is in China, which is also where the Evil Fiend Hall is, I might not have the means to finish it off. What means do you need? Just use your absolute strength to destroy them. Yi Renbing went straight to the point. Holy shit. Is that how you solve a problem? Lin Xian said exasperatedly. Oh. Violence can resolve everything. Isn't that so? Lin Xian stroked his chin. That was indeed the case. But the Evil Fiend Hall. How should he put it? Although they were the enemy of all humanity, firstly, it wasn't Lin Xian's responsibility alone. He didn't need to shoulder it alone. He only needed to do one thing, let his family know that the Xiao family was the Evil Fiend Hall. All he needed to do was find evidence. The rest was left to the three factions. Secondly, according to Ling Wuxin, the Evil Fiend Hall and Fire Hall might even have Heavenly Dao realm existences. They were not to be underestimated. They were in Divine Capital. How many people would die if a fight were to break out in Divine Capital? Lin Xian did not dare act rashly. Even with Ling Longxua's spatial powers, he did not dare. If something were to happen, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You just have to give birth to my baby obediently. Lin Xian said to Yi Renbing. Yi Renbing swept a glance at Lin Xian. You are getting more and more impudent. Lin Xian, it's not like you're a demon god. Lin Xian grinned. Yes. Although I'm no longer a demon god, the 10th demon god hall is still around. Although its strength has been weakened, it's still not weak. Big baby, please calm down. The baby is about to be born and you're still like this. Lin Xian leaned over and planted a kiss on her beautiful cheek, causing Yi Renbing to roll her eyes. What a tsundere woman. She was still tsundere at this time. Look at Xiao Linglong. She had already put down her tsundere and started to walk the path of a good wife and mother. TSK. Yi Renbing then wiped the spot where Lin Xian had kissed her. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly at this moment. Hey, it's flowing. Ling Longyue's eyes were sharp and saw that Yi Renbing's pants were dripping. The few of them immediately looked over. Fuck. Big sister, you. I only kissed you once. You don't have to be like this, right? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Yi Renbing lowered her head to take a look. Are you an idiot? It's obvious that her water broke. Yi Renbing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she was also stunned. The few of them were stunned. Fuck. Lin Xian panicked. What should we do? What should we do? Xiao Linglong, what did you do the last time? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui was also a little panicked. What did I do the last time? She looked at Bing Lingyue. Lu Jia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Ling Longyue. It's okay. It's okay. There's also the youngest one. Although she's the youngest, she's also devilishly beautiful. Then what about her? The nurse pointed at Ling Longyue. Lin Xian said, she's my eldest daughter. Everyone. Cough, then come in. The nurse was helpless. It seemed that this man must be some kind of big boss. Those few girls were simply too beautiful. For him to be able to get these few girls and get along so well with them, this man must be a big boss. Yi Renbing was lying on the bed with an ugly expression. Bastard! Who's your daughter? Ling Longyue bit Lin Xian's arm. Stop messing around. Ling Longshui said. Oh, Ling Longyue pouted. Lin Xian then sat down and looked at Yi Renbing. What's wrong? It hurts a little. Chapter 1283. Ling Longshui had experienced this before, so she could understand Yi Renbing. Then, what can I do? Lin Xian asked nervously. I don't know. Yi Renbing's expression turned painful. How should she put it? At her realm, what kind of injuries had she not suffered? However, she felt that it was more painful than ever. Wait, is the law of creation useful? Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. It's useless. Yi Renbing is at the heavenly Dao realm. No matter what, a law of creation at the heavenly venerable realm won't be of much use to the heavenly Dao. Ling Longshui said. Then what can I do? I don't want to see her in pain. Yi Renbing suddenly felt comfortable and looked at Lin Xian. I've seen you go easy on me before, but why don't you want to see me in pain now? Holy shit. That's because you weren't satisfied and kept wanting it. How can you blame me? Then did you stop when I told you to? Lin Xian, Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue looked at each other. Why did the two of them talk about this? Tue. Ling Longyue spat. Alright. I was wrong, alright. The baby is more important now. 2 hours later, Yi Renbing was pushed into the delivery room by a nurse. Lin Xian followed her and saw his son being born with his own eyes. To be honest, at that moment, he felt that the world was really wonderful. Baby. Lin Xian carried his baby. Yi Renbing lay there weakly. The others had already left. Lin Xian would push her out later. He was very cute and would probably be handsome when he grew up. Lin Xian might not be that handsome, but he was very good-looking. With Yi Renbing's genes, he definitely wouldn't be bad. Sigh, he would probably be another Casanova when the time came. Lin Xian then subconsciously probed for a bit. Why the hell did he subconsciously investigate? This was because he had heard that dragons' babies would be very powerful when they were born. This was the innate gift of dragons. During pregnancy, dragons' babies would absorb their mother's power. This was indeed the case. Yi Renbing's heavenly Tao had even temporarily dropped by 1 star. Then, Lin Xian was stunned. Domain realm. This brat was born at the domain realm. Let me have a look. Yi Renbing gritted her teeth. Fuck you. I worked so hard to give birth to this baby, but you're holding it in your arms and looking at it, and I don't even see it. Oh. Lin Xian then smiled and carried the baby to Yi Renbing's side. Yi Renbing looked at her baby. In any case, in Lin Xian's eyes, she revealed absolute tenderness. Sure enough, any woman who became a mother would be different. I say, our baby is already born. You should agree to be my woman now, right? Lin Xian kissed Yi Renbing's pink cheeks. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian. That's right, Lin Xian hadn't successfully confessed to Yi Renbing yet. Lin Xian hadn't obtained the dark attribute yet. Let's do it for now. When I find something I like more in the future, I'll kick you to the side. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian, of course, he knew this woman was being arrogant. Ding, confession successful. Dark attribute has been released. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Yi Renbing's gaze landed on her baby's face. Then, she gently kissed it. The more she looked, the more she loved it. I'm amazing, right? Lin Xian asked. What? Yi Renbing was stunned. Why did Lin Xian suddenly say that? Damn. You want to give birth to such a cute baby without me? Yi Renbing then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What name should I give him? It was rare for Yi Renbing to ask for Lin Xian's opinion. What do you think? Lin Xian asked. I hope that he can become a great hero in the future. Lin Tian. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian. Then I also hope that he can become a love saint in the future. A love saint as amazing as his father. Then let's call him Lin Tianqing. Yi Renbing, fuck off. She couldn't help but curse. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Then I hope that he can be consistent from beginning to end and not be like a scumbag like you. Lin Xian, Lin Tianyi, what do you think? Lin Xian shrugged. Okay, this name is not bad. However, with a father like him, I'm afraid that the name Lin Tianyi will be consistent from beginning to end, but it won't match the name. Lin Xian smiled at Yi Renbing. Then I'll kill his father. Lin Xian, you're amazing. Lin Xian looked at Lin Tianyi and said, he's really like me. This kid can't even open his eyes. Then it's over. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian, scram, scram, scram. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Little Shir inherited my creation law. Do you think little Tianyi will inherit my destruction law? Lin Xian asked. You also have the destruction law? Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. You're really amazing. She couldn't help but mutter. This was definitely from the bottom of her heart. The creation law was terrifying enough, but this person actually had the destruction law. It's possible. Yi Renbing said. Let's go, I'll bring you out. Okay, Yi Renbing then gently hugged Lin Xian in her arms. Lin Xian slowly pushed them out. Then Linglong Shui and the others quickly came over. So cute, Linglong Yu looked at Lin Tianyi, her big eyes sparkling. He'll definitely be handsome when he grows up. Bing Lingyue nodded and said. To be honest, she was quite envious. Linglong Shui and Yi Rinbing both had babies. She was really envious. Little Shi, who was in Linglong Shui's arms, looked at little Tianyi. Her beautiful big eyes sparkled, and then she kept reaching out her little hand. What are you doing? Lin Xian pinched little Shi's little face. Little Shi pouted and kept poking Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian blocked her view of little Tianyi. This girl. Lin Xian shook his head. Ah. He felt that this girl didn't respect him at all. Sob, just you wait. When this girl grows up, Lin Xian will let her know what despair is. Let's go home. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Yes, we can go back after some procedures are done. After that, they returned home together. In the following period of time, Lin Xian really didn't do anything. He accompanied them the whole time and played with the other girls. However, most of the time, he still spent here. After a short period of observation, Lin Xian discovered something. This little Tianyi had indeed inherited his destruction law, and little Shi had inherited the creation law. Of course, it was a good thing, but, if they caused trouble in the future, it would probably give them a headache. Just like that, another month passed. Chapter 1284. That's right. Lin Xian stayed at home in Lin and City for a month. During this month, little Shi had grown up a little, and little Tianyi had also grown up a little. Lin Xian was very happy. He flirted with the girls all day long and looked after little Shi and little Tianyi. After that, Lin Xian played with Lu Yufan and Xan and the others. Ling Ying and the others also came back from the martial arts academy. For the time being, the martial arts academy didn't have any tasks for them. There was no need for them to stay there. As for the martial god academy, it was no longer necessary to manage them. Every single one of them had grown enough. Everyone knew what they were capable of. Those who needed to improve could continue to improve in the beast domain. All they had to do was protect themselves. The martial arts academy now focused more on the next batch of freshmen. That's right, Lin Xian's batch was about to graduate. What would they do after graduation? There are many capable people out there. You can choose to stay in the Martial God Academy, join the 3 great factions, and receive even more terrifying training. You can also choose to work alone. In any case, everyone has improved greatly here. Even the weakest was at least 5-star domain realm. There were close to 20,000 5-star domain realm cultivators and above, and there were even quite a few heavenly venerables. Wasn't that terrifying to the demon race? This kind of middle-level power was the most terrifying. It had to be said that the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was indeed miraculous. Little Shi, don't put your foot in front of little Tianyi's mouth. Little Tianyi, you're still hugging and nibbling. Lin Xian turned around and went to cook for a while. Linglong Shui, Linglong Yue, Bing Lingyue, and Yi Rinbing were finally free. They sat on the ground and got off the aircraft. Occasionally, they would look at the siblings sitting on the sofa. Then, Lin Xian turned around and looked. Little Shi stretched her foot in front of little Tianyi's face. Little Tianyi was still biting. Sigh. Poor little Tianyi. I say, you 4 ancestors. Lin Xian glanced at the 4 girls. If you have something to say, then say it. Yi Rinbing said indifferently. Lin Xian, wow. Look at these 2 brats. Nuo, little Shi's hand is reaching out again. Fuck. Little Tianny, you're still hugging and nibbling. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. He had gotten used to being a stay-at-home dad these days. How should he put it? Anyway, he was very happy. It's okay. These two babies are very smart. Yi Renbing said. Are you sure little Tianny is being smart when he's hugging little Shishir's butt? That's because they have a good relationship, Yi Renbing said. The intelligence of these two babies can't be measured by their age, Bing Linghua said. Lin Xian shrugged. Alright. Do you want some steamed pork? Eat. Lin Xian had already finished the Heavenly Martial Assembly in the Empire this month. The top 20 of each empire could participate in the final competition between the 5 empires. The top 10 could enter. In the empire's competition, more than half of the top 20 were taken by the powerful people in the martial arts academy. Although there were still many things to do, Lin Ye, the Shao family, the Evil Fiend Temple, and Lin Xian were worried about Ling Longshue's departure. Before that, he had to complete what he could do. No. He had to do something. Go. Leave the rest to us. We'll help you keep an eye out for your sister. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. After eating, Lin Xian and Ling Longshue returned to their room. See, this person still likes that woman the most. Yi Renbing said helplessly. You just gave birth to the baby a month ago. He can't do anything to you now, right? Bing Linghua said with a smile. When Lin Xian and Ling Longshue left little Shishir on the sofa, they knew what they were going to do. Little Shishir wasn't young anymore. She didn't have to stay in the crib every day. The two of them were finally free. Chapter 1285. Lin Xian and Ling Longshue were lying on the bed. They can finally take care of little Shishir. Lin Xian grinned, causing Ling Longshue's face to blush slightly. Don't think that Lin Xian and Ling Longshue had done anything over the past month. They really hadn't. She had been craving for this body for so long but had yet to touch it. I'm dying of thirst. Lin Xian then kissed her. An hour later, the two hugged each other while panting. Lin Xian felt that he was truly blissful. Looking at the unimaginably beautiful woman in his embrace, Lin Xian sighed secretly. Come on. Lin Xian laughed. Ling Longshue, let me rest for a while. She said with some hidden bitterness. Then, the two fell silent for a long while. Lin Xian kept hugging Ling Longshue. Xiao Linglong, don't go to that place. Lin Xian said. Ling Longshue's delicate body paused slightly. Lin Xian then said, I'm already a 6-star Empyrean. Advancing to the heavenly Tao realm is only a matter of time. When the time comes, I'll go with you. Ling Longshue bit her red lip slightly. She had been hesitating on whether she should go to that place or not. To be honest, she couldn't bear to. But she had to go. If you really go and something happens, I'll tell you that I'll go crazy, Lin Xian said as he looked at Ling Longshue. Okay, Ling Longshue nodded slightly. Don't say yes. It's useless. You have to promise me from the bottom of your heart. Okay. Lin Xian, I'm serious. It's dangerous for you to go. You've waited for so many years. Can't you wait a few more years? Now, not only can I reach the heavenly Tao realm, I've even obtained a divine body. It's possible for me to become a god. If I really become a god, firstly, there's no need to worry about the danger. Secondly, I'll be at ease. Think about it yourself. Lin Xian said. Ling Longshue then gently nodded. I know what to do. Ling Longshue said. I know you know what you're doing. I'm just worried that you're overthinking things, Lin Xian said softly. I'm your man, so this should be my business. Don't always think that you don't want me to get involved in this mess. If something happens to you, for example, in a few days, do you believe that I, as a heavenly venerable, will rush there? I'll die with you, Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui, all right. All right, I won't go. I'll raise little Shishir well. When you grow up, we can slowly discuss it. You're right. I've waited for so many years. There's no need to rush into an unknown place. Linglong Shui said with a nod. That's a good girl. Lin Xian grinned. I might not have much time to raise little Shishir because I still need to improve. Therefore, I'll need you to nurture her. Linglong Shui nodded. Lin Xian immediately felt relieved. He didn't dare mention this matter previously because he was afraid that it would make Linglong Shui even more determined to leave. But now, Lin Xian felt that he could say it. Indeed, the effects were good. At the very least, Lin Xian felt that Linglong Shui wouldn't leave. Then, shall we continue? Lin Xian grinned. Linglong Shui's face was red as she softly replied with an emichem. Big baby, here I come. The next morning, Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui and didn't want to move at all. After being lustful for so long, last night was indeed a little crazy. Linglong Shui was extremely indulgent towards Lin Xian now. She would give Lin Xian as many times as he wanted. You're awake. Lin Xian saw Linglong Shui's beautiful eyes looking at him. Then, he gently kissed her cheek. What? Why didn't he kiss her? Originally, Lin Xian subconsciously wanted to kiss her, but he hesitated. Because he couldn't possibly touch his own descendant, right? Forget it. Just kissing her cheek would be enough. When the time comes, I might go to the God's awakening door to improve myself. During these 2 months, I'll need you to take care of more things, including the safety of my sister and the girls around me. Lin Xian said to Linglong Shui. Emichem. Don't worry. When the time comes, you must be careful too. Lin Xian nodded. Emichem, about Linya, how should he put it? Zhao Mengyue could contact Ling Wuxin, but she couldn't. It had been a month, and Zhao Mengyue hadn't contacted her even once. Lin Xian didn't know if Zhao Mengyue hadn't contacted her or if she had already contacted her, but she didn't tell Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't sure. In any case, this woman's loyalty wasn't trustworthy. That was why she hadn't returned her cultivation. However, during this period of time, she had indeed helped Bai Xian a lot. This was what Bai Xian had told Lin Xian. At least, from what Bai Xian could see, there was nothing wrong with her. Let's go and have breakfast. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Anyway, this body of hers already belonged to Lin Xian completely, and she was already used to it. The two walked out. Little Shishir and little Tianyi were already awake. They sat on the sofa and leaned against each other. Who knew what they were playing with their hands together? Who knew what they were thinking? Yiren Bing looked at this scene with a beautiful expression. Although she was unhappy that she gave birth to a baby for Lin Xian, she felt that nothing was important when the baby was born. Perhaps this was the love of a mother. For example, Linglong Shui. If it wasn't for little Shishir, she wouldn't be so conflicted. She would have already gone to the God's awakening door. Therefore, sometimes, Lin Xian, who thought with his lower body, was still useful. Bing Lingyue was in the kitchen making breakfast. She had stayed here last night. It was very simple. She slept in the same room as Linglong Yue. However, it didn't matter. She couldn't let Yiren Bing sleep with little Shir and little Tianyi, right? Ling Longwei ran over to little Shir and little Tianyi to play with them. Yo, the two of you came out. You made quite a commotion last night. Yiren Bing joked. Tisk, if it was you, you would make a bigger commotion. Lin Xian said. Then let's do it together next time. When the time comes, let's see who made the biggest commotion and call Lingwei along. Yiren Bing said with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed and said, I actually don't mind. Linglong Shui, I don't mind either. Lingwei shouldn't mind either. As for Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing looked at Linglong Shui with a smile. Linglong Shui ignored her and sat beside little Shir. Little Shir kept asking for a hug. And, seems like she's fine too. Little you, what about you? Aw. Ling Longwei was stunned. Chapter 1286. Yiren Bing was indeed Yiren Bing. She even dragged Ling Longwei into this. Ling Longwei was stunned. As her sister, Ling Longshui was also stunned. Yiren Bing knew very well that Ling Longwei was so pretty. Although she looked young, she would not lose out to her sister when she grew up. The only difference was their temperament. One was noble while the other was a little mischievous. However, she was really pretty. Based on Yiren Bing's understanding of Lin Xian, Ling Longwei was obviously his target. Sisters. TSK TSK TSK. Yiren Bing felt excited just thinking about it. What more Lin Xian? It wasn't that Ling Longshui hadn't thought about it. She felt that with her sister's looks and Lin Xian's hooligan personality, he would definitely have taken a liking to her. He might even have done something to her. It was just that she didn't know. How should she put it? The human race might have a grudge against this. However, the demon race would not have such a grudge. If you were powerful, you could even do all 5 sisters together. Anyway, Ling Longshui was already prepared. Cough cough cough, Lin Xian's face turned slightly red. What are you talking about? Ling Longyue's face also turned red. Only an idiot would do that with him. She hurriedly said. Ling Longshui. Yiren Bing. Bing Lingyue. Ling Longyue then realized that she had said something wrong. She quickly said, I wasn't talking about you guys. Then it seems that someone hasn't succeeded yet. Good luck. Yiren Bing looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Shoo shoo shoo, don't talk nonsense. Don't ruin my little Shir and little Tian. Lin Xian said. I can't be worse than you. Really? Lin Xian, cough cough cough. Then, I'll go first. I have to see if there's any progress with Evil Fiend Hole. If I don't get rid of Evil Fiend Hole, I won't be at ease. Lin Xian quickly slipped away after he finished speaking. He's guilty. Yiren Bing hugged little Tianyi and teased him. Then, they all looked at Ling Longyue. Why? Why are you looking at me? Ling Longyue blushed. Let's see when you'll be taken down by that hooligan and you sisters, TSK TSK TSK. Yiren Bing teased. Impossible. Impossible. Ling Longyue quickly retorted. Actually, these 3 girls, including Ling Longyue, probably knew what was going on. On the other side, Lin Xian found an Xan and the rest. Beauty beauty Chiyue. Why are you here? Here. Lin Xian was also surprised to see Zi Chiyue here. Zi Chiyue twirled her hair and said to Lin Xian with a smile, I left the entertainment industry and didn't know what to do. Thinking of all my cute friends here, I decided to come over. By the way, a few of my friends took me to grind monsters and level up. Your family shouldn't be weak, right? You don't need them to bring you around. Lin Xian smiled and sat beside Miao Xiao Miao. Zhao Yinqi's big eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xian. Actually, she wanted to tell Lin Xian a piece of good news. She had successfully reached Mysterious Heaven Realm. Actually, it wasn't fast. But how should she put it? It wasn't slow. This was the first time she felt how enchanting power was. Lin Xian knew this because he could see it with his eye of cave spirit. I have friends. An Xan, Yinqi, Miao Xiao Miao, Fan Fan, Yi, and the others. Everyone is happy together. Zi Qiue said with a smile. Okay. But we will be going to the Martial Arts Academy soon. We might not be able to accompany Sister Qiue. Lu Yufan said. It's okay. You guys work hard. I can't fall behind. Otherwise, I'll be old. It couldn't be helped. This was a very realistic thing. If one didn't cultivate and raise their realm, their lifespan would be 100 years. Zi Qiue was already 27 years old. She left the entertainment circle because of this. She wasn't young anymore. If she didn't raise her realm, she would have wrinkles and wouldn't look good. She had to raise her realm. As for making music, how should she put it? If she was free, she could do it as a hobby. Just like an Xan had already left the entertainment industry. She left after winning 10 Golden Melody Awards, and then Zi Qiue left. This really caused a sensation in the entertainment industry. But there was no other way. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. An Xan liked music, but she also had to work hard to raise her realm. She had so many good friends here. She also liked this kind of life. That's true. Otherwise, no one will want you. Lin Xian nodded and said. Ha ha ha, Zi Qiue laughed. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, do you want me? Yes, I want you now. Then what do you want me to do? The girls looked back and forth between them. Ah! Bastard! Lu Yufan and Miao Xiao Miao were going crazy. They were Lin Xian's confirmed girlfriends. Seeing Lin Xian flirt with girls in front of them made them very unhappy. But, sigh, there was nothing they could do. Actually, they weren't stupid. They knew what they should know and what they should guess. But they really couldn't let it go. They were all very good girls, and they had truly fallen in love with Lin Xian a long time ago. In this world of martial arts, they would rather suffer a little. Who asked them to fall in love with a scumbag? Miao Xiao Miao was fine. But what made Lu Yufan very unhappy was that she was already 18 years old. She was really 18 years old. She was also completely an adult. She had only kissed Lin Xian twice. There was nothing else. Ah! So uncomfortable. Really, it wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to take her. Lu Yufan, Yi, and Miao Xiao Miao were all becoming more and more beautiful. Of course Lin Xian liked them. But, let alone Lu Yufan, even Yi, who wasn't in a relationship with Lin Xian felt that if he wanted to do it with her, she would agree. But, sigh, how should he put it? Lin Xian couldn't do it. What? This scumbag couldn't do it. Bullshit. It was true. Although they knew each other the earliest. That's right, the first two girls Lin Xian knew were Lu Yufan and Yi. On the other hand, it was the first girl he met who took the least advantage. Lu Yufan kissed him twice. Yi, he didn't even kiss him, then what about them? Sometimes, they wouldn't even see Lin Xian for a long time. Instead, they would always be there diligently. They would always think of Lin Xian, always thinking of Lin Xian. They would always think of ways to get along well with the girls around Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian felt very guilty. Chapter 1287. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Yufan glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing, nothing. I guess you're thinking about how to take advantage of Sister Chiue. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Lin Xian, wow. He felt wronged. In the eyes of these girls, he was actually such a person. Ahem, I just came to play with you. If you don't welcome me, sigh, then I'll leave. Lin Xian sighed, looking very sad. Sigh. Xiao Yunqi and the soft-hearted Yi Yi immediately fell for his trick and subconsciously tried to persuade him to stay. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Yi and Yunqi are the most sensible. Lin Xian then shamelessly sat down beside them and held Xiao Yunqi's small hand with his big hand, causing her to blush. Are you in the mystic heaven realm? Lin Xian asked Xiao Yunqi with a smile. Ah. How did you know? Xiao Yunqi asked softly. I guessed. She nodded. Yes, yes, you're in the mystic heaven realm. Lin Xian nodded. That's great. Xiao Yunqi's face turned even redder when she heard Lin Xian's praise. She wanted Lin Xian's praise, so she felt especially happy. Work hard and try to go to the martial arts academy next year. Lin Xian said. Yes, yes. Lin Xian then looked at an Axian. This girl was also in the mystic heaven realm. After all, it had been a long time. Moreover, they hung out together every day and had a very good relationship. They also went to the beast domain all day long. You're in the mystic heaven realm too. Yes. An Axian nodded. Not bad. Of course. An Axian said proudly. Lin Xian then looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, will you be participating in the martial arts academy this time? Miao Xiaomiao still shook her head. I didn't participate last time, and I won't participate this time either. I'll just follow Yun Qi and play with Sister Chiue. We'll go to the demonic beast domain together. Then, spend more time with Grandpa. Lin Xian nodded. Sure. Miao Xiaomiao's talent was very high, and her personal strength was also very strong. Although she was currently in the domain realm and seemed to have fallen behind a lot because Ling Ying and the others were already celestial venerables, she really wasn't in a hurry. To be honest, if she really cultivated properly, at the same age, her cultivation would definitely be higher than Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Lin Xian, when are you going to participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? Yi Yi asked. Next week. Can we go and watch? She asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. We'll have to wait for the details. They haven't even told us where to fight yet. Good luck. You must beat the shit out of those people. Lu Yufan waved her fist. Oh, you're not dissing me this time. Lin Xian asked with a smile. TSK, after all, they're outsiders. Even if I don't like you, I can't speak up for strangers, right? Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. You and Yi should work hard. You'll improve a lot if you enter the martial arts academy. I know, I know. Okay. Then I'll go first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, the girls looked at him anxiously. Was he leaving just like that? Lin Xian paused. How about we go out and have some fun? Okay. Lin Xian still couldn't find a chance to confess. He didn't want to wait any longer. Yi didn't trigger the mission, but Lin Xian didn't want the mission. And Xian and Zhao Yunqi were girls he could win over, but Lin Xian didn't have a chance. They were all together, but it wasn't a big deal. He could talk about it later. After all, he had a lot of Adonis points. After a day of fun, it was already night time when Lin Xian left. He went straight to Bai Xuanquan's place. At this moment, Bai Xianxian was chatting with Leng Wuxin. "What's it like in the evil shrine?" Bai Xianxian poured her a cup of coffee. Leng Wuxin hesitated for a moment and said, "It's nothing. The evil shrine is the same as usual, but the people are different." In the past month, she had gradually gotten used to this kind of life. Although there were only Bai Xianxian and the experts of the Azura Palace in her life, her heart gradually calmed down. She was busy every day, and then she would go shopping with Bai Xianxian and chat. She did everything. How should she put it? At least for now, the two of them had become good friends who could talk about anything. "By the way, are you Lin Xian's woman?" Leng Wuxin took a sip of coffee and asked calmly. "Yes. I am." Bai Xianxian nodded. "You're so outstanding and beautiful, and you have the time attribute. Your cultivation is also high. Why did you choose such a man?" Leng Wuxin asked. What about him?" Bai Xianxian asked. "Shameless, despicable, despicable." And then, Leng Wuxin thought for a moment and frowned. Then, she couldn't say anything. "He's not bad looking, and he's a good person. He's talented, and he's quite responsible. Other than being a playboy, I don't think there's anything special about him." Bai Xianxian said. "What I mean is, with your talent, you can find someone better," Leng Wuxin said. Bai Xianxian smiled and said, "Later on, I slowly realized that there's nothing better in this world. There's only satisfaction. I'm very satisfied with him. Therefore, in my eyes, he's the best. Isn't that right?" Leng Wuxin pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense." "What about you?" Bai Xianxian asked. Although they had known each other for more than a month, they didn't talk about such things. Today, they happened to be talking about this topic. "Me? I'll kill him," Leng Wuxin said coldly. "I see that you've been living quite freely for the past month. Other than being restricted, what do you think?" Bai Xianxian asked with a smile. Leng Wuxin was stunned. How was her life for the past month? Actually, she had never thought about this question. However, after Bai Xianxian said it, she was completely stunned. This was the first time she thought about this question. Her life for the past month, although her freedom was restricted, she seemed to be quite happy for the past month. As long as she didn't think about Lin Xian, she would go shopping, eat, and play with Bai Xianxian every day. Indeed, she seemed to be quite happy during this period. She was happier than any other day before. Previously, every day was very tiring for her. She had been an assassin since she was young. She couldn't walk out of that kind of life. At that time, she even thought that if she had parents, if she lived in an ordinary family and lived an ordinary life, how much would she live? However, her life had changed in this 1 month. Her life had become what she had imagined it to be. And all of this was because of that Lin Xian. Chapter 1288. In fact, Bai Xianxian had been helping Lin Xian these days. She roughly knew what kind of situation Leng Wuxin and Lin Xian were in, and she wasn't unforgivable. She felt pretty good after interacting with them for a month. Therefore, if such a powerful Great Void stage cultivator could become one of them, it would be really good news. That's right, Bai Xianxian had completely become Lin Xian's virtuous wife. Leng Wuxin didn't say anything because she was a bit confused. To be honest, if it wasn't for the poison pill, she would have left the evil fiend palace a long time ago. However, she had no choice. Because of the poison pill, she would die if she left. However, Lin Xian solved the problem for her even though she had taken Lin Xian's poison pill again. She hadn't contacted the evil fiend palace for a month. She guessed that the evil fiend palace had detonated the poison pill and thought that she was dead. After all, she was one of the elders of the evil fiend palace. The evil fiend palace would definitely pay attention to her if she hadn't contacted them for a month. At this moment, Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Good evening. Lin Xian smiled at Bai Xianxian and then looked at Ling Wuxin. What are you doing here? Ling Wuxin asked coldly when she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian, damn it. This is my territory. Why do you care if I come or not? Lin Xian said. Ling Wuxin was speechless. Damn it. You're still disobedient, aren't you? Lin Xian glared at her. Hey, she helped me a lot this month. Bai Xianxian said. She can order the boss around just because she helped him. Ling Wuxin took a deep breath and then turned her head to the side, drinking her coffee in silence. How's the Azura Palace? Bai Xianxian nodded. It's almost there. It's basically stabilized. If you need a large number of experts in the future, we can provide them. With the huge wealth of the Art Pavilion Group, it won't be a problem for our development. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'm fine. Ling Wuxin has been working hard recently. Lin Xian glanced at Ling Wuxin. Are you tired? No, Ling Wuxin said coldly. Well, since she said she's not tired, I'll give her more work in the future. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian said as he caressed Bai Xuanxuan's face. Ling Wuxin. Fuck you. Bai Xianxian's face turned slightly red. She was obviously older than this hooligan, but why did she feel like a little girl in front of him? It was actually very simple. Because he liked her. Be obedient. When you're truly obedient, I'll give you your freedom, Lin Xian said. How can I be considered honest? I haven't done anything for the past month. I've been very obedient, so can you give me my freedom? Have you become obedient? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and looked at her. But I don't feel anything. You've been treating me like this since I came in. If I give you your freedom now, you'll kill me the moment I give you your freedom. Lin Xian said. Ling Wuxin didn't say anything. In this situation, it was useless for her to say anything. Let her go. How could Lin Xian let her go? Then, Lin Xian sat on the chair. Bai Xianxian wanted to pour tea for Lin Xian. Hey, don't pour it. You pour it. Lin Xian pointed at Ling Wuxin and said. Ling Wuxin, she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. Help me massage my shoulders. Lin Xian stretched his neck and said. Ling Wuxin then walked behind Lin Xian and helped him massage his shoulders. Bai Xianxian looked at this scene helplessly. Come here, come here. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Bai Xianxian. What? She asked curiously. Then, Lin Xian pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Bai Xianxian, she quickly got up and glared at Lin Xian. It's getting late. Why are you here? I have an appointment with Ling Wuxin to go to a bar later. Lin Xian, what's the point of going to a bar? Damn. Don't tell me you're going there to hook up with rich guys. Lin Xian glared at Bai Xianxian. Yeah, you're not giving it to me. Bai Xianxian laughed. Ling Wuxin helplessly massaged Lin Xian's shoulders. So annoying. She really wanted to strangle him to death. Let's go. Let's go together. Forget it. You don't have to go. I won't take up your time. You're a busy man. Why are you here? Lin Xian turned around and glanced at Lang Wuxin. I've been thinking of finding a way to destroy the evil god Firehole. Do you have any suggestions? Lang Wuxin said coldly, no. Ai. Bai Xianxian, don't take her out to eat or shop in the future. Just let her stay here and don't let her out. Lang Wuxin, don't go too far. Too far? Is that too far? If it's too far, I'll lock you up in the water prison. Do you think that's too far? I'll even give you a phone to play with and watch TV. That's not bad. Lang Wuxin took a deep breath and said, I really don't have any ideas. That's the evil god Firehole. How could I possibly do anything about it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Obviously, she yearned for freedom. Perhaps being trapped here wasn't freedom to her, but being able to go out and play with Bai Xianxian was freedom as well. It was just that she could only stay in Lin and City and follow Bai Xianxian. Then let me change my question. Since you're an elder of the evil god Firehole, then I need to know what I should do to find proof that the Shao clan is the evil god Firehole. Lin Xian asked. Bai Xianxian said, don't the evil god Firehole have the evil god token? Can't you just find it? Of course. I don't know. I'm asking how to find it. How would I know where they keep their tokens? Lin Xian. Big sister, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. Lin Xian asked, besides the evil god token, how can I find evidence that they're members of the evil god Firehole? The evil god token was difficult to find. Even if it was found, it could only convict one person. I don't know the specifics. You should know how secretive the evil god Firehole is, not to mention the evil god Firehole. I don't know how to make them give themselves away. Didn't you capture the Liao clan group? What did you do? Can't you just use the same method again? Lin Xian. What do I need you for? Then let me go. Fuck. Lin Xian didn't believe it. Lin Xian didn't believe that this woman didn't know anything. She was an elder, not an ordinary member. Let's go. Warm my bed. Lin Xian had to make her submit. Chapter 1289. Lang Wuxin was in despair. Bastard. 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 She had never been humiliated like this. She had to warm his bed just because he asked her to. Bai Xianxian was helpless. She couldn't control Lin Xian. He could do whatever he wanted. What could she do? Lang Wuxin wasn't a kind person. Although they had been getting along well for the past month, she knew her identity. Therefore, she couldn't control what Lin Xian did. If it was any other girl, she might have helped to speak up for her. Let's go. Lin Xian glared at Lang Wuxin. Lang Wuxin didn't move. You didn't even tell me or touch it. Why should I keep you? Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin, the members of the Evil God Fire Palace have a secret code that only the members of the Evil God Fire Palace know. Lang Wuxin said helplessly. Oh. Lang Wuxin then said, only the members of the Evil God Fire Palace know this secret code. If they can tell you the secret code, then they are members of the Evil God Fire Palace and can enter the Evil God Fire Palace, which is the Shao family. This secret code is usually only used by the elders and the people brought by the elders. In other words, the people who are trusted by the Evil God Fire Palace will know this secret code. Therefore, there will be some people who they don't know but know the secret code. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. So, if I have this secret code, although they don't know me, I can go to the Xiao family and tell them this secret code to enter the Xiao family. Lang Wuxi nodded. Yes, the Xiao family is very big. Moreover, the Xiao family has a very large underground space. On the surface, the Xiao family is the Xiao family. Of course, they are also members of the evil god Fire Palace. The other members of the evil god Fire Palace can go through the guards of the Xiao family and tell them the secret code. Then, they can go underground. The real evil god Fire Palace is underground. They usually work and cultivate underground. Lin Xian nodded, so that's how it is. It seems that this project is not small. The evil god Fire Palace has existed for so long. It's normal for it to have such a big project. What's the secret code? Heaven and earth, unify the 8 desolates. Lin Xian, what a bunch of idiots. You people from the evil fiend hall are all idiots. Lin Xian said helplessly. Lang Wuxin then said, what do you want to do? You can pretend to be a member of the evil fiend hall, say the secret code, and then enter the Xiao family. Entering the underground evil fiend hall is better than anything else, but you don't have the identity token of the evil fiend hall. Once there is a place that requires the identity token, you will be in danger. Give me your token. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. It's useless. I have an elder's token. Others can tell that it's an elder's token at a glance. How could an elder not recognize someone? Lin Xian, if it was an elder of the evil divine hall asking me, then I wouldn't be able to do anything. But with this elder token, I should be able to scare those ordinary core members of the evil divine fire hall, right? Lang Wuxin then threw the token to Lin Xian. It's finally useful. Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin. Hey, then you said that there is a large space under the Xiao family, where the people of the evil god Fire Palace live and work. Then, if I directly lead the troops to rush over and find that underground space, wouldn't I be caught red-handed? Lang Wuxin then asked, first, the Xiao family can say that this underground space was specially built by them. It's reasonable for them to build a secret hideout in their own home. Second, there is a teleportation array in the underground space. If there is any problem, those people can immediately enter the teleportation array and leave even if they have the identity token. At the same time, they can destroy the teleportation array. In this way, if you lead the army in, you won't be able to catch them or find any evidence. Instead, you will be alerting the enemy. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I knew it. How could the evil divine fire hall be so stupid? But if I destroy the teleportation array, then you will be exposed. Lang Wuxin said. I have to think about this carefully. Let's go warm the bed. Lang Wuxin. Why do I have to warm the bed? Damn. What does it have to do with whether you tell me or not? Didn't you say that you don't have to warm the bed if I tell you? Lang Wuxin gritted her teeth. I never said that. I only wanted you to tell me, but I never said that you don't have to warm the bed if you tell me, right? Lang Wuxin. Bai Xianxian shook her head secretly. It seemed that she had too little contact with this Lin Xian. Little Xianxian, I'll dote on you next time. Lin Xian smiled at Bai Xianxian. Up to you. Bai Xianxian said helplessly. Then, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Lang Wuxin's hand, dragging her away. As for what happened next, there was no need to talk about it. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Lang Wuxin, who was sleeping soundly with her back facing him. Hey! Lin Xian smiled. It felt so good to use force. No wonder so many men liked it. Then, Lin Xian hugged her from behind. He had to admit that she was really, really good. However, the reason why Lin Xian was a little afraid of this woman was very simple. The system didn't trigger any missions for her, and she was a member of the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian wasn't sure what her character was like. Therefore, it was best to be careful. Ling Wuxin opened her eyes when Lin Xian hugged her. Then, she frowned. "Scram," she said coldly. "Damn. You told me to scram." "Say that again," Lin Xian said from behind. Ling Wuxin. "Say it again." Alright, she didn't dare to do it again. "Naughty, naughty. I'll do it again." Ling Wuxin. It was another big battle. Ling Wuxin huddled there, panting, while Lin Xian lit up a cigarette happily. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had been more obedient earlier? Why did you have to suffer a little before being obedient? Seriously, you're not smart at all." Lin Xian blew a smoke ring and said indifferently. "I'll definitely kill you," Ling Wuxin said coldly. Lin Xian. No, this woman still wanted to kill him. What should he do? Nonsense. Of course she wanted to kill him. Didn't she know what Lin Xian had done to her? "You're being naughty again. You can think about it in your heart, but if you say it out loud, how much do you look down on me?" Lin Xian flicked the cigarette away and put it on her again. Ling Wuxin. This time, she had a slightly frightened expression on her face. "You. Are you blaming me?" Lin Xian walked out of the room. Ling Wuxin was lying there, not wanting to move at all. Feeling better. Bai Xianxian sat in the courtyard and drank tea. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked. "It's okay. She wasn't very obedient." Chapter 1290. Bai Xianxian secretly shook her head. How should she put it? This Lin Xian was good in other aspects, but he was too lecherous. "Are you not afraid that she will find an opportunity to kill you?" Lin Xian sat in front of Bai Xianxian and took the tea she pushed over. "I am afraid." "Then why did you humiliate her like this?" Lin Xian shrugged and said, "It's fine. Anyway, you are here to watch. Her cultivation is sealed. With her ability, if Xiao Linglong breaks the seal, she won't be able to break it for the rest of her life. Now, she is just an ordinary person. Moreover, I feel that she is enjoying it." Bai Xianxian, what a scumbag. Lin Xian, okay, I admit it. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. He took it out and took a look. The location of the Tianwu conference has been decided. Lin Xian said. "Where?" "The peak of the North Pole." Bai Xianxian, where is it? Lin Xian shrugged. "How would I know? Isn't that place filled with glaciers and snow mountains?" Bai Xianxian nodded. "Yes, but there should be a reason. Could it be the entrance to the God's Awakening door?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. "That is possible, but there is no need for that, right? Who knows? Anyway, it is the same. Moreover, don't forget that the Tianwu conference might not be just a martial arts competition." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. "Yes. The Sky Martial Arts Conference is not just a competition of martial arts. The rules of the Sky Martial Arts Conference in Tianhua City have changed. Although the Empire-level Sky Martial Arts Conference was only a competition of martial arts, this Continental Sky Martial Arts Conference should be more than that. Since they have chosen such a strange place, there must be a reason for it." Lin Xian nodded. "Good luck. It is said that if you can enter the God's Awakening door, as long as you obtain some opportunities, your strength will increase greatly." Lin Xian nodded. "I know. I will leave this place to you for now. Lin Xian then left. The summit of the North Pole was the highest point of the Arctic snowfield. It was very cold there. Of course, to martial artists, that kind of cold was nothing. This time, they only gave him a location. 6 days later, the Sky Martial Assembly would be held. The peak of the North Pole was especially far away. In other words, they should have set off from various places on the continent in the next 2 days. As for how you will go and how many people will go, that is unknown. Since he didn't say anything, it must be up to you. You can go wherever you want. Just be careful. Something's not right. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The journey to the summit of the North Pole is long. Even if you take a plane, you can only land in the nearest city. After landing, there are still hundreds of kilometers to the summit of the North Pole. Moreover, more than half of these hundreds of kilometers cannot be driven. The road is full of demonic beasts. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. It was indeed very dangerous. Such a place might even have heavenly Dao realm demonic beasts. Although the possibility was not high, it was a place with few people. Think about it. A place with negative temperatures of tens of degrees Celsius and constant snowstorms was not suitable for human habitation. How many people would go there? At most, martial artists in the nearby cities would go there to grind their levels. However, they did not dare go too far. Those with low cultivation realms did not dare go out. Once the snowstorm erupted, they would lose their way and encounter demonic beasts. Those with slightly lower cultivation realms were doomed. We have to go by ourselves without being brought along. The journey is dangerous. Is this also a test? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Perhaps, but not necessarily. After all, there might be a similar segment later on. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Then, on his cell phone, Ling Ying and company began chatting in the group. Hey. Let's set off together. Lin Xian replied. Where are you? Ling Ying asked in the group. I'm in Linton City. Nonsense. Of course I know. Which sister's house are you at? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. I'm at home. Oh, I'm at your house too. Lin Xian. There's also Chuxue, Xinyue, Murongyu, Wu Yuhan, and Lin Xian, I. What I mean is that I'm almost home. Oh. Lin Xian, wow. It's so hard to be a man. So, Lin Xian hurriedly did a spatial jump and arrived at his door. Following that, he opened the door. A bunch of beautiful girls were gathered in his house. They had all advanced. Every empire had 50 people advance. 5 empires meant 250 people. The numbers were pretty good. With their abilities, it was extremely normal for them to successfully advance to the next level. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Wu Yuhan, Murongyu, and Wang Xintong had all advanced easily. They were all heavenly venerables. Those who could advance were all heavenly venerables. How could those who couldn't advance? As for the others, Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and the others, of course, could also advance. Unfortunately, Lan Xingxing was just a little short. It couldn't be helped. Although this girl was powerful, she was too delicious. Furthermore, she didn't spend much effort on cultivation. There weren't any heavenly venerables yet. It was normal for her to be eliminated. However, Lan Xingxing had also come to Lin Xian's house today. She was here to freeload. Xiao Runing had also come. As a teacher, there weren't many things going on in the martial arts academy recently. She had also taken a small break. Anyway, it was a bunch of beautiful girls. Only Lin Xian could enjoy this scene. Bing Lingyue was here to entertain them. Isn't someone at home? Ling Ying sneered when he saw Lin Xian. Ahem, I said the wrong thing. I said that he's almost home. Really? Lin Xian quickly explained. Just now, I felt a surge of spatial energy outside. Someone might have hurriedly released spatial energy from somewhere and returned, right? Xiao Runing smiled at Lin Xian and said. Ah. Devil. This group of women. Hey, hey, hey. Can you guys be nicer to me? Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Ling Ying said. Lan Xingxing's big eyes twinkled. Okay. I'll go and cook. Can you guys prepare some other things? Fruits, drinks, etc. No problem. Then, Murongyu followed Lin Xian into the kitchen. I'll help you. Okay. Soon, the feast was ready. All the beauties gathered around the table. Lan Xingxing swallowed her saliva. She couldn't hold it in anymore. After today's meal, let's go to the North Pole tomorrow morning. Xiao Xinyue said. Sure. Of course, it's safer if we go together. Cheers. One night passed just like that. How should it be described? He was drunk. Lin Xian was drunk too. He didn't know what happened until the next morning when Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 1291. Why was Lin Xian dumbfounded? He actually had sex with Murongyu on the bed. Why was it only Murongyu? Lin Xian didn't know either. Maybe it was just random because everyone drank too much. But this wasn't important, not at all. What was important was that there were other girls lying on the floor beside them. Gulp, Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Last night, he and Murongyu unconsciously had sex. Did the other girls see it? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Lin Xian quickly and quietly put on his clothes. Then, he helped Murongyu put on her clothes. But how could he help her? The girl was asleep. How could Lin Xian help her put on her clothes? Murongyu was tossed around by Lin Xian and woke up. You, what are you doing? She frowned and used her spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol. Then, she saw her situation. Bastard! Murongyu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. This bastard actually took advantage of her while she was asleep too. Wow! Bastard! Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Sister, don't do that. I just want to help you put on your clothes. Lin Xian looked at Murongyu in confusion. It's true. I was drunk last night too. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and then saw the girls lying on the floor. Then, she walked into the bathroom. What was going on? There seemed to be some movement outside. Lin Xian walked out and saw Bing Lingyue making breakfast. Morning, little Bing Lingyue. Morning. Bing Lingyue said. Weren't you drunk last night? Bing Lingyue shook her head. No, you all drank too much. I carried you all to the bed. So you are the culprit. Bing Lingyue. She looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian knew it. He was such a pure and innocent man. How could he have sex after drinking? So it was little Bing Bing who carried the girls to the bed. That was why It was all her fault. Moreover, Lin Xian only touched one out of so many girls, which was enough to prove how gentlemanly he was. Ahem, 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 it's fine. Little Bing Bing, Xiao Linglong and the others will take care of the two boys. As for Dragony, if you have time, you may need to take care of her. Dragony eats a lot. Bing Lingyue said, no problem. But Linglong has already given birth to little Shir for so long. She can also take care of her. I can also take care of her. After you go to the Sky Martial Arts Conference, I will sleep on the floor. It's been hard on you. Lin Xian hugged Bing Lingyue. No, what grievance is this? Han Chuxue was dumbfounded. This Lin Xian. He really had that kind of relationship with Bing Lingyue. It was unbelievable. Bing Lingyue was so beautiful, so powerful, so noble. She and Lin Xian were also. Hearing the movement behind them, Lin Xian saw Han Chuxue and let go of Bing Lingyue. Little Chuxue, you're awake. Han Chuxue nodded lightly, yes. I will help you make breakfast. Okay. Bing Lingyue felt a little awkward. Then the two girls were in the kitchen. Lin Xian stretched lazily and woke up all the girls who were still sleeping soundly. After breakfast, Lin Xian made the necessary arrangements and the few of them boarded the plane to the top of the North Pole. Of course, the plane couldn't fly directly to the North Pole. It was the closest one to the North Pole. Yes, it wasn't even the North Pole. It was a city a few hundred kilometers away from the North Pole. After landing in Binghai City, they had to travel on their own. It was a few hundred kilometers, maybe even 1,000 kilometers. Because the North Pole was a few hundred kilometers away, the North Pole was a few hundred kilometers away. Anyway, this trip was full of unknowns. Lin Xian, Murong Yu, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wu Yuhan, and Wang Xintong were a total of 7 people. The others definitely couldn't go. Lan Xingxing didn't advance and Xiao Runing didn't participate either. Then, they found out that they were the Storm Squad. Therefore, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Storm Squad. The other girls, even Lu Yufan and the others wanted to go. It wasn't a problem because there was no ban on bystanders. Of course, as long as you had the ability to go. But before they could talk to their families, Lin Xian and the others went first. Father, I'm afraid this is the only chance to make a move. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yun and his father, Xiao He, sat in the main hall and talked about something. About this Lin Xian, we have been paying attention to him for a long time. Now, the evil fiend hall in Lin and City has been discovered and eradicated by him. The person in charge of Lin and City, Ling Wuxin, hasn't heard from him for a month. Something must have happened to him. You don't have to worry about Lin Xian. Since he has become an enemy of the evil fiend hall, the evil fiend hall naturally can't let him go. Xiao Yun really wanted to kill this Lin Xian. Very, very much. But, why hasn't the evil fiend hall made a move yet? Xiao Yun asked. Although the Xiao family was the headquarters of the evil fiend hall in China, it didn't mean that the Xiao family had much authority. Xiao Yun's father, Xiao He, was only an elder of the evil fiend hall. Moreover, he wasn't an elder with much authority and authority. His authority wasn't even higher than Ling Wuxin's. However, he could still climb up bit by bit. In short, with the evil fiend hall as his backer, the Xiao family's development would definitely be unparalleled. The most simple example was the 8 great families of Tiandu. The number of experts was basically the same, and the Xiao family was the same. However, the Xiao family was the headquarters of the evil fiend hall, so no one knew that the number of experts they had was overwhelming. It was just that they couldn't easily expose it, but it would definitely allow the Xiao family to obtain more benefits in Tiandu. Xiao He said, how can the evil fiend hall not make a move? That Lin Xian destroyed the evil fiend hall in Lin and City. Dozens of celestial venerables and several holy lords have been killed or captured by the three great forces. This has seriously damaged the interests of the evil fiend Hall. They have already made a move. Xiao Yun let out a long sigh of relief, but that Lin Xian is indeed not simple. The evil fiend Hall shouldn't have a problem, right? Xiao He shook his head. I don't know what kind of forces the evil fiend Hall has sent, but they should know more about this Lin Xian than us. There's definitely no problem, but you have to be prepared for one thing. What? Even if the evil fiend Hall succeeds, they probably won't kill Lin Xian. Xiao Yun frowned. Don't kill Lin Xian. The wealth of the Yixian group behind Lin Xian is enormous. To the evil fiend Hall, that is an unimaginable amount of wealth, and as the owner of Lin Xian, as long as we control him, the Yixian group will be a huge source of funds for the evil fiend Hall. Therefore, to the evil fiend Hall, Lin Xian's value is extraordinary, and it's even possible. Lin Xian will become an elder of the evil fiend Hall. Then how is he going to die? Don't worry, an enemy will always be an enemy. When his value is gone, there's no need for him to live. Chapter 1292. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were sitting in a plane, flying towards Icy City. Little Yu, isn't it good to fly a helicopter to the North Pole? Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu and asked. Lin Xian could only put aside the situation in Lin and City for the time being. Increasing his strength was more important. Lin Ye would definitely be fine, the two babies would definitely be fine, and Dragony would also be fine with Ling Long Shui and the others. Murong Qing, Luo Chenxi, and Bai Xianxian should also be fine in the Art Pavilion group. As for Leng Wuxin, Bai Xianxian should also be fine. As for whether the Shao family was the Evil Fiend Hall or the Fire Hall, Lin Xian really couldn't find out for the time being. He also didn't have the time. Who asked him to coincide with the Tianwu conference at this time? And the God's Awakening door was also very important to him. Murong Yu then looked at Lin Xian and said, the weather in the North Pole is very unpredictable. There are often storms, hailstorms, and blizzards. Flying a helicopter there is simply courting death. So that's how it is. We can only drive there. Wu Yuhan said, we will have to travel a long distance on this journey. The North Pole is a place where people rarely go. We will definitely encounter powerful demon beasts and dangers. Ling Ying nodded, yes, and the three major forces didn't gather us together. They just let us go there by ourselves. This is also considered a test, right? It might not count as a test of the Tianwu conference. In my opinion, it should be to let the 250 experts participating in the Tianwu conference adapt to such a place in advance. After all, the North Pole is very special. Yes, although the ice country is an empire with a lot of wind and snow, it is only wind and snow. The North Pole has wind and snow, ice, and endless deep sea. When we enter the North Pole, we will have the sea under our feet. It is definitely different from ordinary snow. Moreover, during the battle, it is very likely that we will fall into the deep sea. There are even demon beasts in the deep sea. I think it is very likely that they want us to adapt to that environment before the Tianwu conference begins. Xiao Xinyue said. Won't it be very dangerous? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, of course it's dangerous, but the Heaven Martial Assembly is a dangerous place. It's normal for people to die in the Heaven Martial Assembly. You don't even have the ability to reach the peak of the North Pole, so how can you participate in the Heaven Martial Assembly? Am I right? Og, Han Chushue continued, moreover, it's actually not that dangerous. The location of the Tianwu Assembly has already been decided, but there's no rule that says no one is allowed to accompany them. Therefore, the young masters and young ladies of the large clans can bring their clan's experts with them. Therefore, it's not just us. They didn't let their family members follow them, simply because they felt very safe together, so there was no need to do so. Moreover, there was also Lin Xian and Murong Yu's space, so there was nothing to worry about. However, there was no need to think about it. Ling Ying's parents, Han Chushua's parents, Xiao Xinyue's parents, and so on, would definitely come to the North Pole as spectators to watch their daughter's Heaven Martial Assembly. Therefore, when the time came for the Heaven Martial Assembly, not only would there be 250 participants and a few people from the three major powers, there would also be over 1,000 experts from each family present. This was because it wasn't forbidden. The three major powers naturally hoped that more people would be able to personally see these outstanding children in the Heaven Martial Assembly. Moreover, Xiao Runing might go with Xiao Xinyue's parents, Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling. Murong Yu was Murong Qing's niece, so under normal circumstances, Murong Qing might also go, but the Art Xian group was too busy, so she probably wouldn't go. Anyway, as long as you have the ability to go, there's no problem. A day passed just like that. There was no other way. This place was too far away. It was not even closer than the distance between China and Ice Country. When they landed, it was already dark. The few of them walked out of the airport against the cold wind. This is Icy City. No wonder it's called the City of Ice. Their eyes swept across the entire city that was covered in snow. It was still quite prosperous. After adapting to the wind and snow here, there were still many people who were willing to live here, even if the winter could reach -30 degrees Celsius. Even if there were spring and winter seasons in a year. It's so beautiful. The goose feather snow, the neon lights, and the tall buildings gave them a very dreamy feeling. That's why Icy City is called the City of Dreams. Ling Ying said. Sigh, it's my first time here, and it's also night time. Let's walk around Icy City together. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the North Pole. There was no choice, this Ling Ying had a playful heart. Okay. Of course, the other girls also liked to have fun. In the airport hall, the appearance of a group of girls attracted everyone's attention. One must know that there weren't many people flying to Icy City, but there were many people flying away from Icy City. Moreover, in these 2 days, the geniuses from all over the 5 major empires would definitely fly to this airport. Therefore, the airport couldn't be said to be very lively, but there were definitely a lot of people. Young Master Chu, look. The 4 men just happened to get off another flight together. Then, they saw a few girls talking and laughing in front of them. They didn't see their faces clearly, but they could see the side of their faces when they were talking and laughing. That side of their face was super beautiful. Also, their temperament, their backs, they were definitely not simple. It seems that they should be some empire's candidates for the Heaven Martial Assembly. Go, let's go take a look. Chu Feng tidied up his clothes, then the 4 people walked over with smiles. They all came from the Wind Empire. This Wind Empire could be considered to be at the peak within the 5 major empires. The overall strength of the 5 major empires was in the top 2, so it should be able to compete with the strongest overall strength of the Hua Empire. The Hua Empire was strong because the headquarters of the 3 major powers were in the Hua Empire. The Wind Empire was strong because there were too many top-notch families in the Wind Empire. The top-notch families in the Wind Empire couldn't be compared to the 8 great families in the Divine Capital. The situation in the Wind Empire was a bit special. The powerful families basically controlled the cities. In other words, the more powerful families had the final say in a city. Just like how Lin Xian turned Lin and city into his territory, and Zhuge Feng's Zhuge family turned his city into his territory. How could the 8 great families in the Divine Capital compare to that? Wah wah wah. Spicy pepper soup. Is everyone going to drink it? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at the bursts of fragrance coming from the side, then she excitedly pointed and said, "Let's go." "Greetings, everyone." Chu Feng's voice came from behind them. Several people turned their heads and glanced. Chu family. When Wu Yuhan saw his appearance, her beautiful eyes flickered with eerie killing intent. Chapter 1293. The killing intent that Wu Yuhan revealed was very, very weak. Clearly, she released it subconsciously. Her subconscious thought was that she could not reveal her killing intent. The current Wu Yuhan was the cold Wu Yuhan, the younger sister. In that instant, everyone felt a killing intent. Even Chu Feng and the others felt it. However, it disappeared in an instant. They did not even know where that killing intent came from or who its target was. When Chu Feng saw their appearances, he was simply stunned. Every single one. The appearance of any one of the girls was top-notch. It was normal for 2 or 3 girls of such quality to walk together. However, 6 or 7 girls of such quality walking together was too exaggerated, right? However, there were so many top-notch girls. Why did there have to be a man among them? "Hello, are you also participating in the Heaven Martial Assembly?" Chu Feng asked with a smile. "Yes." "Oh, ha ha ha, I'm also participating in the Heaven Martial Assembly. I'm Chu Feng from the Chu family." "Nice to meet you," Chu Feng said with a smile. They nodded and wanted to walk forward. "Hey, everyone, there's still a short distance to the summit of the North Pole. The road is filled with danger. If we go together, we can look after each other, right?" Murongyut said indifferently, "No need, we'll meet in the Heaven Martial Assembly." Then, Lin Xian extended his hand and hugged Ling Ying and Han Chushua's slender waists. He especially provocatively hugged them and walked forward. Crack crack crack, Chu Feng tightly frowned and clenched his fists. "Do you know who that man is?" Chu Feng asked the several people beside him. "I've never heard of him. These girls seem a bit familiar, but I really can't remember." A man shook his head and said, "They don't seem weak. It's just that man is hugging left and right." That was what made them feel the most displeased. A man hugging left and right women of this level. Who the hell could bear that? As long as it was a normal man, their jealousy would be too strong. "Let's check first." He let go. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. He. Then, Lin Xian let go of Ling Ying and Han Chushua's waists. "Actually, let's not talk about other things," but these few people more or less had a rough idea of what was going on. It was just that a few of them had never seen Lin Xian doing that with a girl. "I'll just hug the 2 fairies and act like a little bitch." Lin Xian scratched his head and said with a smile. "Hey, who showed killing intent just now?" Ling Ying ignored Lin Xian's words and asked. They all felt the killing intent, and it was absolutely not inexplicable. That fleeting killing intent was released by one of them. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. "It's me," Wu Yuhan said coldly. Everyone looked at Wu Yuhan. "What's going on? Do you have a grudge against any of them?" Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan nodded. With that guy called Chu Feng. "Did something happen before?" Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan lightly nodded. Then, they walked into a private room in a hotel and ordered the specialties here. Everyone looked at Wu Yuhan with concern and curiosity. Wu Yuhan said, "My family used to be in the Wind Country." "Oh." They looked at each other and then Wu Yuhan said, "When I was young, I wasn't too young. I was in my teens. That night, a group of powerful people came to my family. I don't know why, and even now, I still don't know why. They killed everyone in the Wu family, including my parents, grandparents, and my sister. Lin Xian frowned. He truly did not expect that there was such a grudge between them. It's him. Wu Yuhan shook her head. It can't be said to be him. I investigated for nearly 10 years and found out who it was. I don't know who it was, but I know that it was his family, the Wind Country's Chu family and the Feng family. How are these two families? Lin Xian asked. They are the top families in the Wind Country. The Wind Country is different from China. The top families in the Wind Country control many cities and are extremely powerful. The 8 great families of Tiandu can't be compared to them. As for the Chu family, especially the Feng family, they are the top existences. Especially the Feng family, they are similar to the royal family of the Wind Country. These two families are assassin families. Wu Yuhan said. Then your Wu family, Wu Yuhan said, although the Wu family in my memory wasn't weak, it wasn't very strong either. It wasn't even a top family that controlled a city. I also don't know why the Wu family would attract the assassination of these two families. If it wasn't because I wasn't around at that time, I would have died. But all these years, I followed my sister's guidance and found these clues. Isn't your sister dead? Xiao Xinyue asked doubtfully. Her soul is in my body. Murong Yu suddenly realized. No wonder. So you don't have a split personality, but 2 souls that are controlling this body. Murong Yu felt suspicious at that time. Wu Yuhan nodded. She had absolute trust in these people now, so she was willing to tell them some things. Could it be that your family offended these families? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Wu Yuhan shook her head. No, my father and the rest are very low-key. They never do anything for the sake of the family's strength. My father is very satisfied that the family isn't weak. But there's something that has always puzzled me. What is it? Since I was young, ever since I could remember, my sister and I have never gone out together. They looked at Wu Yuhan doubtfully. My sister and I are twins, but my father seems to have tried his best to hide the fact that we are twins. Even some people in the family don't know that the Wu family has 2 daughters. Many people in the family even thought that my sister and I are the same person. If I need to do something, I will go out. If my sister needs to do something, she will go out. Even in the family, my sister and I have never appeared together in front of the people. Lin Xian frowned. Your father must be hiding such a secret, and this secret must be related to you or your sister. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan nodded. I know, but I just don't know what he is hiding. So, the Chu family and the Feng family must have killed your entire family because of this unknown secret, Wu Yuhan nodded. But, until now, I still don't know what my father and grandfather were protecting. What made these 2 great families not hesitate to destroy the Wu family? Chapter 1294. Lin Xian did not expect Wu Yuhan to have such a thing. However, since he knew about Wu Yuhan's sister's death, something big must have happened. So, you want to take revenge? Wu Yuhan nodded, of course. But I can't do it with my ability. Have you been to the Wu family? Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Have you gone back to the Wu family in the past few years? Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan nodded, yes, but I didn't dare to stay there for long. I only went there to investigate. Maybe your father left you some secret in the Wu family. Lin Xian said. Is that so? Lin Xian said, If he really left you or your sister a secret, why didn't he leave a way for you to unravel the secret? This method must be very obscure. Only you can unravel it. Wu Yuhan's eyes lit up. I got it. After we come out of the God's Awakening door, I will go with you. Lin Xian said. I might not be able to enter the God's Awakening door. Wu Yuhan said. There were only 10 spots in the God's Awakening door. There were 6 people here, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Murong Yu, Wang Xintong, and Lin Xian. Including her, there were more than 200 people. How could they compete? No matter how strong the others are, can they be stronger than us? Lin Xian said. Don't underestimate the others. I know. I'm just saying that the 7 of us will definitely advance. Moreover, this Sky Martial Arts Conference is not purely a martial arts competition. This way, I am more confident that I can advance. Lin Xian said. You're good, okay. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Damn. Little Ying, you're getting more and more impudent. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. I've always been impudent. Ling Ying said. Just you wait. Lin Xian said fiercely. TSK, Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Lin Xian then said to Wu Yuhan, anyway, don't be rash. Wu Yuhan nodded. I know. If it was in the past, Wu Yuhan would not have listened to Lin Xian. However, things were different now. After all, the 2 of them, moreover, most of the girls had a sense of trust and dependence on their men. They were willing to listen to a man, especially if the man was better than them. In short, the girl was conquered. Even though it was only once, Lin Xian was of great significance to Wu Yuhan, even though he was tricked by her own sister. After eating, the few of them strolled around Binhai's city for a long time. When it was late at night, they booked a hotel to rest. The 2 of them slept in one room. Of course, the most annoying one, Lin Xian, slept in a room alone. However, Lin Xian revealed a smirk and then sneaked out of his room. Without a doubt, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue would definitely be in the same room. This Ling Ying actually dared to provoke him at night. Now, he wanted this girl to beg for mercy. Lin Xian did not dare to use the power of space because their rooms were close to each other. If he released the power of space, it would definitely generate spiritual power. These girls were all in the heavenly venerable realm. How could they not feel it? Of course they could. Therefore, Lin Xian did not dare to. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian gently knocked on the door of Ling Ying and Han Chushua's room. Who is it? Ling Ying's voice came from the room. The front desk. Lin Xian deliberately lowered his voice. If he told them it was Lin Xian, this girl would probably not open the door. Because everyone knew why Lin Xian was knocking on the door at this time. The front desk. What's the matter in the middle of the night? Ling Ying did not suspect anything. Be careful. Han Chuxue reminded him. Ling Ying's footsteps paused slightly. I know. Then she raised her guard and walked over to take a look. One had to know that their hotel was very high-end. There was a surveillance screen on the door. Every door had a surveillance camera. Ling Ying glanced at the surveillance screen and saw Lin Xian in pajamas at the door, rubbing his hands. Ling Ying, it was this bastard again. Click, Ling Ying then opened the door. He. Lin Xian smirked and looked at Ling Ying. Ahem, come in and play cards. Lin Xian tilted his head and looked inside. Fuck. Wang Xintong and Xiao Xinyue were here. Why the hell are they here? I miscalculated. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and asked. Oh, ahem, 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 ahem. Xiao Yingying called me and told me to come over to play mahjong, Lin Xian quickly explained. I didn't call you. Ling Ying said with a smile. Don't pretend. You did call me, you just called me to play cards. Lin Xian quickly said. The girls looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Of course not, I already have 4 people here, why would I call you to play cards? Tell me. What are you doing here? Lin Xian, ah. This Ling Ying needs to be taught a lesson. Bastard. It's true, Xiao Yingying called me here. Lin Xian said. Che, then I'll show you the chat history. Lin Xian, you open the chat history too, we'll know if I called you or not. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Little guy, you want to come and see through me? Humph. Fine. Let's see. Lin Xian and Ling Ying then took out their phones, opened the chat history page, and threw it on the bed. Wang Xintong took a look, Xiao Xinyue and Han Chuxue also took a look. Their phones clearly showed that Ling Ying had just asked Lin Xian to come over to play cards. Sister Ling Ying, you clearly asked Lin Xian to come over to play cards. Wang Xintong said. What? Ling Ying then walked over and picked up her phone. Ling Ying. Bastard. She then pointed at Lin Xian and panted angrily. Hey, why are you scolding me? Lin Xian said with an aggrieved expression. That's right, this is the power of the law of creation. If there's no chat history, then I can create a chat history with my mind. Humph. Chapter 1295. In the end, Murongyu couldn't handle Lin Xian's attacks. In other words, Lin Xian sent Murongyu a message. If she didn't join them, he would ask her to wait. Needless to say, this Lin Xian didn't say anything and just asked her to wait. Murongyu was a little scared. The few of them played for a few hours. Lin Xian expressed that he really didn't want to do anything. All right. He wanted to, but he didn't dare to. The night passed peacefully just like that. When the sun rose, Lin Xian got up from among the beauties and glanced at the girls beside him. Han Chuxue, Murongyu, Xiao Xinyue, Wang Xintong, and Wu Yuhan were sleeping peacefully. Their sleeping postures were also relatively normal. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. All right. This is Ling Ying. His whole body was spread out on the bed domineeringly. One of his hands was reaching into Han Chushua's clothes, while the other leg was still on Wang Xintong's face. Wang Xintong was still sleeping soundly. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. All right, they drank too much last night. However, Lin Xian had an early warning and neutralized the effects of the alcohol. After that, he didn't do anything because this wasn't Lin City. They still had to be careful outside. If they were all drunk outside, it would be troublesome if they were to encounter danger. Lin Xian casually ordered takeout. When the takeout arrived, the girls started to wake up one after another. After breakfast, everyone washed up, tidied up their clothes, and all of them went out. When they got off the plane, it was night time. It was still okay to play around at night. But now, it was daytime. In the daytime, 6 girls of this level were together. It was simply a perfect scene. Murongyu's beautiful blue hair, in particular, caused people's gazes to unconsciously fall on them. Ha ha ha, young Master Feng, nice to meet you. In a beautiful and exquisite Western restaurant by the roadside, Chu Feng and 14 people were casually eating snacks. They just happened to see 3 people coming down from upstairs. 2 men and 1 woman. What made people feel a little strange was that the two men's hair was green, and the girl's hair was also green. However, it was different from Murong Yu's sky blue hair. It didn't look like it was dyed. It should be natural. The two men were handsome to the point of being devilishly handsome. Their skin was very white, and the leader had a pair of sunglasses on his head. He looked very fashionable. The moment he walked out, he had already attracted the attention of many girls. The man behind him looked slightly younger, about 18 or 19 years old. He looked a little young and inexperienced. On the other hand, the girl with the beautiful blue hair at the side was definitely the best. A pair of soul-stirring phoenix eyes that could enchant people's hearts. Blue shoulder-length hair with light bangs. Her white face was like a fairy that mistakenly entered the mortal world. Slender eyebrows, a fine nose that was slightly raised, and her cherry lips emitted radiance. Her hot body made her a bit more sexy. She didn't look very old. She seemed to be in her early 20s. However, the gaze in her beautiful eyes that swept over everything had a bit of arrogance and impatience. Feng Qingyu, Feng Qinghao, Feng Ling. The three siblings of the current generation of the Feng family. The leader was called Feng Qinghao, which was the big brother. The second was the girl called Feng Ling. The third was Feng Qingyu. The martial arts academy gathered 20,000 top-notch geniuses on the continent, but it was absolutely not all geniuses. The three people from the Feng family were really very famous on the continent. At least, what kind of existence were they in the country of Feng? Similar to Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Qi Tianqing's level. Of course, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others could also be included. Right now, they were on the same level, but as for who was stronger, it was hard to say if they hadn't fought. In terms of strength, it was really hard to determine who was stronger. After all, they hadn't fought, but that was how it was in the eyes of the world. Including Chu Feng from the country of Feng. He was similar to that level of existence. Feng Qinghao looked at Chu Feng, then nodded, "Young Master Chu, long time no see." "Ha ha ha." Chu Feng smiled and stood up. "I didn't think that the three of you would be here yesterday. If I knew earlier, I would have played together last night." Then, Chu Feng's gaze looked towards Feng Ling, smiled, and said, "Sister Feng Ling, you're getting more and more beautiful." In terms of appearance, Feng Ling was definitely on the level of Ling Ying and the others. Anyway, there was only one word to describe her: beautiful. Each had their own merits. Feng Ling wore a peaked cap, then nodded. Since we've met, let's go together on this trip." Chu Feng smiled and said, "No need." Feng Ling indifferently finished speaking, then walked out. "Ho ho ho, that girl Ling Ling is just like that. Young Master Chu, it'll be fine if you get used to it. Then, we'll leave first." Feng Qinghao smiled, then walked out. Feng Qingyu hurriedly followed them. "Young Master Chu, those are the three people from the Feng family," Zhao Yuanba said with extreme displeasure. Feng Qinghao, Feng Ling, and Feng Qingyu. Chu Feng looked at their backs, then said, "That Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu seem to be all right. But that Feng Ling, isn't she too arrogant?" Zhao Yuanba said with displeasure. "What can you say about that? Among the three descendants of the Feng family, Feng Ling's talent is the strongest. Feng Qinghao's talent is also top-notch, but compared to Feng Ling, he's still a bit weaker. Now that Feng Qinghao seems to be a 5-star heavenly exalted, that Feng Ling is probably not weaker than him. You say, does she have the qualifications to be arrogant?" "What? 5-star heavenly exalted?" They revealed a shocked expression. "That's nothing. In order to prepare for this heaven martial assembly, in order to enter the God's awakening door, many powers are cramming at the last minute. The family's experts brought us to forcefully kill monsters and quickly raise our realms. For example, I was only a 1-star Heavenly Exalted a week ago, and now, I'm a 5-star Heavenly Exalted. Although this isn't a good choice, as one's realm must be raised steadily and surely, it doesn't matter. As long as one can enter the God's awakening door, there's nothing to worry about. Chu Feng indifferently said. But that woman is really too arrogant. It's only the Feng family. My Chu family isn't much weaker than the Feng family, yet she doesn't even put me, Chu Feng, in her eyes. That woman only has a bit of respect for my elder brother, but to me. Fuck. Chu Feng clenched his fist. If it wasn't for her family background being extraordinary, he would have already made her suffer. Lingling, be careful in the future. After all, that's Chu Feng, the second young master of the Chu family. The Chu family's power in the Wind Country isn't small. You still have to give face when you need to. Feng Qinghao helplessly looked at Feng Ling, who was walking in front, and said, "Yeah, second sister. When we came out, our dad even specially told you to restrain yourself a bit." Feng Qingyue said in a small voice. Feng Ling slightly frowned, then proudly said, "Give face." Why should I give face to him? If he wants face, then he can take it himself. Chapter 1296. That's right. Feng Ling was indeed a prideful girl. She was indeed powerful. There was no doubt about that. Even her elder brother, Feng Qinghao, might not be able to win against her. She was called a rare genius in 100 years by the Feng family. She had the right to be prideful. In this continent, within my generation, there are no more than 10 people who can catch my eye. Chu Feng is not one of them. I don't need to give him any face. Feng Ling said again. You little girl. Our dad said that you will easily be taken advantage of like this. Feng Qinghao said helplessly. How can that be? Who dares to go against me? Okay, brother, don't worry. Hey, there are rujiamos over there. I heard that the rujiamos here are quite delicious. After speaking, she went over. Brother, don't scold second sister. She definitely knows what to do. Feng Qingyue said in a small voice. Feng Qinghao smiled and patted his shoulder. You and Lingling are two extremes. That girl is very prideful. Your talent and strength are not bad, but for some reason, you are a bit timid. No wonder our dad said that it would be best if he could give you 30% of Lingling's pride. Feng Qingyue shrunk his head. I am not that timid. Okay, you have reached the Sky Exalted Realm. Try to get a good ranking in this Heaven Martial Assembly. Even if your chances of entering the God's Awakening door are not high, you can still enter another secret realm if you get into the top 30. At that moment, Feng Tianhao frowned and looked over there. Rujiamos, my treat. 2 each. Lin Xian brought a group of beautiful girls over and said with a smile. Then, he ran over. Feng Ling also walked over at that moment. Although the Rujiamo stall was small, there were no less than 8 people lined up there early in the morning. Lin Xian ran over and arrived at the back of the line at about the same time as Feng Ling. However, Lin Xian might have been a bit faster as he was right in front of Feng Ling. I say, can't you see that I've already lined up at the back? Go to the back. Feng Ling was displeased. She frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at the girl. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, all the remaining attributes that have not been triggered will be activated. Lin Xian, it's true, the system hasn't triggered a quest for a long time. Who would have thought that it would be activated today? All attributes. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He was still missing the wood, earth, and light attributes. The metal attribute quest had been triggered by Zhao Yinqi, so he could obtain the 3 attributes from last night's quest. However, although this girl was beautiful, her eyes, temperament, and expression all revealed a sense of arrogance and an overbearing aura. This made Lin Xian very unhappy. Have you lined up at the back? I say, pretty girl, we clearly came together. I came from the side and you came from the back. What's wrong? You've walked to the back of the line, and you're 2 or 3 meters away from the last person. Does that mean you're in front of me? Then can I say that I was already behind you a few minutes ago when I passed by just a few meters behind you? Lin Xian looked at Wen Qim and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to go to the back. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Wen Qim said coldly. Wow, impressive. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian looked at her with his eye of cave spirit. Fuck. 5-star Heavenly Venerable? The 6 girls behind Lin Xian were all 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Venerables. In the past month, they had played, but most of their time was spent on leveling up. Only Lin Xian had been accompanying his baby the entire time. His realm was still at 6-star Heavenly Venerable, but he felt that it shouldn't be a problem. However, this girl who didn't look that old was also a 5-star Heavenly Venerable. No wonder she was so arrogant. However, Lin Xian couldn't bear to see others being arrogant. You've triggered the mission. Even if you're pretty, does that mean I have to spoil you? 1 more second. Wen Qim said. Oh, and then. Then, Wen Qim's aura surged. She didn't know Lin Xian's realm, but she could feel that this person was also a warrior, and his realm wouldn't be too low. Boom! In the next instant, she threw a punch at Lin Xian mercilessly. Lin Xian directly took action. His palm grabbed her fist, and his aura surged. Wen Qim frowned. This person's realm was about the same as hers. In the next instant, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Bang! The 2 of them were frozen in place. She didn't throw another punch, but a sudden second force was released from her fist. Lin Xian didn't expect this, and his figure kept retreating. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian directly appeared behind her with his space attribute and swept his leg over. Wen Qim wasn't someone to be trifled with. She didn't even turn her head and directly dodged. Then, the 2 of them started fighting on the street in front of many people. Ling Ling. Feng Qinghao directly rushed over and grabbed Wen Qim. Let go. Today, I will let him know the consequences of having no manners. Wen Qim yelled, and directly shook off Feng Qinghao's hand. Her wind attribute power rushed towards Lin Xian. No manners. I have no manners. I think you have no brain. Lin Xian was really speechless. She still fucking said he cut in line. Cut your sister's line. Also, you fucking attacked just because you said so. Space Shackle. Lin Xian directly released a space shackle on Wen Qim. Space Shatter. Bang! Then, Lin Xian's space shackle shattered. Lin Xian, this girl also has the space attribute. But it doesn't matter. You're asking for death. You want to compete with me in space. Space Blast. Boom! Then, some of the small stalls in the surroundings were directly destroyed. Ling Ling, don't fight in the city. What are you afraid of? I will compensate you. In the next instant, the 2 figures disappeared on the spot without anyone knowing who released the power of space. Ling Ying and the rest were stunned. They had just stopped to buy milk tea, and then. Lin Xian was just buying a Rujiamo. How did he end up fighting with someone? This girl. Feng Qinghao sighed, and then quickly took out some money to distribute to the stall owners. Feng Qingyu also took out some money. Sorry, this is compensation. He bowed to each person he handed it to. Feng family. Wu Yuhan frowned. You know them? Ling Ying asked. Feng country's Feng family and Chu family. From my investigation, these two families might have participated in the attack on my Wu family. I am not sure about the details, but the Feng family's people are born with green hair, so they are easy to recognize. Wu Yuhan said. So they are enemies. Wu Yuhan shook her head. I am not sure. I only found out that these two families might have acted. Chu family is definitely involved, I have already found out. As for Feng family, I am not sure. It is possible. Chapter 1297. Xiao Xinyue also sighed helplessly. It should be fine, right? It should be fine. We all know Lin Xian's strength. Wang Xintong believed in Lin Xian. They nodded. Feng family's Feng Ling. That's Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu from the Feng family. They are Feng Ling's brothers. Murong Yu said. You know them. Murong Yu nodded. I know them. They are very famous in the continent. Feng Qingyu is a little weaker, but Feng Qinghao and Feng Ling are very strong. They are at least on the same level as us. They are also the best competitors for the God's Awakening Door. Feng Qinghao has 3 attributes, while Feng Ling has 4 like me. Ling Ying shook his head helplessly. You guys don't treat us as humans at all. You guys have 3 or 4 attributes so casually. They all had 2 attributes, but they were also envious of 3 and 4 attributes. 1 more attribute meant 1 more battle power. Having more attributes is useful, but if you have to split your attention, the effect might be worse. Take the wind attribute for example. I will never be able to compete with you and Chushue. Murong Yu said calmly. Then I should be the one saying that I envy you for having time and space. Ling Ying said helplessly. In front of absolute strength, time and space sometimes have little effect. If we fight at the same level, I don't have much confidence in winning. Yes, time and space were heaven-defying, but you had to cultivate them well to be heaven-defying. Just like Lin Xian's cheat. It didn't mean that in the same realm, in the same level, if you had the space and the opponent didn't, then the one with the space would definitely win. It just meant that the chances of winning would be higher. On the other side, Lin Xian and Feng Ling were fighting somewhere. Anyway, there was no one. Lin Xian didn't want to destroy the city. Are you crazy? Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling in front of him. You dare to scold me? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Are you my elder or what? Why can't I scold you? You're courting death. Wind chimes disappeared and appeared in front of Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed and then unleashed his power. Thunder surging heavens. Buzz buzz buzz. Wind chimes' pupils shrank. 3 attributes. Space, lightning, and wind. Interesting. Thunder god sky bright fist. Feng Ling also released her lightning attribute power. Her lightning attribute martial technique was definitely not weak. She condensed her fist and punched towards Lin Xian's thunder surging heaven. Boom! The 2 powerful forces collided, and the ground caved in. Everything within 100 meters was instantly destroyed. Then, the 2 of them pulled away from each other and looked at each other as the dust settled. Lin Xian, wind, thunder, space. Where did this come from? Not simple at all. Shua, Feng Ling stretched out her hand and a blue sword appeared in her palm. She then pointed it towards the sky. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clear sky. A thundercloud appeared and a heaven and earth anomaly appeared. Lin Xian, to be able to cause a heaven and earth anomaly at the heavenly venerable realm, this martial technique, was at least divine rank. Go to hell. Heaven and earth lightning destruction. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down and landed on her sword. Then, the terrifying power of lightning suddenly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, was this woman crazy? He didn't cut the line. He was just arguing and then fighting with his life. He even released a divine rank martial technique. Myriad world lightning tribulation. Rumble. Lin Xian also released a heaven and earth anomaly. Then, he released a divine rank martial technique. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided. How destructive was the collision of two heavenly venerable realm divine rank martial techniques? It was unimaginable. The dust settled again. The entire surroundings were a mess. You're finished. Weakening law. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt his strength weaken by at least half. This law was quite powerful. Creation law. Lin Xian then released the power of law to make up for this half. Fuck. Heavenly thunder flash in attack. Then, the image of a phoenix condensed in the form of lightning. It let out a phoenix cry and charged towards Lin Xian. Fuck. I'm not playing with you anymore. Creation law. In the next instant, Lin Xian released the creation law again and forcefully increased his strength. Thunder surging heavens. Boom. The two forces collided. Lin Xian's power crashed towards Feng Ling in a crushing manner. What? She instantly disappeared and appeared on the other side. When she landed, Lin Xian's figure was already behind her. Perhaps she was a little careless. Before she could react, Lin Xian kicked her butt. Plop. Feng Ling fell to the ground and was covered in snow and dust. Lin Xian stepped on the ground and a broken wooden stick flew out. Then, Lin Xian jumped and kicked the wooden stick over. Ugh! Feng Ling lay there moaning in pain. The wooden stick had stabbed into her left butt. It was not deep, but it had definitely stabbed into her flesh. Lin Xian was helpless. Fuck your mother. If it was in the past, he would definitely teach this woman a lesson. But she had triggered the mission, so Lin Xian would teach her a little lesson. It probably did not feel good to have a wooden stick stabbed into her flesh by a few centimeters. Idiot sister, I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Xian then released his spatial attribute and disappeared from where he stood. Don't run if you have the guts. I want you dead. Feng Ling roared, but Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Very angry. She actually lost. No. She did not lose because she did not use her full strength. She stood up and pulled out the wooden stick from her butt. It was stained with blood. It was painful, but this kind of injury was just a superficial wound for an Empyrean. Although it was a little deep, it would recover very quickly after some rest. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared beside Ling Ying and the rest. How is it? Don't mention it. That woman is retarded. Fuck, she fought with me. Go go go, I don't want to fight again. Lin Xian and the rest quickly slipped away. Hey, brother, my sister, Feng Qinghao hurriedly asked. Your sister. She's an idiot sister. Lin Xian left behind a sentence and they slipped away. Ling Ling lost. Feng Qinghao's eyebrows twitched. This Feng Ling's age was not old, but she was not young either. She was 20 years old, but she had been pampered for too long. Losing was a good thing. At this moment, Feng Ling's figure appeared on the spot. Where is he? Where is he? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily. He left. Ling Ling, you lost. I didn't lose. I was careless. Just you wait. He must be participating in the Sky Marshal Assembly. I'm going to kill him. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. At this moment Feng Qingyu looked at his second sister's butt. Sister, your aunt came and you're bleeding behind. Bang! In the next moment, he was stepped on by Feng Ling and laid there. Feng Qinghao shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1298. On the other side, Lin Xian's group of 7 arrived at the other end of IC City. Lin Xian was really convinced. Damn it. I met a girl who doesn't even talk reason with me. This is really fucking annoying. I really want to slap her. However, in the end, it was quite satisfying. He kicked her butt and the wooden stick pierced into her butt, causing her to bleed. It was quite satisfying. As for whether Lin Xian could beat her or not, how should he put it? In Lin Xian's opinion, he would definitely beat her up. It's just that he didn't choose to beat her up. Come to think of it, when it came to the proficiency and purity of space, there was no one else in the world who was better than him. In fact, Lin Xian only needed to cast a spatial seal on her and then use a spatial blast to send her flying. Even though she also has space attribute, it was definitely not comparable to Lin Xian. However, her law was quite powerful. It could reduce a martial artist's strength, speed, and other attributes by half. This was too exaggerated. Think about it, if 2 sky venerables of the same realm were evenly matched and the opponent's attributes were reduced by half, how could they fight? The originally evenly matched battle instantly turned into a one-sided battle. That weakening law should be a top law in Lin Xian's eyes. Fortunately, Lin Xian has the creation law. Hey, how was it? Ling Ying asked. Then I'll definitely win. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Yuhan said that person is from the Feng family, the Feng family of Feng country. Xiao Xinyue said. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Feng family, no wonder they aren't weak. How strong are they? Han Chushue asked. They should be about the same as us. They have wind, thunder, and space attributes. I don't know if there are any others. Their battle strength is indeed quite good and they do have the qualifications to be proud. Murongyu said, her name is Feng Ling. She is a very powerful character in the Feng family. He's also a strong contender for the top 10 spots in the God's Awakening Gate. Lin Xian nodded. It doesn't matter, damn it. I wanted to eat 2 Rujiamos. What a hassle. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Then let's hurry. We can't delay any longer. We don't know what we'll encounter on the way. If something goes wrong, we might not make it in time. Han Chushue said softly. N. Wang Xintong nodded and then asked, should we buy a car? Of course, we have to buy it. It's better than walking. Ling Ying then said, 1 sports car for each of us. Let's have some fun while we're at it. Lin Xian, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian couldn't help but shout out. I'm not spending your money, so it's none of your business. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Big sister, think about it. When we drive out, it'll be a world of ice and snow. How can you drive a sports car? Oh, Ling Ying coughed awkwardly after hearing this. Then let's buy a few off-road or Hummer snowmobiles, Murongyu said. No, we don't need to buy, we can just rent. Lin Xian's stingy personality was activated again. He had to be stingy. In the future, he would have so many wives to support, especially this Ling Ying, who asked for a sports car for each of them. How much would he spend in the future? But renting is the same as buying. We might not even be able to return it. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. Then let's buy a second-hand one. The girls, wow. How can this bastard be so stingy? Hey, we'll probably just use it as a one-time use car. Why should we buy a new one? Of course we'll buy a second-hand one. Lin Xian suggested. Okay, how many should we buy? Lin Xian glanced at them. Just one is enough. Just buy a slightly bigger one with 7 seats. Then why don't we buy 2? It might not be good if the car is too big outside. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Think about it, it's so safe for all of us to be in one car. No matter what we do, we'll be together. 2 cars might not be convenient. Okay, whatever you say. The girls were helpless too. Stingy. This person was too stingy. Lin Xian felt wronged. Stingy. Wasn't he doing it for the family? Other than Wang Xintong, the other 5 girls, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Murongyu, Han Chuxue, and Wu Yuhan, were all extravagant spenders. They could casually buy jewelry that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. They could buy sports cars whenever they wanted. Wouldn't someone stop them? Lin Xian was such a person. Then, they went to the second-hand car market. Boss, take a look at a 7-seater snowmobile or off-road vehicle. I want something more powerful. It's easy to drive in the snow. Lin Xian said. Alright, please come with me to take a look. The boss looked at Lin Xian and the others strangely. This Lin Xian was fine. The girls behind him were all fairies. They didn't look like people who could only buy second-hand cars. What do you think of this Mountain Eagle 740? It's the best car for climbing in the snow. The wheels are big, it's not slow, and it has a lot of space. This car is also equipped with a flight mode. It can fly for a short distance with a press of a button. It's not fast, but there are a lot of rifts in the snow. This will be very useful. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. How much is it? This model is 5 years old. It costs 3 million now. Lin Xian. Change it. It doesn't need a flying car. Fuck. Sir, there are a lot of rifts outside. It's very useful if it can fly. No need. Change it. Okay. The girls followed behind Lin Xian and looked at each other helplessly. However, they didn't need a flying car because they had the spatial attribute. When they encountered a rift, they could just use the spatial attribute to bring the car along with them. This model is the Wild Donkey 830. Chapter 1299. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. What do you know? This is called housekeeping. Anyway, I'll probably throw it away after I use it. Just treat it as a one-time use. What's the difference between an 80,000 and an 80,000? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Wang Xintong whispered, but, is a 15-year-old car okay? The boss said, there are definitely more problems. They are all unpredictable problems. Who knows what will happen if you drive it out? After all, it's a 15-year-old car. No matter how bad it is, you should at least buy a 10-year-old car. Lin Xian smiled and said, you don't understand. Some cars can be driven for 20 years, let alone 15. This one. Little Ling Ying, pay. Ling Ying. Lin Xian drove the car. Murongyu sat in the front passenger seat. The other 5 girls sat in the back. It was quite spacious. They could even play poker in the back. How is it? Is there any problem? Lin Xian said as he drove out of Binghai City and headed towards the North Pole. Okay. Let us know when you're tired. We'll take turns. Ling Ying said. The people in the back were in charge of playing. Murong Yu in the front passenger seat was in charge of observing the surroundings. Lin Xian was in charge of driving. Then, everyone took turns. Slurp, the girls in the back were happily slurping their instant noodles. Using hot water to make instant noodles in such a cold place was simply amazing. Sister Murong, Lin Xian, here you go. Wang Xintong handed the instant noodles to them. Thank you. Murong Yu took it and glanced at Lin Xian who was driving. Feed me. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu, damn. I'm convinced. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed just like that. There were still 3 days before the Tianwu conference, and they were already at the North Pole. They drove for 3 days without stopping. Everyone took turns driving. Although they couldn't drive too fast in the snow, they were already very, very deep into the snow. With the signal duplication receiver invented by Miao Xiaomao, they could still use their phones and other devices in such a remote place. They had to admit that it was very useful. Where are we? It was already very, very dark outside. How to say it? They were only driving during the day. Once it was dark, they could only stop and rest. If they couldn't see in front of them, they could really drive and fall into the ice crack. Although they were in the past few days, they had a lot of fun. It's as if they were driving while they were driving. The one was the one who had a hard time. He really wanted to see little Shishir and little Tianyi. Unfortunately, Ling Ying and the rest didn't know that Lin Xian, that bastard, had a baby. Lin Xian didn't dare to video call them and only occasionally chatted with them secretly. Lin Xian looked to the north and said, "We should be able to see the peak of the North Pole after driving for an entire day. That's good. We can still go there a day earlier." The group of them sat in the snow outside the car. Flames burned on the ice, illuminating the endless darkness. After all, they were all in the celestial venerable realm. Although the temperature here was estimated to be -40 or -50 degrees Celsius, it was not too big of a problem for them. The fish is here, the fish is here. Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan walked over from the side and went to catch the fish. The snow under their feet was 1/2 meter thick, and the ice was a few meters thick. Of course, there were fish under the ice. They had been eating too much snacks for the past few days and were preparing to roast some fish. Then, they prepared the fish slightly and sat around the fire. Little Yu, your father is the Lord of the Holy Sanctum. Is there any news? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong Yu sat there and looked at Lin Xian, then said, "Even if there is, I won't listen even if you tell me." Lin Xian shrugged. Sigh, what a proud woman. How good would it be to get some insider information? There's no chili powder. Ling Ying looked at the roasted fish with his chin in his hand. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and chili powder, cumin powder, and other seasonings appeared. Tell me what you lack. Creating the law is so satisfying. They couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Creating the law was the most satisfying law in the world. This was something that could be casually created with one's thoughts. Who could resist that? It's okay. After eating, they got into the car and rested. The night passed just like that. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Do, the car was as good as dead. He couldn't start it no matter what he did. The girls beside him took a look at the car after washing up. I told you to buy a slightly better car. You're so stingy. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said angrily. It's fine, it's fine. There's a law of creation. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, then released the law of creation and fixed the car. After getting into the car, they sped off into the distance again. After driving for about an hour, the car suddenly lost control. The screams of a few girls could be heard from behind. Luckily, Lin Xian wasn't driving too fast. He quickly braked and stopped the car. It hurts. Wang Xintong covered her forehead, and a few other girls banged their heads on the ground. What's going on? Wu Yuhan frowned and asked. Lin Xian got out of the car and looked at the scene in front of him awkwardly. Cough, 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 he couldn't help but cough. The girls got out of the car and couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lin Xian. This fucking car had lost its left front tire while it was running. They were speechless. Ah! I can't stand you anymore. Ling Ying was going crazy. Cough, cough, it's okay. There's a law of creation. He coughed awkwardly again and released the law of creation. A left front wheel appeared on the car. Get in. I'm not getting in. Ling Ying said. Okay. The girls nodded in agreement. Lin Xian, why? Murongyu looked ahead and said, it's not far. Let's walk. It's not easy to walk ahead. Lin Xian looked ahead and saw that there was no road ahead. To be precise, there was no road to begin with, but the road was still relatively wide and stable. However, in front of them were all snowy mountain ranges of various sizes, as well as cliff layers and rift valleys. The car probably wouldn't be able to drive fast, so they would have to constantly use the space attribute. It would be better to walk. Lin Xian felt that. They despised him. Sob, sob, sob. Ah. He just wanted to save some money and raise a dozen wives in the future. Was he wrong? My father said that there aren't many monsters in a place like the North Pole. However, it's easier to encounter them in such a rugged place. The distance is about right. Let's walk. Okay, okay. Then, they packed up. Lin Xian looked at the car that cost 80,000 yuan with heartache. Then, they entered the first dangerous area. An area with more monsters. Chapter 1300. Lin Xian and the others entered an incomparably huge rift valley. They were stepping on snow and ice. The depth of the rift valley should be more than 100 meters, and the width on both sides was more than 100 meters. Why did they have to pass through here? Because this was a place they had to pass through. There were mountains all around them, and there might even be icebergs thousands of meters tall. This was the only flat ground. Who would be so bored that they would rather not walk on the flat ground below to climb a mountain? Although they had the space attribute, who knew how many mountains were behind one mountain? Lin Xian originally wanted to use the space attribute to directly pass through here, but Murongyu told Lin Xian a cruel truth. She said that the mountains here stretched for more than 100 kilometers, and this rift valley was also more than 100 kilometers long. Lin Xian was helpless. With their strength, they could probably do a space jump of tens of kilometers, but the cruel truth was, this was a very dangerous place. It was an area where powerful demonic beasts roamed. If Lin Xian and Murongyu consumed a lot of spirit power to travel, the consequences would be unimaginable if they encountered a powerful demonic beast. Only the two of them had the space attribute. If they ran out of spirit power, it would be difficult for them to run even if they wanted to. And if a cultivator ran out of spirit power, their combat power would be reduced by 80%. Moreover, there might even be sage-level demonic beasts roaming around here. The reason was very simple. This kind of place was deserted, and no one might come here for many years. That would cause the demonic beasts here to grow unbridled. There might not be many demonic beasts, but those that could survive here were mostly powerful. Anyway, they still had a lot of time. They just had to use the space attribute to travel. It seems to be quite convenient to drive here. As they walked, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Didn't we lose the car? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I realized that the 80,000 yuan from before seemed to have been wasted. With that said, Lin Xian released the law of creation and a car appeared in front of them. The girls, Lin Xian also felt helpless. As a person who had lived in the city for a long time, he had a subconscious desire to buy some things in the city. If he lacked something, he would subconsciously buy it with money. He could only buy it with money. But Lin Xian had the law of creation. He always forgot about the law of creation. Most of the time, he had to wait until he had no other choice before he suddenly thought of something. Damn! I have the law of creation. And now that Lin Xian was already a 6-star Empyrean, it was definitely not difficult for him to create a car with the creation laws. You're crazy. Ling Ying looked at the car, then looked at Lin Xian, and said quietly. Then, the girls got into the car. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Damn it, if I had known that there was such an iceberg valley in addition to the countless mountain peaks, I wouldn't have lost that car. However, even if it was an iceberg valley, it wasn't so flat that you could drive without any obstacles. Maybe after driving for a few kilometers, there would be a cliff in front of you. That wasn't something that a car could go up. Whoosh! Then, they drove the car and continued on their way. Another day passed just like that. Along the way, Lin Xian and Murongyu released the space attribute no less than 200 times just to move the car because it wasn't as easy to drive as they thought. They're here. A few figures stood on both sides of the valley in the distance. Are you sure it's Lin Xian and the others? There were other people who passed by earlier and almost made a mistake. A man asked. There's no mistake this time. Then, a man waved his hand, and a mirror image appeared in front of him. In the mirror was Lin Xian, who was driving, and Murongyu, who was in the front passenger seat. That's Murongyu. A man glanced at it and frowned. There were a total of 8 of them. There were 4 on this side and 4 on the other side of the valley. As for their realms, it was unknown for the time being. However, it was obvious that they had come for Lin Xian, and it was obvious that they were Evil God Fire Palace, which was also the Shao family's people. Why would the Evil God Fire Palace send people to kill Lin Xian? The reason was very simple. With Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun's father thinking of all sorts of ways to instigate them, all sorts of groundless accusations were placed on Lin Xian's head. Do you think the Evil God Fire Hall wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian? In their eyes, Lin Xian was a genius, but he was only a genius. Killing a genius. What was so difficult about that? Furthermore, the most important thing was that Lin Xian had led the destruction of the Evil God Palace in Lin and City. Just this alone was enough for the Evil God Fire Palace to kill Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian had a lot of value. If they could not kill him and let him be used by the Evil God Palace, that would be the greatest value. They're here. Let's do it. Lin Xian's attribute, at least the space attribute, was not a secret. If one wanted to kill a space attribute warrior whose realm was not weak, then one must have an even stronger space attribute to suppress him. Therefore, knowing that Lin Xian was a space attribute warrior, the Evil God Palace must have sent a powerful space attribute warrior. Lin Xian's car suddenly stopped moving. Get out. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Boom! In the next moment, his car exploded. The figures of 7 people flashed to the side, and then, they all took out their spirit artifacts in an instant. Fuck. It's another ambush. Lin Xian's gaze landed on a total of 8 people in front and behind them. 6 men and 2 women, but all of them were wearing masks. When Lin Xian saw that they were wearing masks, he roughly knew. They were from the evil god Fire Palace. His eye of cave spirit swept a glance. Of the 8 people, 3 were 10-star heavenly venerables, 2 were 1-star Great Void Realm, and the remaining 3 were definitely higher than 1-star Great Void Realm. Moreover, 2 of the Great Void Realm were of the space attribute. They were determined to kill him. Everyone from the evil god palace is really interesting. You're guarding me in this kind of place. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the front. The lowest of the 8 of them was an 8-star heavenly venerables, and there were even 5 Great Void Realm warriors. Lin Xian could indeed kill a Great Void Realm warrior, but there were 2 Great Void Realm space warriors. This battle could not be fought. This was even more dangerous than when the 3 Great Void Realm warriors surrounded Lin Xian and the others. He. This is the only way. Normal people would not choose to cross the mountains and ignore this rift valley. A man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill him, lest something unexpected happens. An old man hurriedly urged. He was Xiao Yun's great-grandfather, and he came with the determination to kill Lin Xian. No matter what, he had to kill this Lin Xian. Okay. Then, the power of the few people began to surge. Lin Xian frowned suddenly. Let's fight. Murong Yute said indifferently. Don't be anxious. The voice of a woman in a black dress came from the evil god palace, and then she slowly walked forward from behind. Chapter 1301. The woman in black looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently, Hall Master means that if we can spare Lin Xian's life, then we should. Who gave you the guts to kill him before he even finished speaking? Xiao Yun's great-grandfather frowned when he heard the woman in black. 7th Elder, based on Lin Xian's past deeds, he's extremely cunning and will never submit to our evil fiend Hall. There shouldn't be anything wrong with killing him, right? Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you asked for my opinion? How do you know I won't submit? I'll chop your mother up. Fuck you. Lin Xian hurled a torrent of abuse at that person. Everyone. You're courting death. Xiao Yun's great-grandfather's terrifying lightning struck Lin Xian. Bang! In the next instant, the woman in black gave the other woman a look. The woman in blue waved her hand and blocked his power. At the same time, she kicked Xiao Yun's great-grandfather away. The most important thing in the evil fiend hall is the rules. If you don't even obey the rules, then I'm afraid you're not qualified to be an elder. The woman in the black dress said coldly. Although she and Xiao Yun's great-grandfather were both elders, elders were divided into different ranks. I'm just too worried about this kid's treachery. Xiao Yun's great-grandfather clenched his teeth and cupped his fist unwillingly. There's no need for you to worry. Then she looked at Lin Xian and asked, the evil fiend hall wants to recruit you. So what do you think? I agree. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Lin Xian. The women behind him frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Oh. You're agreeing so decisively. You're making me very suspicious. The woman in black looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I didn't agree before because I could defeat the members of the evil fiend hole. But now, I can't defeat them. Rather than dying, wouldn't it be better to seek a way out? Actually, Lin Xian was right. If they were to fight, they would all be in danger. In that case, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to join the evil divine hall and overthrow the evil divine fire hole. You're a smart person, but if you're too smart, I won't be at ease. The woman in black said faintly. Lin Xian smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, according to your evil god fire hall's hall master's intentions, recruiting me is more than killing me, right? Yes. Lin Xian shrugged. Let them go, and I'll join the evil fiend temple. The woman in the black dress smiled and said, that won't do. Release them. They all know that you will be a member of the evil god fire hall in the future. Tell me. How can I let them go? They can only die. If they can only die, then let's fight to the death. I don't believe that you don't know that we've even killed a great void stage expert. If you force us into a corner, among the 8 of you, even a heavenly venerable will die. We can at least take away a great void stage expert. Do you believe me? Lin Xian glanced at them and said. I don't believe it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Xintong. Roger. Then, Wang Xintong activated her domain. Lin Xian activated his domain. Die. Ah. Then, the 2 8-stars heavenly venerables fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Do you believe it now? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, although Lin Xian did it so easily, more than half of his spiritual power was gone. This was because he had used the law of destruction to instantly kill an 8-stars heavenly venerable. That was really not that easy. However, he only wanted to intimidate these people because Lin Xian knew that if he did not intimidate them, they would all die. If he fought them head-on, they would really die. Indeed, he could take away a large number of these people, but they would really die. Seeing this shocking scene, they looked at each other. This. He had silently killed 2 8-stars heavenly venerables. It seemed that what he said was true. If they really wanted to fight, although they could kill all these people, there was a possibility that some of them would be taken away, including a great void stage expert. As for who or which great void stage experts would be killed, no one knew. It could be them, or it could be someone else. Then, the woman looked at them and said, however, the solution is very simple. Everyone, join the evil fiend hall. Even if I die in battle, I won't join the evil fiend hall. Ling Ying said coldly. Lin Xian, if you join the evil fiend hall, I will look down on you. Then, Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. She was very smart, but she was actually acting. She did not know what Lin Xian wanted to do, but she knew that Lin Xian's choice must have some meaning. As Lin Xian's woman, she had to choose to believe and support him. Woman, shut up. Lin Xian said, then looked at the woman and said, it's impossible for them to join the evil fiend hall. Then, the woman in the black dress stretched out her hand, then it's easy to solve. There were a few pills in her palm. Everyone, take this. I believe you all should know what this is. If you don't agree, then we can only kill you. Lin Xian, you are a smart person. I don't need to say the rest, right? They never would have thought that this poison pill that the entire continent was helpless against would actually be refined by Lin Xian. This was what Lin Xian had expected. All right. Lin Xian took the poison pill. Don't try to play any tricks. I'll keep an eye on you. Lin Xian nodded, then distributed the poison pill to them. When he turned his head to look at them, he gave them a reassuring look. Eat it. It's better than dying. Scram. Ling Ying cooperated and cursed again. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, Laozi will be angry. Lin Xian glared at them. I'm not eating. He he he. Everyone, Lin Xian is a smart person. You guys are really not as smart as him. The woman in the black dress said with a smile. As long as they took this poison pill, even if they said that they would not join the Evil Fiend Hall, they would still be members of the Evil Fiend Hall. You could not tell the outside world any news about the Evil Fiend Hall, you still had to listen to the Evil Fiend Hall, eat it. Lin Xian said. Then, Murong Yu and the others took the poison pill. They chose to believe in Lin Xian unconditionally. Right, I have another request. After I become a member of the Evil Fiend Hall, I want to continue participating in the Sky Martial Conference. I might even go to the God's Awakening door. Is that a problem? Of course not. When you come out, we can discuss some things properly. It's naturally best if you can become stronger. Also, joining the Evil Fiend Hall is just joining a faction. If you don't want to kill, then don't kill. No one is asking you to join the Evil Fiend Hall to kill innocent people. Isn't that right? Lin Xian nodded and swallowed the poison pill. Let's go. Chapter 1302. The woman in the black dress and the others watched as Lin Xian and the others swallowed the poison pills. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked past them. Wait. The woman in the black dress said. Lin Xian and the others stopped. Then, Lin Xian looked at her and asked, Is there anything else? The woman in the black dress snorted and said, I don't want you to play any tricks. Stretch your hands over. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Then, she checked Lin Xian's pulse and frowned. He really swallowed the poison pill. She had always thought that Lin Xian was full of tricks. Under normal circumstances, it would seem that he had swallowed the poison pill, but in reality, he might have used some other method to confuse her. But now, she sensed that the poison had already permeated every part of his body. It was said that this poison wouldn't affect your daily life, but when you betrayed the Evil Fiend Temple, the poison would explode and kill you instantly. This Lin Xian didn't play any tricks. He was a smart person. But, it seemed that he was only so-so. He wasn't as godly as the rumors said. Go over. Lin Xian shrugged and walked over. Your hand. The woman in the black dress looked at Ling Ying. Humph. Ling Ying snorted and stretched out his hand. Go over. Then, one by one, the girls passed through her inspection. Remember my words. Even if you join the Evil Fiend Temple, as long as you don't want to kill people, no one will force you to kill innocent people. So, I hope that in the future, you will feel honored to join the Evil Fiend Temple. I also hope that you will achieve good results in the Sky Martial Conference and enter the God's Awakening door. When you come out, you will make even greater contributions to the Evil Fiend Temple. Let's go. On the other side, those people gathered together. Seventh Elder, isn't it a little too easy? A person frowned and said, I feel that it's a little too easy. That's right. That Lin Xian killed a few of our heavenly venerables in an instant. If they really fought, they might not necessarily die. The woman in the black dress said, It seems easy, but it's mainly because that Lin Xian is a smart person. Yes, each of them is very powerful and can fight across realms. However, we have 5 absolute void realm martial artists. This is not important. What's important is that we have 2 absolute void realm martial artists with the spatial attribute. If there is only one of them, they might make a move. However, they didn't dare to do it for two people. With absolute power, the spatial shackles combined with the spatial explosion, they died instantly. That's true. Since they've already taken the poison pill, they won't be able to cause any trouble. The harvest this time is not bad. Lin Xian, even the daughter of the temple master, Murongyu, Ling Ying and Han Chushue from the 8 great families of Tiandu, and Xiao Xinyue from the Xiao family of the Ice Nation. Not bad. But Murongyu. She actually took the poison pill. Isn't something wrong? Humph. In this world, no one will go against their own life. The key is that Lin Xian. I have to say, that Lin Xian is very powerful. Those beautiful women, including Murongyu, are probably his women. Isn't it normal for women to listen to men? The more arrogant and noble a woman was, the more obedient she would be. Furthermore, I didn't say that she would become a member of the evil god temple if she ate this poison pill. It wouldn't be a problem to compromise for a short period of time. Let's go back. On the other side, hey, we've all taken the poison pill of the evil fiend temple. What should we do now? Ling Ying asked as he moved closer to Lin Xian. They all believed in Lin Xian's choice and judgment, but they were curious and at a loss. What should they do now? Here. Lin Xian took out a few pills and handed them to them. This is the antidote for the evil fiend temple's poison pill. The women. Antidote. The 3 great forces and the entire continent have been researching this poison pill for so many years, but they still haven't been able to crack it. You. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian grinned. Otherwise, how can I become the most outstanding man in the world? Then, the women ate the pills without hesitation. Done. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. I've tried. Then can you give the antidote formula to the holy temple? Murongyu asked. Lin Xian's lips curled. Sure, give me a price. Murongyu rolled her eyes. This was something that would benefit the continent. However, Lin Xian was right. The 3 great forces had always been the enemy of the evil fiend temple. Obtaining this formula would be very useful to the 3 great forces. Actually, Lin Xian could make it himself, but after thinking about it, once the Yixian group was exposed to be able to make the antidote, the Yixian group would be finished. Let's go. I hope there won't be any more accidents. A day later, an incomparably huge snowy peak appeared in front of them. It was so huge that it seemed to reach the sky. Is this the peak of the North Pole? Lin Xian raised his head to take a look. Murongyu nodded. Yes, it's 11,000 meters high and the temperature is below -60 degrees Celsius. It might even reach -80 degrees Celsius or even lower. The air is thin and normal people would die if they went up, but for us, it's fine. However, if we want to go up there, the Sky Martial Assembly will have a competition at the top. For cultivators, there will be natural disturbances. Lin Xian said, but this is definitely not the reason why they want us to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Conference. There must be a special reason why they want us to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Conference at the summit of the North Pole. There must be a certain segment of the Sky Martial Arts Conference that can only be completed at the summit of the North Pole. Murongyu, let's go up. Since they knew that it was the peak of the North Pole, there was no need for them to waste any time. They directly released a spatial energy and disappeared from where they were, appearing at the top of the North Pole. Schwa.7 figures appeared there. After landing, they scanned their surroundings. There were people everywhere. They seemed to be a bit late. There were already many people here. The temperature was indeed very low, but as long as they were in the mysterious heaven realm, it shouldn't be a problem in this kind of situation. Aside from a few young people who were participating in the Sky Marshal Assembly, there were a few hundred core members of the three major powers. They were the judges and other experts who were standing in a corner. The rest of the crowd numbered over 1,000. They were the experts of the various large families and powers. Simply put, they were here to watch the Sky Marshal Assembly. Little Ing. A voice sounded. Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, walked over with a smile. Chushue. Another voice sounded. Beside Ling Hai, Han Guang also walked over with a smile. Ling Ying and Han Chushue's father had also come. Chapter 1303. The two girls froze for a moment. Dad, why are you here too? Ling Ying looked at Ling Hai in front of him. My precious daughter is participating in the final Heaven Marshal Assembly. As your father, why do you think I should come? If it wasn't for your mother's low realm and being unable to withstand the cold here, she would have come as well. But it's fine. Anyway, this competition will be broadcasted live. Many people will be able to see your glory. There's still a live broadcast. Ling Ying scratched his head. Sigh, it's all because those people from the three major forces want all the children of the continent to see your glory, so that they will want to work hard to improve their cultivation. It's reasonable for them to want to strengthen the human race. It's not easy for the three major forces. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. Uncle Ling, Uncle Han, hello. Lin Xian quickly coughed and greeted them. Please, 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 please don't expose yourself. That's right. Lin Xian thought that in their eyes, he was their daughter's boyfriend. Actually, they already knew that the man their two daughters liked was him. Sigh, there was nothing they could do. They were all from large families. Their daughters were so beautiful and outstanding. How could they be willing to see their daughters serving the same man? But, the two families had discussed this matter in detail. This Lin Xian was indeed outstanding. In the future, he should be able to reach a higher level. Furthermore, the news of Lin Xian obtaining the divine body was from Murong Feng of the sanctuary. How should they put it? They didn't think for themselves. If they thought for their daughters, as long as their daughters didn't have any connections, they would be able to obtain more by following someone who could become a god. Furthermore, in this world, it was normal for capable people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So, sigh, just bear with it. You brat. Ling Hai raised his leg and kicked Lin Xian. Hey, 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 Uncle Ling, Lin Xian quickly dodged. Work hard. Strive to enter the God's awakening door and improve yourself. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Then, he hugged his daughter, Ling Ying, and walked to the side. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so of course, they had a lot to talk about. Chushue, your grandfather is here too. Let's go meet him. Han Guang looked at Han Chushue and said. Yes. Han Guang then turned to Lin Xian and said, good luck, all of you. The future is in the hands of you kids. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and said, I'll go look for father first. Yes. At this time, Xiao Zun walked over with Xiao Runing. Sister, father. Xiao Xinyue shouted. Uncle Xiao. Lin Xian shouted helplessly. Oh. It's over. Honored Master Xiao had also come. Amen. It's only been a short time since we last met. You've already reached the heavenly venerable realm. Very good. As expected of my Xiao clan's son-in-law. Revered Xiao didn't know about the Han and Ling families, but he knew that he was the Xiao family's son-in-law. Xiao Runing also coughed awkwardly. Cough cough. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Let's go and have a seat. The Tianmu conference will start tomorrow. Ah, okay. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Wu Yuhan and Wang Xintong. I'll go and see if there are any friends here. Wang Xintong said and walked away. Wu Yuhan also walked away. Lin Xian followed them. Hey, why are you here? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing quietly. I didn't want to come. It's so comfortable to lie on the sofa and watch the live broadcast at home. But since my father is here, I followed along, Xiao Runing said helplessly. Lin Xian's appearance attracted the attention of many people. Of course, it wasn't because of Lin Xian, but because of the group of girls beside Lin Xian. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the top of the North Pole was too big. It was so big that he couldn't see the end. If this was their competition area, it would be really cool. Therefore, not many people saw Lin Xian, but there were a few familiar faces. Murong Yu is now following Lin Xian around. Duan Lingxiao frowned. He had invited Murong Yu to come to the North Pole with him, but she rejected him. So, she came with Lin Xian. She and Lin Xian, could there be some kind of relationship? After all, they had been alone for half a year, and no one had the chance to do so. No, no, no. Impossible. Murong Yu wouldn't fall in love with a man like that. He had known Murong Yu for so long, and he understood Murong Yu. Absolutely not. But he was very displeased. There were naturally people who were displeased like him. Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and the others were also here. Lin Xian also had girls they liked beside him. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and nodded at him with a smile. Lin Xian also nodded at Zhuge Feng in response. It's him. Chu Feng was discussing something in front of the group of experts from the Chu family when he saw Lin Xian. He didn't have any grudges with Lin Xian, but he was very displeased that Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls beside him. It's him. Not far away, the people from the Feng family were stunned. Then they saw Lin Xian. Bastard! Give me your life. After Feng Ling saw Lin Xian, her eyes glittered with killing intent. Especially on that street, her butt kept on bleeding and the back was red. It attracted many people's fingers and she was simply humiliated to death. She deeply hated that person. She knew she would see him here. Now, she really saw him. Bastard! Ah, Ling Ling. Feng Qinghao didn't even react and Feng Ling already rushed over. What's wrong with this girl? Behind, Feng Ling's father tightly frowned and asked. Ling Ling had some friction with that person. This girl, she's simply... Ah. Lin Xian was stunned for a bit. He felt a wave of aura lock onto him, then a wave of power exploded towards him. Everyone's gazes were all attracted by that place. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Damn! It's her again. Lin Xian had a headache when he saw that woman. She was crazy. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Xian's fist collided with Feng Ling's fist. The two of them flashed with lightning. Isn't that the Feng family's girl, Feng Ling? Who's the other one? Lin Xian. China's Lin Xian. He's also very famous. In the martial arts academy, he took first place and defeated Murong Yu and Duan Lingxiao. What? Not only that. He also defeated them in a cross-level battle. I say, you're crazy. Crazy woman. Lin Xian scolded. You dare scold me? Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Chapter 1304. Lin Xian and Feng Ling faced each other. Almost everyone's attention was on them. Damn it! Why can't I scold you? Crazy woman. Crazy woman. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Ling clenched her fists. Watch carefully. One of them is Lin Xian from China. He's the top student in the martial arts academy. He once defeated Duan Lingxiao, who was a heavenly venerable. The other is Feng Ling from Feng Nation. She's the most talented person in the Feng family in the past 100 years. These two people seem to have some conflict. If they fight, we'll have a chance to learn about the competition later. A powerhouse said to the people behind him. All of you, watch carefully. Okay. Space seal. Feng Ling directly sealed the space around her and Lin Xian. The humiliation from a few days ago, I'll make you pay back tenfold. Lightning surrounded Feng Ling's body. Lin Xian's purple lightning also surrounded her. I'm not afraid of you, crazy woman. You're still scolding me. Feng Ling's eyes flashed with anger. Take this. She shouted and then rushed toward Lin Xian. At this moment, a figure directly broke through the space seal released by Feng Ling and blocked in front of Feng Ling. Enough. Stop fooling around. Feng Qingyang stared at his daughter. Feng Ling quickly stopped. Father. Quickly retreat. Feng Qingyang bellowed. It was obvious that Feng Ling was still very afraid of her father. Oh. Then, she pouted and glared at Lin Xian behind her. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll let you go today. When the competition comes, I'll make you pay the price. Crazy woman. Lin Xian did not give Feng Ling face just because her father was here. You. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Then, she waved her hand angrily and turned to leave. Feng Qingyang smiled and said to Lin Xian, Little brother Lin Xian, please don't worry. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young. She doesn't know her manners. Lin Xian nodded. She's a little spoiled. Okay, I'll go back and teach this girl a lesson. Feng Qingyang nodded at Lin Xian and then walked away. It's a pity that they didn't fight. Some people at the side discussed. It's fine if they didn't fight, I don't need to observe. Humph. What do you know? Can you defeat the heavenly venerable Duan Lingxiao at the domain realm? That Duan Lingxiao is no ordinary person. The pitiful Duan Lingxiao had become the comparison for these powerhouses to introduce Lin Xian to their juniors. That's right, Duan Lingxiao was very strong. He was the son of the master of the trial union. His status was the same as Murong Yu's. However, he had actually lost to Lin Xian, a domain realm cultivator, when he was only a heavenly venerate. Therefore, in these people's eyes, Lin Xian, who looked ordinary, was actually the one they paid attention to the most. Defeating a heavenly venerable as a domain realm cultivator was not a big deal. Although it was difficult, many people present could do it. However, defeating a top genius like Duan Lingxiao was a little exaggerated. Lin Xian walked over to the Xiao family helplessly. Lin Xian, do you have a grudge with this Feng Lingxiao? Revered Master Xiao asked. Xiao Runing also looked at Lin Xian curiously. Wasn't Lin Xian very attractive to girls? Feng Ling was also very beautiful. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a hostile relationship. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. We had a little conflict before. This woman is crazy. It's as if I'm her father's murderer. This Feng Ling Xiao is very powerful. You have to be careful. Xinyue, you have to be careful too. Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian nodded. Lingling, don't provoke this Lin Xian in the future. Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Ling and said. Why? Feng Ling said unhappily. You might not be his match. Besides, he has the powerful Azura Palace and the Art Pavilion group behind him. So what? Can he compare to my Feng family? Feng Ling gritted her teeth. I can't compare to him now, but it doesn't mean I can't compare to him in the future. I don't care. I just don't like him. I just want to teach him a lesson. Also, who said I'm afraid of him? It's good that he can defeat Duan Ling Xiao. However, it doesn't mean I can't defeat him. Feng Ling was about to go crazy. Lingling, he didn't do anything wrong when he bought breakfast. Feng Qinghao said. You're actually speaking for an outsider. I don't care. I just don't like him. Feng Ling said frantically. Then, the people from the Feng family shook their heads helplessly. In short, don't let this Lin Xian affect your judgment. Your goal isn't just to defeat him. The most important thing now is to get into the top 10 of the Sky Martial Assembly and enter the God's Awakening door. You won't get anything by defeating him. However, if you enter the God's Awakening door, you'll get real benefits. Feng Ling nodded. Oh, I understand. One after another, people arrived at the summit of the North Pole. At this time, Murong Feng walked out and said, Everyone, since you're here, you should rest. Tomorrow morning, the Sky Martial Assembly will officially begin. Then, everyone set up their tents and went inside to rest. Although it was cold here, with their strength, it didn't matter if they waited here. When the Sky Martial Assembly begins, let's work together. In another corner, a few people stood there, enjoying the cold wind and smoking. Duan Ling Xiao, Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. Duan Ling Xiao stood there thinking about something. It was Xiao Yun and the other two who came to find him. Xiao Yun already knew that Lin Xian had taken the poison pill. However, he was even more flustered. Why? This Lin Xian had the Yixian group and even the Azura Palace behind him. Although he couldn't compare to the Xiao family now, with the Yixian group's rising momentum, it wouldn't take long for them to suppress the Xiao family. This world only looked at benefits. When the benefits that the Xiao family could bring to the evil fiend temple couldn't compare to Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would be able to suppress him. Therefore, he still hoped that Lin Xian would die. Even if he didn't die, at least he couldn't enter the God's Awakening door. As long as they could enter the God's Awakening door and Lin Xian couldn't, when they came out, Lin Xian wouldn't be their opponent. Duan Ling Xiao glanced at them. No need. Duan Ling Xiao said indifferently. He, young Master Duan, if you don't have any worries, why did you come here alone to smoke? Working alone can't be compared to working with a few people, right? Moreover, I'm afraid that it's not just us, the others are also looking for cooperation. Duan Ling Xiao paused, then looked at them. How do we cooperate? Lin Xian chatted with the Xiao family for a while, then sneaked over to Ling Ying and the others. Young Master Lin. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.